Visa Starfrost. Visa Starfrost.
Oh my god, yes, I love Ray. I would die for Sky Striker Ace Ray. This support card is going to change my life and is going to be the best card ever.
Visa Starfrost.
Woo 30.
Anyone ever tried this new thing? I saw it in the store and I was like, you know what? The smelly gamer nerd inside of me wants to try it.
Hello Mr. Farfalle, long time no see.
Smash. Hello Sachi. Appreciate you. Hope you've been good. Hope you've been well. Which nationals are you choosing to go to this year? I only drink the white monster. That tastes like piss. Like piss. Like it tastes like piss. Like actual piss. Hungarian? Oh my god. Alright, well, let's give it a try. Live review. Live review. I like it. I like it. Yeah, it's pretty appley. Yeah, it's not too bad. Hola and welcome everyone. Welcome back to another Monday. Brand new week, new me, new ship, new everything. Today is a special day because
Farfel.
Hi Anthony. Today is a great new day because we've got rarity collection reveals. Limit 1? No, it's tomorrow, isn't it? We got rarity collection reveals. And well, my video that I have scheduled today at 4 p.m. may or may not coincide and have something to do with that. Potentially. So you know, that's cool. It's also Monday, meaning that there's also another thing that's of great importance that we need to get involved with. We're going to the woods. We're going to the woods. Going to the woods. Woo! I'm excited about that. I'll also probably see you guys at European and UK United Kingdom Nationals as a caster. So that's also really cool. Yay! Woo! So I'm excited for that. And part of me is sad because I kind of like really want to play like a national championship. I'd like to play an event. It's been so long since I entered like a prestigious like premier event. But at the same time, I'm also like, man, this format is Snake Eyes, and getting OTK'd by an unaffected Trident Dragon. Which, by the way, rarity collection, Trident Dragon, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll find out more in a few hours, but yeah. Just play Macedon, same thing. They're not that different, to be fair. Although, there's the added caveat of who? Yeah, I think you know who. Yeah, so, not much else is going on, really, special-wise. Tomorrow, a little bit of a highlight of the duel room featuring the brand new pack that was released in Macedon. Should be some cool Memento gameplay and some horror stuff as well for tomorrow's video. I don't think I've got anything on Wednesday. Thursday, I'm not too sure actually, but I do know I have a lot of content coming up this week. What do I actually have this week? Just a clip video. Friday is going to be the cube draft. Finally, that got like edited and put together into a video. Blame me for that one. And then Saturday, probably a Limit 1 highlight. And the great thing about Limit 1 Festival that's coming tomorrow, which I won't be here to stream, because I don't stream on Tuesday, but I'll be here on Wednesday, my guys. We'll be able to put together a nice little fun Limit 1 Festival duel room with viewers. So that should be hilarious to take part and see if you guys have any good features and strategies to come up with. Limit 1 is always interesting. There's always like, you know, cool little things that people come up with and make it into an actual fun event. So we'll see what you boys could come up with. Anyway, we've been here for 5 minutes, so I'm going to give you an opportunity to get your own personalized, dedicated good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chronosaurus. Good morning, Solibomb. Good morning, Azri. Good morning, Joker. Good morning, Tough Nut. Good morning, the Scorebottle called Zio, Kaiser Off, Monk Unit, Silver Core, Aesgar, and Tuna Kit, Mr. Sheepy, Color Yellow, Bimsomania, Drago, Meyerheim, Solar Custard, Ercion, Terry, Q-Bob, and James. All right. Now, if you want me to say good morning to you, you're going to have to subscribe. Let's say thank you to the subs, and let's get into some content. Good morning, Father Eero. 71 months. That's two more months than sex. That's honestly impressive. Thanks so much, buddy. I appreciate that. Grandesco. Thank you for the 3 months as well. I'm not sure what the Ray copy pasta is about, but is there like new Ray cards? I somehow doubt that. James, thank you so much for the 30 months as well. I appreciate it. Sashi, thanks so much for the 63 months. That's a long time dedicated. I appreciate it. Good luck at Hungarian Nationals. You will win. Anthony, Destroyer of Worlds. Thank you for the 22 months as well. Demo's King. Thank you for 15 months as well. Appreciate you. Salty Bommel. What's up? Thanks so much for the 48 months. Sup, Farfa L. Can you guys spam Farfa L? It's been a while since I saw that being spammed. Farfa L right now. Or baby. Both are good. The Color Yellow. Thanks for letting me good morning. Thanks for telling me good morning. Thank you. Good morning. I appreciate you. Did I say thank you? Good morning? Thank you, Color Yellow. Enjoy your good morning. Yep. Can I give you like a... Do you want me to pay for the card you shipped to me? I have not shipped it yet, Meyer. I'm stupid. Tomorrow's my day off. I will 1000% make time for it. It's right here. It's ready. It's sitting, waiting to go. I will 1000% send it tomorrow. I probably shouldn't have promised to do it on a Monday. But tomorrow's my day off, so I'll definitely do it then. Thanks so much, buddy. And also big shout out to Naraxis for the 23 months as well. Yeah, so a couple of news highlights, I suppose, some things to go over. We haven't seen the new cards yet. There's some new Ruin cards. And... here's the thing with the Ruin Demise deck. There are some very, very specific type of people that like to play with Ruin. No? Allure Queen. It's Ruin cards, no? That's what that is. Am I absolutely, like, yapping? Zero relationship? Wait, what? You're trying to tell me that this isn't Mommy Ruin? Allure. This. That's Ruin's mom. Allure Queen? Yapping! Streaming! Yapping! Well, close enough. All white women are the same, Farfa. You know, I would... say that, but after wearing this t-shirt in public, and specifically when my opponent links away one of my monsters, that's when things get a little bit suspicious. Then at that point, I start to recognize, like, wait a minute, maybe all white women are not the same person, you know? Selza, thanks so much for the 68 months. That's one away from Sexu. Thanks so much, Selza. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, hi, Rasian. Have I not given you a VIP? Well done. Congratulations. The world finalist deserves to be a VIP in this channel. Hi. If only there was a guy in chat who had 14 women with him right now. I miss that guy. I hope he's doing well. I hope he's doing good. You wear that in public? So, have you guys seen my Dark Magician shirt that I wore yesterday? I have a Dark Magician girl shirt. Sorry, not Dark Magician. Dark Magician might be a little bit more acceptable. I have a Dark Magician girl shirt. And on the front, it's just a very simple design here. It has like her like summoning circle or something like that, like just as a little badge thing. But on the back, it's like a, you don't really see that on stream because I don't stream like this. Although some of you would probably love if I did stream like that. On the back, it's like just this full art, like massive art piece of like Dark Magician girl. And I realized that I was out today on a walk with my boy, my son. And he was like in his carrier, like, you know, wrapped around my chest, like in his little carrier thing. And on the back is like fully exposed, like my back. And that's where the full Dark Magician girl art comes in. And let me just tell you, Glasgow is like a colorful city. Very colorful city with interesting characters. And I was walking down towards the shop. And I was really confused at his initial comment, but I got it eventually. I hear this like yell from across the road, and then in a really like thick Scottish accent, which I will try and emulate now, he goes, "Is that your girlfriend?" And I was really confused. So is he talking about my son? Like on my, like, is this like a really weird joke? And then it clocked like 60 seconds later. I was like, oh, he's talking about the anime girl on my he's talking about the anime girl on my shirt. And then I was like, wait, maybe I shouldn't wear this in public. Or maybe I should only wear it when I go to specifically go to locals.
Visa Starfrost.
Morning Foffa, this is your monthly subs, so I can responsibly watch without age, and shout out to my friend Ray for keep playing Ray and still on Copian for next support.
Thank you, Leo Cinerat.
Starfrost.
So I forgot I bought 3 months of subs, so you are stuck with me.
Oh, wait, but that's 69 months. Nice. I wish we could give a special badge for 69 months. Thank you, Arcean. We're getting a new Blue Eyes structure deck with 8 new cards. Oh, I didn't actually know it was going to have new cards, but yes, I am going to take a look at the news in just a second here. After we do some yapping. Question, why did you go from Glasgow? Why'd you go to Farfa? So in 2017, here's some deep lore. 2017, I was going to become a teacher full-time. So I just wanted to like separate some anonymity on the internet. So I basically, Glasgow, yugioh, and me, etc., was very tied as a identity to the personality and stuff like that. So I just wanted to like separate that. So I just renamed from Glasgow yugioh to Farfa. I made YouTube videos without face cam and stuff for a bit. Turned into a little bit of a grade A under A, like copycat, basically. And then I realized, wait a minute, teaching is really bad. It's not like a bad profession, per se. It's just, depending on where you live, they're extremely overworked. The pay is, like, terrible for the amount of, again, depending on where you live, the pay is terrible for the amount of time, effort, and, expectations that you have, the responsibility. A lot of you are saying, like, kids suck. Like, yeah, like, you're gonna get, like, some evil brats. But for the most part, the children are actually, like, the best part of the job. You'd be surprised, like, how intelligent kids are, how mature they can be. Obviously, they can be extreme. There's two extremes and polar opposites. You can get some piss fucking annoying shit stains, but you can also get, like, some surprisingly, like, very smart and mature kids. And it was just, it was just cool to, like, teach a bunch of bright individuals, more so than just, like, the actual teaching of the lessons and stuff like that. But, you do end up talking about and going into, like, more important topics, current affairs, especially when you're teaching, like, history. There's a lot of, like, context that is brought up with, like, current events and current affairs and stuff like that. So it was actually really rewarding in that way, and it's probably one of the biggest reasons why a lot of teachers put up with the bullshit that is, being overworked, being responsible for, like, 35-plus kids in a single classroom, which is... Honestly, I don't even know how many kids are in a classroom these days. But when I was at school, and this was like 20 years ago or something, there's like almost like 30 kids like crammed into a classroom. And like, I'm pretty sure studies showed that like the optimal number of like teaching is literally like less than 10, to have that like peer-to-peer and teacher-student relationship. Because when you just have so many kids, like you just can't get to them, right? Like some of them like just literally go like completely unrecognized and unattended to, in like really personal, dedicated ways to actually help their development and help their growth in that subject or just as an individual, et cetera, et cetera. So, it's pretty terrible. Like it's pretty bad working conditions in that way. The teacher support and stuff is basically non-existent as well. There's really bad support as well for like foreign children as well who don't have English as a first language. It's really hard to teach kids who don't speak English, and there isn't a lot of like systems and support in place. And when there is, it's like one teacher, one ESOL responsible teacher, counselor responsible for like hundreds of children, all from different language speaking backgrounds, etc., etc. It was a shit show. It was a shit show. And just budget cuts year after year after year, cuts to the pay, not to the pay, but it doesn't tie in with inflation, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I'm pretty sure in this country, specifically, teachers in this country are paid the same that they were in like the 90s almost. There's been like a 5% increase or some absurd number like that, which compared to like the inflation of such has been like what 15% or something in the last like 20 plus years. So yeah, it's awful. Anyway, you sound like you live in Poland. Yeah, it's really not that much different. But again, some countries is really good. Some countries it's really good. Like someone mentioned Finland, for example. Who was it? Schools in Finland is pretty great compared to the rest of the world. Yeah, like some countries, like being a teacher is like a real prestigious like occupation. Like you're doing good. Like Scandinavia in general is better, but yeah, it sucks. The rate of cost of inflation does not match the rate of inflation for wages. Yeah, I remember when I was like a teenager, I think I was getting paid like £7 or £8 an hour. Nowadays the minimum wage is like 10.50 maybe or something. So in the space of like over a decade, minimum wage has gone up by like a couple pounds per hour. Vis-a-vis like rent and housing deposits and all that stuff has like fucking doubled. You know, it just doesn't really make sense. Anyway, we don't need to delve into the politics of such. We can focus on the Yugi mods. I heckin' love Yugi mods. Does Scotland too? Does Scotland too? I don't know what you mean by that. I'm a teacher in the US, and I could not tell if you were a teacher in the US or the UK. Yeah, like it's funny because I know that the US specifically has pretty terrible teaching systems in place. Because, well, I think the US in general just has very, very low taxes, most of which does not get funneled into those schools and stuff like that, so there just isn't a lot of money for that, probably because you have a fucking incredibly ridiculously high defense budget. So it kind of makes sense in some ways for America, because how the hell are they even paying for schools over there? But it's crazy to think that in the UK the average tax band is about 20%. Where's that money going, you know? I meant, does being a teacher is prestigious in Scotland or UK? I mean, like, socially, like, you're always, like, teachers are generally seen as, like, respectable and, like, it's a commendable profession and stuff, you know? Like, you're helping the youth of the future, you're taking care of kids, you're creating, like, you know, the future doctors and lawyers and pillars of society. Like, it's always, like, seen as, like, a good thing to be a teacher, per se. But just, like, in some countries, like, the education requirements are higher, for example. I think in some Scandinavian countries, you need to have a master's degree, not just a postgrad. So there's that. There's, like, a more rigorous course and education for the teachers in place to actually get to becoming a teacher and stuff like that. So it's just, like, a more elaborate and better system in general when you're, in other countries compared to the UK. Scotland as well, ironically, is slightly better, and I would say probably slightly ahead. There's obviously no bias, smile, of the rest of the UK. Scotland in general has a better education system for teachers and a better education program. And in England, you know, they're similar in some respects, but it's like slightly better here. It's probably not much, but again, like most of it just comes down to budget and support for the teachers. Half my teachers in high school all had second jobs at a restaurant, and we would all go to one of the restaurants so they could serve our food. In retrospect, it was fucked up. So many of them needed a second job. Yeah, that's pretty terrible. That's pretty sad. A lot of teachers supplement income by being like tutors and stuff like that, which is quite a popular thing. You can get like a decent amount of money doing tutoring, which is like actually pretty cool. But the thing is, like, I don't know how teachers find time for that stuff. I don't know how teachers find time for that shit. Because I remember when I was teaching, but this is probably because I was only like training. It maybe gets easier over the years once you've actually developed your entire like, you know, repertoire of courses. But I was getting up at like 6 a.m. I was in school for like 7:30, 8 a.m. and I would leave at like 6 p.m. And I'm just like, and then I would get home and I would like prepare lessons and go over homework and blah, 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 all the kind of preparation until I went to bed. I was literally working like 13, 14-hour days basically altogether, you know, plus your commute, etc., etc. Like I was just like, brother, I can go make a YouTube video talking about how shit Goki is this format. And it would probably be less effort, more fun, and less stress, and potentially more money, which is kind of where that, you know, split came from. And I was like, okay, cool, let's go ham, let's go full time on Yu-Gi-Oh and see how it goes. And the rest is history. I'm here. Sorry to say. Unfortunately for most of you. Mike Lodge, thank you for the 2 years. Happy Tuesday. When Noah's taking history test, will you help him cheat? So, it's basically like a fact that as a person, you are at your most intelligent, you are at your smartest when you're like a student, specifically a university student. Because a lot of the jobs, most of the jobs, most professions, you don't actually really use a lot of the information and skills and stuff you learned at university. Or when you do, you use very specific skills and very specific talents you gained at university. And that's going to be basically your job, right? Like, for example, if you study to become like, let's say some sort of like civil engineer, you do like a very broad, very huge compendium of all sort of engineering disciplines throughout your degree for 4 or 5 years, plus whatever you do in your postgrad. But then when you actually go out into a field and you do certain work as an engineer, you're only going to use like really specific, depending on the company, depending on the actual job you get, you use those very specific tools. Now, obviously, you're going to be very good at those things, but to use absolutely everything and anything that you did at university, you will probably would have been more proficient at those things when you were studying, right? I went from doing complex mathematics to, hey, click this button. Yeah, that's probably true for a lot of like software engineers and stuff. Like you get this like huge giant like repertoire of information and stuff that you learn when you're at uni. Then when you come out into the real world and you start doing real work and stuff like that, you use basically a fraction of it all. This Appleboy is pretty damn good. I got a comp sci degree and it taught me maybe 10% of what I need to know. Wait, are you saying that you didn't learn enough? Or that you just didn't learn the right things? Because that's weird. Surely all this linear algebra I'm learning will be useful later. Like, that's the thing. That's probably not useful, except in very specific jobs, which you will definitely very much need to be good at and do. But, you know, general STEM subjects and stuff like that need you to be good, really good at, like, a very specific thing. And then everything else you learned is kind of just, like, whatever, pretty much. Especially in STEM subjects. Music. Learn all this theory and how to compress a 4-string quartet. Real world, hey, just play these chords and jobs are good. Or become a rock star, you know. You don't need to know music theory if you can just make bangers, dude. Sup, Mars? U.S. electrical engineer here. College, I did so much math, I got a minor in it and had a wide array of comp sci classes now, and I'm literally highlighting blueprints and watching a Farfar stream. Well, there you go, dudes. Yeah. So, TLDR, just to tell you, when you graduate, you will be watching a stream on your second monitor and doing a very specific job on your primary monitor. And try not play League of Legends or, what's the other game that's really popular? The League of Legends Battle Royale thing. What is it called? Is it League of Legends? Fuck, what's that game that everyone plays? It's like an auto chess battler. TFT, that shit, yeah. Literally me right now, yeah, exactly. League of Fortnite, that's what I'm talking about. I feel the main benefit of college is being able to grow up by yourself in a safe environment instead of stuff that you learn. Shame it costs millions to grow up. Well, I don't regret going to getting tertiary education because it was free. Today, unless I knew that I was going to be going into like a very specifically like well-paid field with my degree, I wouldn't go. I wouldn't have went. I'm gonna encourage and let my son go, even if he doesn't end up using anything to do with his degree. I want him to go and get a degree because the best thing that I learned at university was learning critical thinking. Critical thinking is one of the best skills that you can learn, which you don't need to go to a university for, you don't need a degree for. But one of the best things about going to university was learning critical thinking. Is it worth tens of thousands of debt? No. You can probably learn it by yourself without going into probably hundreds of thousands of debt in the UK, in the US or some shit by this point. But critical thinking is one of the best ways and best things and best skills that tertiary education teaches you, which is, you know, looking at a newspaper headline, being able to digest it, break it down, take away biases, understanding statistics and the representation of statistics, things like that, research methods. Those are really important things you learn in university that you don't really get to do out in the real world, right? You're not really going to learn that if you do an internship as an electrician or et cetera, right? But if you do want to make good money, there's plenty of like programs and courses that prepare you that don't need you to go to university, that don't also cost you tens and tens and tens of thousands. Yeah. There's two options in life. You have critical thinking or you make Mastodon memes for meme review. Why not both? Why don't we critically analyze memes in Mastodon? How about that? Doesn't that sound genius? Realize that you don't need to pay for university to learn critical thinking is a part of learning critical thinking. But here's the thing, though. The life experience that you get from it is worth it so long as it's free, which it was for me, right? But if all of that was going to cost tens of thousands, I wouldn't recommend it unless you're doing something very specific. Right? Like, as important as various sociological, anthropological subjects like liberal arts or gender studies and all that kind of stuff is somewhat important in the field of sociological understanding and development as a society, I'm not going to recommend you do that if it's going to cost you like $80,000. I just don't think you should do that. Like, it's kind of important, but I wouldn't pay $80,000 to like go and like do that as a course, right? So yeah. Don't you have 200K sitting around to invest in your education? Yep. It wasn't free. A lot of people were paying taxes for you to study. Okay, yes, technically nothing is free. Yes, okay. What is this? Some kind of like weird, like right-wing conservative, like economical. Well, actually, yes, everyone knows how taxes work. Like, unless you're 8 years old. That's, yeah. Anyway, what time's the Rarity Collection 2 videos? Stop talking! Do the Rarity Collection! It's, I think 4 p.m. Yeah, I think so. I think it's awesome in the US. You can just take a 200K loan without any security or anything. You know, it's really funny that we ask these 18-year-old kids that barely know how to, like, you know, prepare, like, a basic, like, ramen, instant ramen, like, in a microwave. And probably half of them don't know how to, like, do their own laundry. And we ask them, hey, do you want to sign up to this, like, hundreds of thousands of debts worth of long-time life agreement? Do you want to do... Yes? Okay. Sign here. It's crazy. Like, it's actually crazy. Yo, is Diviner in it? We'll find out. I have a major from electronics. If you go to a good university, it's really have beneficial from the labs and equipment rather than learning yourself. But even if you go to a good university and do nothing, you're just wasting your money. Again, like, you know, it depends on, like, if it's free or not. Most of Europe, I think, I don't know, actually, is it anywhere in Europe do you have to pay for an education? Other than England, Lamau, KEKW? I can't believe you people still have to pay for education. That's crazy. But does anywhere in Europe have to pay for education? So, I know that some countries you have to pay, like, a very nominal fee. Like, it's like a really small amount. Like, I think I studied in Germany for a semester. I think I had to pay, like, £150 or something. 800 per semester, 150 euros per semester. Yeah, I think I paid something like that. Like, that's basically free, okay? I'm not trying to undermine or say that you spending 150 is, like, not, like, that's obviously a lot of money for some people. But in the grand scheme of things, of, like, how bad it is for some countries, that's pretty fucking cheap. That's basically worthless, right? Like, you know. So in general, yeah, like, because in England, for context, what is it these days? Is it like 30 per semester, 30 per year? English university tuition fees 2024. Like when it asks you like 10 different fucking like cookie settings and stuff you won't have to click on. If you're a full-time student, you can get up to 9,250. Tuition-free loan, maintenance loan. No, this is a different thing. I'm just gonna read chat, I guess.
Farfel.
It's around 9 to 10 per year. Is that it? I mean, that's still a lot of money, but I thought it was way more in England. Fable, thank you for the 49 months. Appreciate it. Some of the people on your freshman year of college were paying over 10K plus US. Isn't it like 10K plus per semester, not just year? Today I learned we got ripped off for uni. Yeah, you really do. A first bachelor's degree, 4 to 5 undergrad program is free in state universities in the PH. Wait, what is PH? Philippines? What is PH? You pay like the equivalent of $14 here to study for the next 6 semesters unless you go to a private uni. Also, by the way, one of the like the most bullshit things as well is that if you don't live in like a G7 like Western European or North American country, your degrees are worthless. The amount of people that come over from the Middle East with like full medical degrees and they're basically told, yeah, we don't recognize this here, is actually insane. And then they have to like redo the entire degree from like scratch. I think there's like fast track courses and stuff like that. But that's another crazy thing that happens globally is like if you come from like some countries are probably I assume Saudi degrees are recognized because oil. But other countries like you show them your master's degree from Lebanon and they're like, Oh, thank you for the toilet paper. And you have to like redo an entire thing from scratch. It's like it's very common. South America's the same. Really? I didn't know that about South America. That sounds pretty crazy. Brain surgeon comes from India to Canada and becomes a mailman. Literally, yes. Literally, yes. That happens so much. Sounds racist? Yeah, it is. You'd think like there would be like, you know, a standard for this kind of stuff that can be applied globally. It's almost as if we have some sort of council of things that is supposed to like make all of this standardized across the entire planet. You know, it's called the United Nations. You'd think they would do a little bit more in that regard to standardize things like medication, medical education, STEM subjects as well. You can definitely like make this into a global system. I know somebody with a Mexican law degree, which is useless in the States where they live. Yeah, that's rough. Okay, anyway. Yapping. Yep. Let's get into some content. I got some new cards to take a read at here. And haven't checked them out yet. And before you laugh at me for mistaking this for Ruin, I thought Allure Queen and Ruin was the same thing. My apologies. Alright, let's have a read at them. We have Allure Queen supports specifically. And there's a lot of cards here. Bro out here writing an essay. Alright, okay, let's have a look. I can't even remember how the Allure Queens work, but they have level monsters. And I think that they're actually, that's how they work. I should probably read the original first. Allure Queen Yu-Gi-Oh! Isn't it just like a vanilla? Allure Queen. Whoa, main deck. Level 3, yeah, like that. This is how they work, right? Okay, something like that. That maybe gives us some kind of concept. Let's get into this. Which is there like? There's no new main deck cards. I guess we'll just start with the fusion. The Duke of Demise, 2 fiend and/or zombie monsters. Super polymerization. Super polymerization. It's funny, every single time that a fusion card is revealed or shown, the instant thought is like, okay, how can we abuse super polymerization with this? Well, if you're playing a fiend deck, apparently we can super polar your whole board away. So Unchained players, I guess, can lose Unchained Soul of Rage plus like some other guy. Maybe Masquerena? No, she's Cybers. I don't know why I thought she was a fiend. Yeah, you can just get rid of like things like that. So epic. Anyway, let's actually see what it does for the archetype. And zombies as well, so that exists. Once per turn during your standby, pay 500 to destroy this. Can be destroyed by battle. Howitzer ass card. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. During your main, immediately after this resolves, normal summon. That's a crazy super poly target. I'm sorry for fixating on this, but like wiping your opponent's like fusion fiend field and then just getting an extra normal summon is wild. This isn't part of the Allure stuff. Okay, sure. New cards in general. Banish this from your grave. Target level 4 or higher fiend or zombie in your grave and add it to your hand. You can do cool stuff like discard like a high level fiend and then banish this and then add it back or something. Yubel gets wrecked. I assume Yubel probably ends on a bunch of fiends, I suppose, right? Yeah, I don't know what this is supposed to be good in other than me activate super polymerization. Alright, let's read the new Allure Queen. This is definitely an Allure Queen because it says Allure Queen. It requires 3 spellcasters. I like that we're giving cards some kind of restriction. Even if it's like not a crazy amount of restriction, at least it's some kind of restriction. So not just making everything just generic. Like, for example, Princess, you know. Why the hell does that card not have a fire requirement or something, you know? Anyway, if this card is Link summoned... Wait, I just realized, by the way, it's 3 exactly spellcasters. So this is... You know, whenever a Link monster or something has this many, like, actual requirements, it better be freaking good, because combining 3 monsters to make a Link 3 is not usually how you make Link 3s, weirdly enough. So, it doesn't feel very, what's the word, efficient. If this is Link summon special Allure Queen from your deck or grave, any Allure Queen? And if you do this, gains 1500 until the end of the next turn. 4000 beat stick. You can activate the effects that equip a monster to themselves of monsters with Allure Queen in the original name as quick effects. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a card or effect, destroy a card in the field. Also, Allure Queen you control cannot be destroyed by card effects for the rest of the turn. I mean, so this is like broken, right? Like this is really fucking insane for the deck. Now the problem is that it's still Allure Queen and the deck still sucks. And having broken cards in a shit deck is still a shit deck.
Happy Mother's Day.
So, you know, we'll see if these support cards actually help you get to that win condition. This is obviously one of the most broken parts of legacy support, which is a bit of a habit that they do sometimes. Which is, let's make the old cards better by errataing them without errataing them. So, like, the effects with Allure Queen in the name can now be quick effect. Like, you're just errataing this. Like, you're making the old school cards better by making this give other extra effects. Now, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? I think that's what, if you are going to absolutely specifically require that we use old cards, this is probably a good way to make old cards relevant. Plus, just like a quick effect popped is decent. You know, thankfully it wasn't quick effect, negate. But this is a shit hot card, but it's still a shit deck. Unless... equip only to a level 5 or higher fiend or zombie. When an attack is... this is a different archetype, right? This is like kind of mixed between a bunch of different decks. Anyway, let's read this regardless. Equip only to a level 5 or higher fiend or zombie. When an attack is declared involving the equipped monster and opponent's monster, you can make that opponent's monster's attack equal to equipped monsters. You can activate one of the effects. So, Honest plus... fusion summon a fusion for extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as material. Special summon a doppelbanger token with the same type attribute and attack as the equipped monster. Okay. You can make that opponent's... then you can activate one of the... so, is this like a new sentence or is it on attack? It's a new effect, right? So, you just like equip, activate this, and then fusion. So, it's an equip polymerization, basically like Nef Shadal fusion, but it also has a bonus effect of being able to special summon another copy of the thing. I mean, this feels like it has some sort of like combo capabilities. In that it just summons another copy of a token of a thing that you currently control. One of the fiends or zombies that you currently control. There may potentially be a way to... this card does the mitosis. I don't know anything about biology. What does mitosis mean? I'm probably saying it wrong, aren't I? Okay, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that this is garbage. It's an emote. Not loading. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know. This isn't really blowing my dick off. It feels like this is kind of shit. All right, let's see what the Allure cards do. Allure Palace. Field spell. Let me guess. Field spell that activates to add a monster of the Allure archetype. Let me guess. Inbuilt protection effect. Let me guess. Spellcast as you control gain 5 attack and defense. You can send a card from your hand to the grave and take an Allure Queen from your deck and add it to your hand or special summon it to your opponent's field. Weird! You guys are saying, no, it literally does it. In fact, it's better. It doesn't just search. It special summons. So, yes, this is... yeah. You can also use effect up to... huh? Huh? You can only use this thrice per turn. Huh? This is King Sarcophagus on crack. You can send this card equipped with a card. You can... what? You can send this card equipped with a card. How do you equip a card to a field spell? Oh, no. Oh, right. The Allure monsters gain this effect. Right. Yo, Master Rule 6 just dropped. Allure Queen effect monster you control gain this effect. Send this card equipped with a card by its own effect to the game. Special spell cards with 15 or less attack from your hand or deck. Okay, this field spell is freaking broken. Like, this is, like, ridiculously insane. Again, I don't know. I'm still hesitant because it's Allure Queen, but this is a fucking crazy card. What the hell? Thrice per turn, E-Telly... this has to be good, dude. This has to be good. You know what the problem is? It's always the same issue with any, like, legacy support and stuff like that. Usually they'll have, like, some one really crazy broken card. And if that one crazy broken card gets stopped, then the deck is, like, really bad, right? Like, for example, why is Branded, for example... always memed on and laughed at as basically being like, it's never been like the best deck because it so centralizes and relies on like a very specific part of the effect here. To your opponent's side of the field. Yeah, but like I assume that does something for your deck, right? I'm assuming a lot here, to be fair. I am assuming a lot here, but I feel like this is probably good. because that's the whole point. That's the gimmick of the deck. So I'm assuming getting 3 of your guys out of your deck is probably good. I mean, I haven't read the original Lure Queens in a while, but I assume... Anyway, yeah. I feel like that's probably, like, still relevant and still good. Stealing only? Yeah, that's like the whole gimmick. That's vaguely what I remember. Allure Dance, continuous spell. When this card is activated, add 1 Allure Queen or monster or an Allure Palace. Well, there you go. Now you have 7 field spells. Great. Each Allure Queen you control gains attack equal to the attack of the monsters equipped to it by its own effect. Send 1 other spell and trap you control to the grave. Cast special as many Allure Queen monsters with different names as possible from your grave. You can only use the effect once per turn. Wait, is this just a... Send 1 other spell and trap you control special as many... That's just a soul charge? Is that once per turn? You can only activate 1 per turn? But is this effect once per turn? When this card is out, you can send 1 other... You can only use this... Oh, okay, right. It's weird. It's worded weirdly. Okay, it is once per turn. But this is still crazy. Wow. All right. What is Spirit Shield? Is this part... No, this is like a mix of zombie support and Allure Queen cards here. Okay, so the verdict here is that Allure Queen is not going to be a meta deck. There just needs to be more, like, cards, I think. Because you're still relying on the old cards. But... This is a really cool Link monster with a cool concept of errata in your cards. I think the first Legacy support card that did that might have been the Malefics. I think. But this is a cool like way to support older archetypes is just by making the old cards playable, but also better because of another card, right? So I kind of like that. It's a little convoluted and complicated in some ways, but I do really like that. But I think it's a very cool concept. This card is fucked. Like this card's crazy. I don't know. Like I don't know. Like maybe it'll be good, but that's just actually crazy. What does this trap do? Continuous trap once per battle. When opponent monster declares an attack, banish a fiend or a zombie from your grave. Negate once per turn when your opponent activates a card effect that will destroy a card. You can banish a fiend or a zombie from your grave. Negate once per turn during the end phase if you do not control a fiend or zombie. Send this to yeah. This is just kind of bad. It's just a trap card with some protection. Like this is not like a meta like card at all. The zombie stuff feels kind of disappointing. This is a good super poly target. The Allure Queen stuff may be insane. Alright, this is some weird support for Allure Queen in that Konami seems to be leaning into the level up mechanic instead of just retrading the originals to bypass the mechanic entirely. Well, they're not retraining they are retraining the originals, but using the level up thing is fine because, well, it doesn't even matter because you just summon any Allure Queen, right? You don't need to do the level up stuff, though. You just summon any Allure Queen. You can't just cheat out a bunch of Allure Queen 7s. Wait, do the original ones say they cannot be special summoned or something? I get... Okay, they must have that restriction then. Alright, that's fair. And immediately get a bunch of quick effects to equip opponent's monster. The effects still aren't usable if you try to do that. Instead, you have to start with 3 and use this new field spell and the Link monsters to give your opponent's monsters, which you can repeatedly equip to climb up to the higher level versions. This seems extremely inefficient. It seems reasonably effective at this, but having to discard a card from your hand each time you use the 3rd field spec kind of sucks. You need some way of actually getting the Link 3 out in the first place. Not many decks can actually make 3 spellcasters monsters as Link fodder. Bro, just play like Performa Pals, you know? Normal summon Trick Clown. Make a Link 1 somehow with the, there's a Link 1 spellcaster, isn't there? Like the one that you invoked, I think. Bring back Trick Clown, Special Hat Tricker. Maybe that works, you know? Three spellcasters. But yeah, okay. Well, someone here is clearly a Allure Queen expert. So shoutouts to this guy. You're the GOAT. Well done. Yeah, good shit. Listen to him. I'll take his advice. So yeah, this doesn't seem like that good, although it seems insane in some other ways. All right, that's the new cards. The new fusion is a Super Poly S tier target. This isn't S tier, this is A tier, I would say. Like, S tier is like Garura Mud Dragon. Starving Venom, I'd say, is also probably S tier. This is like high A tier. No, not even high A tier. This is just if you're playing against a Fiend or Zombie deck and it's a good deck, then this is obviously insane. But you're more likely to like pull off a Garura or a Mud Dragon than this. So this is Really good when you pull off the effect, though, because the thing is, like, if you super poly your opponent's field into Muddragon, Muddragon doesn't really do that much. The targeting protection is obviously really good, but giving you an extra normal summon, I feel, is probably a better effect, right? Garura draw when you link it off is okay, but you already need to, like, start playing at that point. But this thing, sending away your opponent's field and then being able to get an extra normal summon is kind of crazy. Fiendsmith Farfa? Well, yeah, sure, okay, but, like, Fiendsmith isn't going to be a meta deck forever, right? Like, I understand the context here, but this is specific typings, you know? Muddragon and Garura are far more open and far more generic than this, right? Because, yeah, Fiendsmith is going to be the best deck, probably. Is Fiendsmith going to be the best deck forever? No, it's not, right? That would be Burning Abyss. Have you considered I am right and you are wrong? True. Zombie World? That's a terrible way to play, though. What, you want to activate Zombie World and then activate Super Poly? That doesn't seem a very consistent, reliable way to, like, build a deck. Or play cards. Like, here's, like, some generically semi-unsearchable stuff into more semi-generically unsearchable stuff. I don't know, it doesn't feel great. The Link 3 is so complicated to make that in the anime, they just skip the combos to have all 3 allures, levels, and the Link on the field. Wait, what do you mean in the anime? Is the Allure Queen Link monster in the anime? Am I being debated? I'm being heavily trolled here. Wait, this was in Vrains? But isn't this shit old as fuck? In Vrain Season 3? It sucked? These are anime cards? I didn't think Allure Queen was in the anime. They gave an NPC the deck. Cash to a player. Hey guys, Vrains is old. Did you guys know that? Dire, if that's an anime clip, I can't click that. Vrains was released. Do we have like a release date? Hello? When was anime released? Season 1. 2017. Wow, it took like 16 months or something. A year and a half-ish. For them to make the English dub. That's kind of bad. Right? Like, that's kind of shitty. Why is there such a big gap? About as long as it takes normally? Well, I guess I'm not really a big anime fan to really care that much. Everyone knows that the best anime is One Piece, so I don't really care, you know what I mean? There's only one good anime, so that's all I care about. Let me thank some subs here. Fanatsu, thank you for 27 months. I appreciate you. Fabled98, thank you as well for the 49 months. Appreciate it. If you have any primes, feel free to use them here. The best anime is obviously Cory in the House. I used to be a big Cory in the House fan until I realized that Nickelodeon is a mass hypnosis conspiracy led by the Chinese government to steal our data and turn us all into TikTok children. And it has succeeded. If you disagree, type 2. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dubs take longer because they're made for kids, and children's anime dubbing takes longer because it's less of a priority. Less priority? For kids? For kids? Bruh. Who said it's for... By the way, can I just confirm, Limit 1 is when? Held from May 13th? What, is this today? Tomorrow? Why does it say May 13? Is this live or is this not live? Japan? Well, it's currently almost May 14 in Japan. 13th in the US. Oh my god, they're using American data? What? Bruh. Can someone please tell the staff over at Mastudo Meta that there are more countries in the world than North America? They don't even realize that North America also includes Canada. This is an American. DK does NA. Well, I guess the entirety of Macedo should follow one person. What do you guys think about a gamer time zone? That's what we need. I heard this take recently, and you know what? It might be correct. What if we had a gamer time zone? Just like a universal time zone that, you know, everyone like adheres to, because, you know, some of you probably play with like friends on the West Coast. Some of you probably play with people in like, you know, Eastern Europe and you live in like Germany and like you're in Scandinavia, but your friend is British. Like we need like a universal like gamer zone. What do you think? That's GMT. Oh, that's true. That's what that stands for. Some people think it's Greenwich Mean Time, but it's actually gamer meme time. That was so unfunny. Man, that was meme review tier of terrible. Holy shit, dude. That sucked. Oh my god. All right. Anyway, so let's move on.
What's your favorite post-Cretaceous period herbivorous organism?
Post-Cretaceous period. Will they give Reigns a chance one day? It has one of the best duels in Yu-Gi-Oh! I've watched a lot of random Yu-Gi-Oh! Duels on stream, and admittedly, I think we watched like 2 of them on stream once upon a time. The Soulburner versus Revolver duel is one of the best duels ever in Yu-Gi-Oh! In the anime. It is very fucking good. It is like top like 5, top 10 at least. It is an extremely good duel. I think we also watched I versus the main character who I can't even remember. I thought that one was kind of overrated. I didn't think it was that good. Yeah, Yusaku. I didn't think it was that good. But the Revolver Soulburner duel was unbelievably good. It was really good. Low-key, do you know what my favorite duel in the whole anime is? That I actually really liked? I haven't seen every single duel ever in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because, you know, I haven't even seen most of Arc V. My favorite, Yugi versus Kaiba. Oh my god, batches! No. My favorite is Zane versus the Dark Crystal Beasts. From GX? In Japanese, sub is honestly like actual chills and goosebumps. It is unbelievably good. It is actually my favorite duel in the whole anime. My second favorite, I think, might probably be Kite versus Quattro. Or I might be getting his name wrong. The 2 dragon guys. Photon versus Numeron, I think. That one was really fucking good. Mizar, yeah, that one. That was a really good duel. That one is also like one of my top 5 duels of all time, and it's a shame because it's Zexal and Zexal kind of sucks. But that duel was really good. Zexal actually had a decent amount of good duels. Yeah, the first half of Zexal, like someone mentioned, was garbage. It's really sad. Zexal just didn't get people in because that's the problem with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. It always starts with like, oh my god, friendship. And then it just becomes into like, you know, interdimensional like dictator fascist warfare, revolutionary like freedom emancipation of Yu-Gi-Oh's duel monsters, etc., etc. Like that just happens in like every series. But it always starts with like basically, you know, oh my god, I'm in a classroom. Here's my Gemini deck. Yeah, it usually sucks. Zexal's one of the most Yu-Gi-Oh! Watched anime Yu-Gi-Ohs in Japan. Well, okay, that's cool, but I'm talking about my personal opinion. Guys, this might shock you, but I'm speaking about my views here. This is you know, surprising. Farfa hitting his word count describing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. Yeah, exactly. It's like here's for the kids, then moves to here's for the fans and the adults. Something like that. Your view does not matter to Japan. True. Boomer views cringe. Yes. That's what it is. Boomer views, dude. Boomer views. Okay, so anyway, it is funny that Zexal's like one of the most loved in Japan and the most hated in the US. Well, isn't like the rankings in Japan like 5Ds, then like duel monsters, then I don't know, everything else? Because I feel like Yusei's low-key kind of more popular than Yugi. But that's like just what I've heard. I don't know if it's actually
Zane
true.
versus Fubuki, Alex's brother.
5Ds, DM Zexal. DM Zexal, 5Ds for Japan. 5Ds, then DM, then everything. 5Ds goated. Yusei is cooler. 5 days peak. Yusei based. Okay, I can't tell if these are like personal opinions or if this is like the actual. I mean, how would you even figure this information out? Go on Twitter and type in, "Hello Japan, what is your favorite anime?" Like, how would you get like feedback on that? Polling? Is there like a sauce somewhere? Most popular Yu-Gi-Oh anime in Japan. Which Yu-Gi-Oh series is the most popular in Japan? Okay, we have a Reddit post, guys. This looks very trustworthy. I think okay, well, this guy thinks. So, you know, source. Wait, one of the earliest episodes, a record of 96% of the viewers liking the episode. Okay, so there's like one rating here. Ratings were decent for the first 2 seasons, but they got high after the beginning of season 3. Is there any kind of like source or something on this? Official protagonist popularity poll? Bruh, it's not even close. Jaden more popular than Yugi? Yusei? I don't know, man. I'm not sure if this 5D's being the best anime in well, I don't know. This is different to like which anime is your favorite compared to which protagonist is your favorite. They're both 12. I guess, well, I mean, I don't know. They obviously put Jaden ahead of Yusei for a reason. Like this, maybe this is like 12.54 and this is 12.52 or something, right? Unless it's alphabetical order, but in Japanese. But I don't know Japanese lettering, so maybe it's alphabetical. I mean, I think it's safer to assume that 12.5 is like there's going to be a number attached to this percentage. Anyway, they're basically the same. But the point is that Yugi is over half. So I don't think 5Ds is as popular as people say it is, I suppose. This guy describes the reasons pretty good. Going fast makes me feel alive. Okay, that's true. That's true. English opening? What is your problem, dude? There's no shot that you think that this is like somehow undeserving. Watch the sub one. I'm gonna give you a very lukewarm take, but to you, it's going to be flames and hellfire. English 5D's opening is better than sub. Just the opening, though, not the actual series. Wrong? What do you mean wrong? German's better? German Arc V is a banger. No. Do you guys want to actually know what the S tier best opening is? I swear to God, it's this. Don't tell me that this isn't a banger. Do not tell me that this isn't the best. What, like, how can you say that isn't the best? How could, like, that is the best anime opening. Whatever it's worth, the more artwork with Yusei tags in Pixiv than Yugi. But Yugi had 2 separate tags, with one having 60 while the other had 47, Yusei 62. PixIV polling system. That is an interesting way to poll that. That's a new technology, by the way. React to your One Piece progression. Where am I at with One Piece? I'm hopefully going to try find the time tonight to record my One Piece reaction. I don't know. I'm going to put it on YouTube, see how it does. I'm not sure if people care that much, but maybe some people do, because One Piece is like ridiculously popular. Anytime I mention it, there's like 100 people who like have an opinion. Although there are, I guess, like some scatters in the chat. One Piece is... Where am I at now? I think we've just finished with like Laboon. And Zoro has realized the Cactus Island is actually an island of bandits. That's exactly where I'm at. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. That arc, whatever that is. No, they haven't found the One Piece yet. Yeah, Whiskey Peak, that's what it's called. Yeah, I'm at Whiskey Peak. That's where I'm at just now. But I don't want to talk about it too much because I've basically just started, so I don't know where I'm at, really, in the grand scheme of things. So there's that. Number of PixIV works for 5D, Zexo, Arc V, and Vrains. What a random statistic. 5D, Zexo, Arc V, and Vrains. Where's Duel Monsters, though? 5D Zexal is this popular on PixIV? What a completely very random specific way to look at it. Have you seen the best One Piece reveal? I'm gonna click this and it's gonna be like the biggest spoiler ever. Are you ready for the most permanent of permanent bans in the history of my Twitch channel? Are you ready for this?
To this day, this is the best One Piece review of all time.
I'm not gonna no. I'm gonna get spoiled. I'm gonna get spoiled. I'm gonna get spoiled. I'm gonna get spoiled. Nope. I ain't watching it. It's because of Fujo's that Zexon 5Ds have a lot of art. A female fan of... Oh. Okay. Let's move on. Alright, next thing I want to do is I want to watch like just one or two national deck lists from Dutchland. And then I think we'll jump into the woods. What do we got here? Okay, there's two deck profiles. Yeah, so I just want to quickly go over like these two deck profiles. There isn't really much to say about Dutch Nationals. The meta is not as surprising as we thought it would be. Weird. Although Snake Eye only taking 25% is a little bit shocking. Tenpai almost doing as well. And then Branded being the next best deck. Who would have thought that? Shoutouts to the ones Waswall Duelist here, I will say, however. You know, I'm telling you, bro, like when we get the new Protoss off of the list here, and you just win every dice roll, Protoss is a crazy card. When are we next doing Masochist? Good question. Let me see. This week, Wednesday, I'm doing Limit 1. Thursday is Saga. Maybe Friday? Maybe Friday? Although I want to start something new and fresh on Friday. I'm thinking of doing something else. I want to finally get around to doing that Stealing Only series. Can I give you guys a very funny update here? Wait. No, I forgot. I actually completely forgot what I was going to say. Wow, that's TikTok brain. Alright, let's watch this profile first, and then we'll watch Quantles, and then we'll do The Woods.
Welcome back to another deck profile here on the channel from Dutch National Championship.
Who is that?
We have
That's
Nick, and
Lampy!
What did you make here at this tournament?
I went top
Not
eight
exactly
with
a lithium intro.
Playing a Centurion engine with it.
Okay, so Manadium is oh, thank you. That's nice. Manadium is a deck which kind of died with the ban list, although he's here to prove us wrong. I figured that Manadium would probably not top again, especially considering how Nibiru is pretty much a staple card. I think that Nibiru probably has almost 100% play rate across at least main and side. I'd say like at least half the people are maining Nibiru right now. And Manadium just does not have a way to play through it. You just don't have a way to play that, because without Baron, I don't know how you play through that. So incorporating the Centurions is how people have tried to fix this issue, I think. So yeah, let's have a look here.
Yeah, that's pretty spicy, not gonna lie. So top 8 it is. I would say let's get into the action. Let's
The
see
Calamity
cards.
Lock? Yeah, but the thing is, like, how do you get your Calamity Lock without just getting nibbed?
Okay, okay.
I started with Manadiums. Start 3 Remarts, 3 Mick, pretty standard.
I love the Dutch accent.
I played 2 Rykard. I didn't need a third one, and 2.
I've never seen anyone play 3 Wycart.
Then of course I played 2 Visas. Same thing. I only needed 2. And I played.
Okay, I'm sure I have
the
seen 3
Visas
Visas.
Samsara.
Oh, because TCG has
First,
Samsara,
I
that's
didn't really
why.
like the card, but after Baron ban and
Samsara.
being a bit stronger against me, I really liked it as an extender, and in certain situations, it felt just good to have him as well.
Yeah, fair enough.
Then for the last monsters in my deck, I played 1 Primera, 1 Trudea, 1 Gargoyle. They just
Gargoyle is
allowed
the
me to
brick,
go into
right?
Calamity with the play I wanted to make with the Centurions. I only needed 1 of each.
Is he not playing the field
those
spell?
2 are the ones that make the Calamity and such, and this one is needed in situations where I
Turn on captions for
needed
lols?
one
Okay.
little extender without my normal summon. So this helped me also in general.
Yeah, and you can like access this engine through your extra deck now, right? So
Yeah.
that's kind of good.
Because of the new Synchro 12, the Auxela,
Yeah.
I can just search the field spell, which sets up the play for me.
Oh, he does play the field spell. He just didn't put it in this part.
So for the spells, I played the 3 Calarium, pretty standard. 2 Rekphobia, also standard. You can search both of them during your.
Did he
first
play
turn, so
the
it's nice
other
to
2? That's
forward.
the question.
I played 1 Pearl Rhino because sometimes I needed to search a Visas, but I already used one of those or needed
Does
to search
Pearl
the,
Rhino search
actual
Samsara?
monster from the archetype. So that's why I decided.
Wait, he's
to
not
play
playing
those
Wraithsoth
six.
for Fenrir, or wait, is he not playing Fenrir?
Then I
Like
played
Fenrir is good just
three
because it's
Emblema
good
Oaths, two,
as a good
Sand
card. You know,
Centurion.
not trying to
This
go
is
into the
mainly meant as,
the Fenrir rant counter here.
consistency for my plays. If
But
I
it
get interrupted,
searches
like I
a
saw there,
Scareclaw, which helps you
I got
extend,
interrupted,
and it's obviously a
lot
good
of times I can
disruption.
just go for this and then at least
But it
get
looks like it's
Calamity or
actually quite
continue
heavy
playing
on
because,
Centurions. We've got 3
Chimera,
Oath
say,
and
level
2
4
stand-up.
tuner, I can go into Amritara and play from there, which was really nice. I only needed 2 stand-up because I didn't want to clog my hands with random breaks or only have Centurions, and I needed a second one sometimes.
Doesn't
if
this
I
deck
went into
feel
a
very
Gargoyle
normal
play to
summon
search a second field
reliant?
spell, because of that. Then for the archetypal spells, I played 2 Arrival, pretty standard in the list. I played 2 Obsession, also
Yo,
pretty
this guy,
standard.
there's no way he had space for
Sometimes I considered
like
playing a third
defensive
one
cards,
because it
right?
helps me when I get interrupted to continue playing, but 2 felt nice. I played the one Imaginings. It was amazing. He drew me into a lot of good cards. I had a lot of hands where it was semi.
Imaginings was amazing. I mean, it's just not one I would play with.
Which was really nice. Going
Fenrir
second,
in
going
RC2?
into a lot of board breakers, which I decided
We'll
in
see.
every time.
Smile.
Just felt amazing.
We'll see.
Never want to play without it. And then I also played the reframing as the archetypal cards. Used just the Omni Negate, which is always nice to have.
Now that you don't have your other Omni Negate anymore, right?
I need to figure something out. And also when I make Calamity, I have protection.
Yeah, that's very
for it.
strong.
Then for the non-engine
Omni
spots,
Negate
the
Baron,
second
yes.
cards, I played Called by the Grave because I am afraid of draw still, and it's free against other hand traps. So it was
How often did you get rolled this
Is
weekend?
Droll
Uh,
being
I
main
got
decked?
Trolled twice, I think, but it was when going second into a board, was like
Okay.
couldn't win anyway, so
Yeah.
sure. I played 3 droplets because.
Okay, we do have some
Droplets is a
defensive
good card. I can
cards,
just send my
like
whole
big
hand,
ones.
normal summon, Remart, and OTK
Plain
from there.
droplet. Probably to get those
I
shitty
played,
normal summons out the hand.
3 talents, same thing. If I get
Okay,
a
that's
hand trap
fair.
or something, I can just.
So no hand
look
traps,
at
just
the
board
hand,
breaking.
Snipe something out and continue playing because I have so many extenders or ways to bait those hand traps. So felt nice overall.
Totally.
And
Uplet feels
some
weird,
one-off
though.
Spells. The
Didn't really
Terra
stop
Rota,
Princess.
for consistency purpose mainly, and I decided to play the Synchro Rumble. Because in
Synchro
certain
Rumble.
combos, and I don't have a real 1-card combo anymore because of the Brown Ban. I needed to search this.
I
with the
don't
Crimson
have a
Dragon
1-card
to continue
combo
playing,
anymore.
going to the Calamity better or easier and such like that.
Yeah, pretty nice. Let's go over to the extra deck first.
Yep.
God, this deck went from
Deck,
being
it's
like
2 Light Knights,
okay
pretty
to like
standard.
just
I
so
played,
meh.
Also standard SP Little Knight, also standard in the deck. Didn't change much. Felt nice overall. I played the 2 Astrolates, also pretty standard. Really nice to go to OTK them under D-Bear or something, which I was afraid of, but didn't really see it too much. Then for the Synchros, I played Amritara with Trisukta, pretty standard. I played Axel Synchro to go into the Spotter sometimes, or just to revive something to continue playing.
This is all pretty normal.
With the Despotter, of course. I played as my 2 level 10s. I played Chengying and Chaos Angel.
Jesus.
Now, whenever I would have some.
Well, without Baron, I guess you have an extra slot.
More as a protection rather than to negate something.
Yeah.
In my top 16 play, my opponent wanted to Veiler my Amritara, but I had a Chaos Angel which was made with a light monster, so protected from
Yeah,
there.
that's funny.
Then I played the Crimson Dragon. He's really needed for the combo to go into the Spotter or make the Calamity, so good card overall.
Yay.
And then I played the Auxilla with the Crimson Dragon, King Calamity,
I mean, it's like every single ban list we've had for the last like 6 months, probably, maybe even a year. People have been saying like, you know, Calamity, Calamity, Calamity. It's just like the most unfun gameplay, just the most just degenerate like duels that you can have. You know, it's like force them to miss timing or activate a bunch of quick plays, and pray that you can stop them in their draw phase. Like it's just so badge, man.
because I need to win without a Baron.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I didn't feel like playing the Legacia because extra deck is really tight now. I also wanted to play more Link monsters.
I thought he said I
but,
didn't feel like playing Gacha.
Auxillas mainly just
But
needed
he
for
said
the-
Speaking of
Legata.
More extra deck monsters, or more link monsters rather.
Uh,
Your side deck
RC
is
too
actually
soon,
really
Smile.
interesting, because I saw your
played
side
40
deck when I
minutes,
had you on
actually.
feature, so let's go over to that side deck because there are some interesting technologies in there, let me tell you that.
No,
So first of
technologies
all,
he calls them.
The blow up cards.
That's
I played
one way to
3
describe
Frost,
it.
3 Raigeki, 3 Dark Hole.
Just some legends to let
Full
oh boy,
board
oh boy,
breaking,
keep 'em coming,
baby.
yeah.
I decided to play
Woo!
full board breaker going second because again, one Remark
Hand
saw
traps
me.
are not
I
real.
didn't feel like making a
I don't make
sideboard for
Calamity
specific
miss
matchup to win.
timing.
In the end, not drawing. so I was
You
like,
can't
let's
make it. You
play
just have to like
something
force them
just
to use the
generically,
Crimson Dragon as Chain
good.
Link 2 somehow
in
by
the
like
format and
activating
really
some
helped
quick
me.
plays in the draw
I
phase to
also,
like
again, in the top 16,
immediately
I had
deal
Dark
with
Hole-
Crimson
Dark Hole
Dragon.
Droplet, so I wiped this whole board and could continue playing.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
I think like
also had
Imperm
the,
immediately can help, but I mean
skill
they just chain
drain, so
reframing, resolution,
that.
activate Crimson
If he hadn't, I
Dragon.
would have won with ease.
yeah.
So I just try to blow.
But
the
yeah,
board-
you have to do like
the
something
board.
silly like
Also
that.
played the change of heart. I wanted to play.
Oh, change as
either,
well. Let's go.
Twin Saw, the
Was this in Rarity Collection 1 or something? This looks very shiny.
from Scareclaw. For a going first play, if I get interrupted, I can just search it instead and have something as an interruption.
Yeah.
But in
Oh,
the
it
end,
is,
I decided
okay.
not to play because I just wanted to have full going second because I was confident in my going first board.
Rightfully so, because your going first strategy seems pretty solid, not gonna lie.
And then the spicy extra deck monsters, I played Unicorn Access Code.
Yeah.
Because when I go second, I side out the
Gold
Centurion,
rares.
and the 2 extra deck monsters aren't really needed anymore. And I was really afraid of D-barrier because in testing, when I got D-barriered and I had the synchros, of course I cannot make the synchros, and this allows me to make game. And because I play so many board breakers, I really need to OTK them on turn 2, and this helped me achieve that like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool technology, not gonna lie. So, congratulations again.
Cool
Any last
technology.
words or shoutouts?
I want to give
I'd like to kind of see a bit of a combo or something with this deck, because apparently there isn't a 1-card combo anymore, he said. So what, like 1 Centurion or 1 Reamheart doesn't like do your full thing? That's kind of sad, I suppose. Why do I have the same field center? You gotta love the comment section, just like farting into microphones. Do we know how the Valmonica player from stream did? Did he top? I think he bubbled, right? Oh, he got top 32. What the hell? Do we have it? The hell does a Valmonica? 22-minute deck profile? Alright, I'm like 2 points, 2 times.
Welcome on the Lampy YGO YouTube channel. Together I'm here with
Elias Pachanik.
Alright, while
So,
he does
Elias,
his
what
intro, I'm gonna go
did
pee
you do
quick.
today.
I played on this event with Monica and I went top 32 for that.
Not bad. Explain.
Yeah, my first reasoning for playing this deck was it was released in Berlin Smashers last year, and it had a lot of search cards and really cool interactions, and it just needed a little bit more of consistency. And when Legacy of Destruction came out, I just wanted to play it and test it, and on locals it went really well. And then I played some OTS championships, and it also went very well. And then I thought, okay, let's just play the Dutch Nationals, and I went 6-3 with that.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, first of all, the main deck. 3 Solitaries. The main deck monster. On summon, it searches any Valmonica card. It can't be attacked by any other monster if you control another monster.
Alright, what are we
And if
dealing
it
with
sends to
here?
the graveyard while you have 2 scales on the field, you can add it back to your hand. So it's a easy search for any Valmonica card, and you can the resource every
Search
turn.
Valmonicas,
So
noted.
You always have the 2 scales on the field. So really good normal summon. Then for the scales, I play 3 Demono and 2 Angelo. Demono and Angelo.
Does
are
this deck
basically
actually do a
the
pen
same
summon?
cards. They both can reveal itself in hand, discard 1, and then place it into the Smartretto as spendable monsters. And they get counters based
Okay,
on
it actually
taking
does do
damage
pen
or
summoning.
healing by effect. And they have a few bonus effects, and as a monster, they even copy spell traps in your graveyard for the damage or for the heal effect. So they're easy extenders and the main engine for the counters. So you can get into your big link monsters. I play only 2 Angelo because it's a little bit. I'm sorry, guys.
No problem.
Yeah, but some Hals.
Yeah.
So, Angelo's a little bit worse.
Let's see, does he do any
as
combos?
Demono, because the damage dealing
Side
effect
deck.
is often a little bit more worth it.
Doesn't
than
do any
Demono,
combos.
So you play it free too.
Okay. I feel like a deck like this, you have to like watch like a game first to really understand what's going on.
And slots to fill for non-engine. Free Ash, free Troll, triple Fenrir. Yeah, basically a lot of hand traps. Free Ash, free Troll, free Fenrir are really good in this current format, I believe.
What's that?
It's everything a little bit, especially branded. Nibiru is a hard counter to some combo decks, and it helped a lot against
Say
the
it.
Snake Eye matchup, against branded
Say what?
matchup. So it was really helpful. And
He's just playing good cards in his deck,
the
dude.
Lockbird was my first choice of matchup actually, because I believed if I can just stop my opponent from playing a little bit, I can easily interrupt
I feel like playing Nibiru without effect negation just feels wrong.
the end board and go second way more easier. So really helpful. Inferior is just Fenrir. It's really good card.
Like, Nibiru, Ash? Snake Eye can easily play through that
Powerful spells.
with a good hand.
Free Valmonica.
Nibiru
the-
Valor? Maybe not
I
so
don't know
much.
how to spell that name. The Agato Cacological Voice. On activation, it searches the monster. And if a third counter is placed on one of your scales, you can just take one monster for free from your opponent that can attack, that you just can link it away into the link monster system.
Opinion on Fenrir?
It's a really good
Very fair,
starting
balanced,
piece
good
for
card.
your engine. You can set Stellar Trees with that, or one of your pendulum scales to get into the actual combo with that. By the way, easy combo with the pendulum monsters and Stellar Trees. You can activate Demono or Angelo to discard Stellar Trees, and they get placed into the scales. And because they're in the scales, you can
That's a new
activate
card,
Stellar Trees to
right?
get back
The spell.
Stellar Trees immediately. So you just go +1. Yeah. Then free Celta. The main gimmick of the spell cards are you can choose one of these effects if you have a pendulum scale, and if you don't have this pendulum scale, your opponent chooses the effect. And you either gain 500 life points and put one to the bottom and draw 2, or you just search one spell trap for 500 life points. And both effects are really
Boys,
good.
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what I'm looking
You
at.
want to search one of your spell traps, but it's also a really good.
Like, I'm gonna be real with you, like, I have no idea what I'm looking at. Like, man's just speaking a different language to me. Like, I don't know what's going on. And I feel like I'm wasting my time watching it because I just don't get it. I'm gonna have to, like, see some Valmonicas in a real duel to really understand it. This is, like, one deck I have not looked into at all because the first wave of cards were absolutely terrible. But they've had, like, 2 waves of support since, and apparently it's, like, okay now. Yeah, so I just couldn't tell you. Watch his feature. I think I watched it, like, off stream with, like, friends, like, the other day, and that's all I really got from it. But there is one profile I will understand, and that's Tenpai. I know that one.
Today I am here with the Master Duel World Champion Quanto Think. Quanto, tell us what you did today.
I don't understand. Is he playing Master Duel in real life? Did he bring his IRL MD deck profile? How did he get... Who let him in?
I got top 8 at Dutch Nationals.
Impressive, impressive. And what did you
How
play?
many gems did this deck cost him?
Tenpai.
Show us the list, please.
So the main deck. So I played 3 Pydra, 3 Tundra, 2 Fadra,
So basically the normal ratios.
the NPC ratios. Yes.
NPC ratios.
3 Sag and Kaiman.
Did he say NPC ratio?
We play 3 because it's good. 3 Summoning and Terra. As much engine as possible is good.
Very smart.
If you
Wow,
draw,
weird.
Tenpai cards, it's always good.
Okay.
So it's always very good.
That's it, right?
To get to more Tenpai cards, I play Prosp. Tenpai can OTK through this, which is very good.
That's really funny.
Now, the non-engine, which is more than half my deck.
Alright, let's count them up here. 3,
3 Nibiru,
6,
3 Effect Veiler,
9,
3 Ghost Ogre,
12. That's good in the mirror.
3 Emperor in main.
15.
I know, only 15 in main. Unbelievable.
Only 15.
Yeah. These are the only
One
good
card
hand
full
traps.
OTK
The
combo
rest are kinda
plus 4 hand
niche,
traps. GG.
Not always that great. Mourner is really weird against most matchups. And yeah, I mean, hand traps were fine. All of them were good.
All right.
Nothing special. So I played the 2 Fenrir and Ravesoft. Ravesoft way back.
I didn't know he was playing this card. Wow. When will you people listen to me? When will you people listen to me?
Friend. The Fenrirs, didn't see them much. You can see them on feature actually when I terraform for Ravesoft to get a Fenrir as an extra interrupt for when I'm forced to go first. I decided to main this for
Never read that
against
card.
top
Is it good?
decks When people force me to
Yeah.
go first.
Does he know it's at 3 in
It improves
TCG?
the board, seals with
Well, he's
Fenrir,
playing 2 and
it's
1
really
because I
hard
guess
to
he wanted
beat.
3 instead of 4. Maths.
Usually don't die ever, so it's fine. Then some board breakers, so 2 lightning storms and harpies. These cards are
Previous
good.
duelists, that's time on the round. You're in timeout.
3 board
These cards are
breakers.
just good. I mean, being able to just get plus just for free, destroying back row most of the time. Such as monsters. Destroy the Sanctifier of Lightning Storm. And I just still have Puppet Engrave. Very nice. Then Rivalry. Yet again, if they make me go first, they will regret it.
Rivalry main deck game 1. I guess when they know that you're
Rivalry
on
good card.
Tenpai, they know you're on
It's really not
Tenpai.
special. Like my deck is all dragons. Most of the other decks are not only one type. So they'll just lose the Rivalry.
Smart.
Good
Smart.
card.
My
Maybe you
deck
should get
is
that.
only
Maybe.
dragons.
That's maybe. 2 extra deck. So 2 Bident. Sometimes considered 3 because of Unicorn.
Biden Dragon.
Didn't play a single deck with
Thank
Unicorn.
you, Mr.
in it,
President.
so 2 was fine. Q-Belt. Nash likes it, I do as well. It's a good card.
This
Pulse
extra
cards.
deck is so
Black
standard,
Rose,
right?
It's Q-Belt, but better.
I don't think you change anything.
Also gets protected by Field Spell, so you can just do Field Spell, Black Rose, forward board, and then OTK with Kaiman.
Oh,
Smart.
unaffected Black
yeah,
Rose is
it's,
so mwah.
Good option, yes.
Clever.
Moonlight. Funnily enough, never summoned this. In testing, constantly comes up. Now, never play Voiceless, never play Snake Eye.
Ooh.
Just everything I tested.
Hold. Self-report. Self-report. We didn't play against Snake Eye? I think I'm seeing how we won how we won all our matches and got top 8.
Did pointless pretty much. Ready Rose.
Ready.
A lot of times I was about to make this, but I didn't need to because I had game anyway. So I never summoned this.
Ruddy Rose, by the way. Look what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. Look what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. Yep. I thought so. Exactly.
It's very cool in theory. It comes up in testing, but apparently
Why is he
not.
doing an IRL Marvel?
And then 2 Transcendent. This is for Unicorn. So if I can play as Unicorn, they can't banish this.
Farfel, I just got back to
This is the
play
most important card in the
Yu-Gi-Oh!
deck.
And
This
I
pretty much
have a
reads you win
budget
the
for
game.
100
Touch the
bucks
field.
to build a deck. What should I do?
Especially if you make it on an opponent's turn. They have to force all their monsters to punch into this.
$100 this
And,
format.
Also, a feature just came up, and they keep losing to it.
What could you actually build for $100? Yeah, you could probably play Fluonderies. You can't play Tenpai without... Guys, what you're all saying Tenpai. Like, that's your whole budget on a Trident Dragon. And let me tell you, that deck is not good without Trident Dragon. Okay, that you can't... No. I promise you, you notice it. It is very hard to play it without. Like, you will miss so many OTKs without Trident Dragon. Trident is being reprinted today. True, yes, Rarity Collection. Is it going to be... We'll see. I only summoned Trident twice. But that's 2 games you would have lost without it. You know?
Then Drove says you should ask a friend for this card.
You absolutely can play without it? Okay, can play and should play are 2 very different things.
No friends needed.
No friends.
You have a first edition Ultimate Rare? Have you guys made sure to see if Quantal is in your friends? Because if he's one of your friends, you could ask him. You know?
Friends needed. Try the Dragon.
Ulti first.
NPC deck. This actually lets you play OTK through Prosp. I mean, sometimes you don't need it, but it comes up in a lot of some of the OTK
Quantal,
lines.
can I rob you?
Makes OTKing easier. Whatever. Now, the rest are just flex spots. So I play Striker Dragon, SP. Striker Dragon is just to have SP that can actually bash a card.
What the?
For when I'm
Imagine not
debarriered.
playing LP.
Seals. Best card in the game.
Yes!
No deck can OTK through this. Seals scares people. It puts the fear of God into them. So next, I play Duelo Chimera. So if they have, they pass on literally only D barrier, I still OTK.
Huh?
Just punches people that just like set D barrier path.
Huh? Wait, that's not a strategy.
So, yep,
Wait, what?
Duelo Chimera, Kaiman game. Heat Princess. These come up actually more in the mirror. You steal your opponent's Tempais and you reborn level 10 off of Princess or 7.
The mirror. Wait, someone doesn't just auto die? No way. Do we have grind games?
Okay.
There's no shot.
I never summoned these 3.
Oh no?
No.
Weird. The
people
Doolittle Chimera didn't
kept
come up.
deburying me and I still won. And I played 1 mirror and I bricked.
Oh, perfect.
Very cool.
What do you think of Silentis with OTK on the barrier?
It's bad.
Facts.
If you do
Noted.
it, you're inting. So Magnamur, the Druids.
Best deck profile, you know. There's no elaboration. There's no explanation. It's like, why? What do you think of this card? You're throwing.
Drake. Honestly, you might see a trend quickly with my side deck of I don't like light and dark decks.
Okay.
You'll see it in a bit. 3 DD Crow.
What are you citing these for?
3
Dragon
Bell.
Link?
So these are my 9 hand traps.
Oh, we
that I
have...
side in.
Wait.
3 Cosmic.
We could theoretically go up to 18, 21, 24 hand traps.
And 3 cross out for the mirror. So I wanted to make sure I never lost to Melodious. So I decided to side 6 hearts for that.
It's an interesting
And
matchup to
branded,
be scared of.
9 cards. But it's only good if you draw these 9 cards.
Yeah, I can
And
see
I so
that.
happen to not draw them. So, not so good. Cosmic is just more back row move.
It's your fault if you're not drawing one of your 24 hand traps. Just get good at the game.
Stun came up. Cross out. You might be wondering, oh, why am I not playing D-Bear for cross out? Well, I'm not signing D-Bear going second. I'm only signing it versus Tempai. The mirror.
I mean, to be fair, Branded used to be so down bad in 2022. People topped, not just played, but people topped with Branded, side decking, cross out, and D-Barrier. Like, for going second. Not just like D-Barrier for going first, flip it on your opponent's turn, cross out, go second for the mirror or hand traps. No. People were doing that in Branded in 2022. People used to play that shit. So, if you really want to, you could play cross out D-Barrier.
Match. Call Chandra. FPC. Dom. Crazy. Yeah.
Impressive.
NPC.
This deck is not very complicated.
Do you activate every
honestly,
hand trap as soon
I
as
would
it
not
glows,
use
Quantal,
NPCs.
in this deck? Would you say that's how you play this?
So would you say it's the best deck in the room?
If I optimize it a bit, yes.
How do you
But,
optimize this? What's left?
It would be nice if I play a Snake Eye for once, or Voiceless.
I see. Okay. So any last words, shoutouts?
Shoutouts to WAF to help me test.
This is important. This is important.
The Deutsche Bahn.
Who?
It's always really nice
Who?
having good trains. And yeah, Farfacourt always. They always help me test. And obviously, my testing consisted of me spending the last 2 weeks.
So, what happened is, it's giving you some context here. It's Thursday night. We're on Discord. There's 2 days to his national championship, and I see Quantal playing. You know, you can see like the playing and the streaming icon on Discord, and it doesn't say Master Duel. It doesn't say like Deutsche Bahn. He's not testing or playing Yu-Gi-Oh. He's playing Football Manager. Now, for those of you who don't know what Football Manager is a game where you play as the manager of a football team. You don't actually play the football. It's the spreadsheet game for people who like football. And I asked him, Quantal, shouldn't you be practicing for your national championship? And he says, no, I need to win the league.
Play Football Manager. So honestly, I'm surprised it did so well.
Alright, so congrats to you, Quantal, and bye-bye.
Shoutouts to Football Manager, dude. I mean, you don't play the game in this thing. You don't play the game. Football Manager 2024. What does this actually look like? Starting unemployed. Wait, what? What? Park to prep. Football Manager 20. Can I just like watch some 10-minute guide? Can I just like watch like a beginner's guide? What the, bro, there's like people watch guides on this that just play the game. Let's see. Unemployed guy, dude. That is literally what the game is. I've been playing Football Manager. Is it the best Football Manager game ever? Okay, how do?
He'll be the one doing
Look at
that
this. It's just
sort of
like
thing.
spreadsheet simulator.
I would say this set piece helps with the.
You're just pulling up menus and spreadsheets and playing around with formations and this is the game.
Okay, fine.
Okay, and then you get to watch some of the game,
But now I've
but
sat
you don't
there for a
actually
couple of
play.
seasons just
This is not you playing. This is no one's playing this.
much
No
more
one's
closely, paying
playing.
attention.
You're just watching your team that you built in the spreadsheet play. I don't know how people play this, dude. I don't really Microsoft Excel the game, dude. I don't know how people play this.
Still more interesting
Football auto
than actual
battler.
football.
But it's literally a football auto battler. Roto, thank you for the 34 months. Still more interesting than actual football? Yeah, I guess so. Yahweh, thank you for the bits. I just go back to playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And have a $100 budget. Well, you could play Tenpai without Trident if you really want to. I wouldn't recommend it. It's better than Yu-Gi-Oh! Apparently. Are you going to get top 8 at Football Manager Nationals? Is that like a thing, by the way? Football Manager Tournament. Is that a thing? It must be a thing, right? Of course not. What do you mean, of course not? There absolutely is, like, competitive events for this shit. There must be. Play for free, Football Manager... What? Is this not a thing? The EFL Football Manager Cup, the English Football League. This must be a thing, right? Yeah, look, there you go. There's, like, freaking events you can go to. Right? That's probably a thing. A new DB Grinder clip, peak.
I'm not gonna lie. The country Dutch, or the nation Dutch.
Alright, we're not even halfway through, and it's a banger. Okay, please elaborate. How can this possibly get worse?
I'm not gonna lie. The country Dutch, or the nation Dutch, it might have some of the worst players I've seen in a while.
Oh, no. Are you guys taking this, Netherlanders?
Have some of the worst players I've seen in a while. It feels like every round's been like this. That actually hurts. It actually hurts.
Well, listen, the country Dutch might not have the best players in the world, but they might have slightly better geography teachers than the Midwest. I'm just saying. The country Dutch. Why does he think Dutch? Doesn't it literally say on the overlay, like, Netherlands National Championship or something? It says it on the logo. Yu-Gi-Oh! Card... It literally says it on the logo. Look at this. National 2024 Netherlands. What does he think this is? What does he think that means? Bro, I swear to God, man. DB Grinder to be the kind of guy that hears like 12 rounds of Swiss and thinks like, oh, the country. Nah, actually, you know what? He does not know that Swiss is a country. Sorry, Switzerland. Fuck. Now I'm an idiot. It rubs off on you, dude. It rubs off on you. Okay, anyway. Is it time for Woods? I'm trying to think. I don't think it's time for Woods yet, because I've kind of gone over time here, and I want to do... I want to, like, leave at least, like, 20 minutes or so for Woods. So I think we're going to, like, chill for a bit, because we have Rarity Collection in 17 minutes. So I think I want to make sure that we have time for the reveals.
English and facts.
Let me just see if I have... Okay, yeah, cool. Samuel, thank you for the resub. DB Grinder only speaks 2 languages, English and facts. English? What? What do you mean English? He speaks American, not English. This guy, dude. Reading the title explains the title. You sound like a Magic duelist. Have you seen Microsoft Excel Sports? Oh, yeah, I know that that's an actual thing. Have you ever seen EVE Online? That's also Microsoft Excel Sports. Don't make me leave. Well, I'm opening Master Duel, so, you know, that's one reason to leave. Someone give Peeps a sub, please. Thank you, chat. I have 1,000 gems! I could go burn this on something. Is there any decks I'm waiting for that I need to save gems for? I don't really think so. I could probably just go buy some random packs for fun. Should we go open something for, like, no reason? Wait, hang on. Let me make sure that I have cool accessories.
Visa Starfrost.
Protector. Do I want any of these? What have I been using? I just love my Kurikara sleeves, honestly. Wow, there are so many sleeves in the shop that I haven't got. Icon frame. There's nothing I really want here. I think it was just the deck box I wanted, honestly. Yep, and I already got it. All right, I guess we'll just do a random pack opening for no reason. The Batman, thank you so much. Can you wash them though? How often would you guys recommend washing your sleeves? Like every locals or every second locals?
I unlocked the Dante badge pog.
Because if you buy like expensive sleeves, you can't really justify spending like $12 per pack of sleeves every single time, right? Like that's a bit much. Let's just do ultras. 0, 1, 2, or 3 plus. In the meantime, while you guys are voting for this random pack opening I'm going to do, let's do a random duel live. I haven't got any footage for low-ranked duelists this month, actually. So let's find a random funny casual match. Hopefully it'll be a banger, and then we'll do the random pack opening here. Some of this stuff is so cursed. Like, why is there like a self-TK versus Dark Magician structure deck under casual? Who's botting in casual? Casual doesn't even do anything for you, right? Hey, yo, Despia the Despondent versus BLS or something. You know what? This sounds funny. Let's watch this, do a pack opening, and then hopefully it'll be time for reveals. Is Dyer, like, abusing, like, emote power? What is it? MBTG. MBTG. I don't have it. It's not loading. My Chatterino's broken. Anyway, small world with Power Pro Night Sisters in the hand. Just in case anyone was wondering if that was worth playing. So we're going to Ash the small world. Are we banishing the sisters? Revealing BLS. Banishing Diviner. We're keeping the Power Pro Night Sisters. Whew! Okay. Well, that must be part of some crazy combo here. We're going to go Diviner. And Herald gets you BLS. The Magnamut, special summon. We've got 2 6s here. We could do some Beatrice stuff. We're not. We're instead going to go for Flubba Dubba Lub Line. And linking away the Diviner for a 1. We're making Almirage. I'm sure there's a reason for this. Go branded. Huh? Plat 1? Okay. Whoa! Nation! Okay. Almirage run away. Not sure why that really does anything, but sure. I'd rather have just kept the Almirage in the extra deck at that point. End phase, we're going to summon both of our worms here. Our dragons, rather. Did you target the same monster? He fizzled his Druid's Worm. He chained Magnamut to his own... That's insane. That's actually insane. Could he have, like, done that the other way or something? Did he have another Light and Dark? I guess he didn't, but, like, what? That's just... Okay, maybe he's flexing. Maybe it's just BM. Maybe it's just BM. Okay, alright. We've got, like, full combo now, surely, right? We got BLS with the Ritual Spell. Like, come on. We must, like, have, like, a freaking crazy, like, play here. Got Branded Beast. We're gonna go Druid's Worm. We're not fizzling it with the Baldrake. That's good. Recycle the Magnamut. Chain the Branded Beast. We're gonna pop a random back row here. Maybe sending the Matai... No, you can't. It's special summon only. Oh my god, this guy's playing pure Time Lords, by the way. He's got Infinite Machine down there. Holy. Alright, there goes the one-off Druid's Worm. Surely we won't need it. Oh, we're gonna add it back, actually, with the Chaos Emperor. Card is crazy. Huh? How did... Okay, we're normal summoning the Power Pro Sisters. That's why he plays it? Because it's Chaos Angel target? Oh my god, Judgment. Oh, okay. Big Judgment on the Chaos Angel. Banish a Light in the Dark. Effect, pay 3,200. Burn for 300. Super Soldier. Ritual Summon by sending Diviner and Druid's Worm into Blackluster Soldier. And I think we've just about somehow fumbled our way into an OTK. Like, we just kind of just accidentally, like, button glow clicked our way into winning. That was crazy. That's platinum gameplay right there. Average NA gameplay. Why do you guys have to make it NA EU, huh? Why do you guys do that? Why do you people say that? All right, I gave you a pack opening thing here because, you know, is there even any, like, interesting packs to open? A full course of Matt. Do I want anything from here? Literally, no. I think I still want some things from here, by the way, funnily enough. Yeah, I haven't even pulled a Happy yet. You know, I'm sitting here with, like, triple Code of Soul. I probably don't need that. You know, weren't you building Memento? I do have it. All right, there's one Ultra in here. Maybe it's Happy. Maybe it's Happy. What did you guys predict? 60% on 2. Salamangreat of Fire. Someone teach me how to play Big Salad. Which is, I think a deck that Skrelp keeps trying to pill me on here. Update Yammer. Walls of the Imperial Tomb. Ooh! Ooh, big upgrade here. Is it Ultra? Or is it like, I bet you it's gonna be like a glossy rare. That's my update here. Looks like a super. It is Salamangreat Charge. Okay, sure. Salamangreat of Fire is the worst new card. Isn't it just like a good new starter card? Super rare we've got. Oh, it's an Ultra King Sarcophagus. I think I need that, right? How many do I have? I don't know. We'll see after. And my 6th copy of Princess or something. Alright. I wish I could have had this type of luck last time I was here. That would have been nice. Okay. Oh my god, what? It's just raining today. Drastic draw. Drastic draw. What am I drastic drawing into? An extra deck monster. That's illegal. Woo! Literally raining ultras. Let's take it. Don't of course me. Do not give me an of course. If you saw my day 1 pack opening of this when I was trying to build decks, do not dare try and tell me of course, okay? Because I had some extremely cursed interactions. Very cursed. Oh my god. Maybe this is making up for the 13,000 gems I spent and got like 7 ultras. Okay. 9th copy of Promethean Princess. Gotta love to see it. And pack number 8. More ultras. Mementotlan Darkblade. Is Mementotlan hard to play? I really hate when like low power rogue decks are also difficult to play. It's like my brother in Christ, like there is no like payoff here. There's no benefit to this. Like you just feel like shafted. Harder than DD? Well, to be fair, like new DDD is like not that hard to play. I mean, it's kind of hard to play. Memory loss. That's me. SP Little Knight. Let's go. Well, boys, we got 5 ultra rares. That is the most number of ultra rares I've pulled from this pack, which isn't saying a lot, to be fair. But yeah, let's be happy about that, I suppose. How many ultras did I get out of that? Can we already deck build for the new what's it called? Limit 1 Festival? You can. Wow, that's interesting. All right, boys. Well, if you're interested, Wednesday's going to be my Limit 1 stream. So if you're cooking up some stuff here, we might run a little mini tournament. Probably not a tournament. Probably just like a viewer room with some good content out of it if you guys are interested. So that's going to be my Wednesday content. Will be Limit 1. Yeah. Try to craft some Royal SRs. Why? Why are you baiting me into this? New news, by the way, notifications. I didn't actually talk about this, but the World Championship campaign has begun. So the WCS 24 qualifiers are starting next month. Stage 1 is June 11. Stage 2, the actual 3-day grind, pardon me, is gonna be on the weekend of the last weekend of June. I think I'm going to play this. I think I'm actually going to go for this and play it again. Obviously, I don't expect to get rank 1 and qualify, but I'm going to try and aim for a high finish. My last one, my best finish, was rank 512 or something. This time, I'm going to try and aim for a top 500, I think is a fair, what's it called? A fair attempt. So, I don't know what deck I'm going to try and practice with. I might start playing and learning Unchained. And see how that goes. I don't think I want to play the tier limit deck, to be honest. Like I would really love to play tier, but it's gonna like those games are long, really long. Yeah, like I don't know. No Snake Eye. I don't think I'm good enough at Snake Eye, and the thing is, like, I don't think Snake Eye is gonna be providing any like good content. I think that Snake Eye is just going to be. What's the word? Like, there's gonna be, like, so many people streaming it at that point anyway. It's like, if you want to watch someone like Jesse or Ryan play, you just watch their stream, right? Because that's where you're gonna get the best possible, like, Snake Eye gameplay. So I don't think I'm really offering too much in that sense. So that's why I'm not gonna bother with that. As much as I'd like to. Okay, so rarity reveals in T-minus 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. T-minus 5 minutes. Will you play BA? Yes. No, chat, I will not be playing Burning Abyss. Play Horror Stun? Oh. I did the last Duelist Cup with Horus Stun? I don't think I want to play Horus Stun for the the WCS, man. Did I miss Woods? We're going to do them after the Rarity Collection reveal. Play Bathmech. No. Saga today? No. Today, we're doing Rarity Collection in 4 minutes. And then we're doing, what's it called? Rarity Collection, and then, what are we doing? There's a podcast after, yeah. We got Raron on today, which should be kind of fun. Oh, wait, Rarity Collection, then Woods, then podcast. That's what that's the lineup for today. You have a video for RC2? I may or may not be uploading a video in 4 minutes. Let's check out this duel live, though. We've got Skull Servants at a competent Platinum 5 versus Fortune Ladies. All right, we are going Fortune Lady Wind plus Calling, summoning out Dark and Passing Turn. I don't know if that's full combo for this deck, but it's probably... My man is playing Final Destiny, by the way. Holy. Final Destiny Skull Servants. Anyway, we're sending a lot of white people to the graveyard here. Special summoning the King of the Skull Servants into SP Little Knight. SP Little Knight gonna banish Fortune Lady Dark. I feel like banishing Fortune Ladies is not good. I could be wrong, though. Alright, draw for turn standby. Anyone... anything? Okay, no, usually this deck does stuff in the standby phase. Whoa, okay. Fortune's Fortune draws 2 cards when putting 2 back. Putting 1 back here. And then Pot of Acquisitiveness to put back your opponent's banished cards. Normal Summon Fortune Lady passed. That's going to be hit with the SP Little Knight. So no level increase or whatever, I think it is for you. Oh, wow, pass turn, okay. No, you hit my normal summon. Oh, no. Normal summon White Baking into a Nightmare Unicorn. Chain blocking, discarding Banshee, triggering the Baking, triggering the Banshee on that same chain here for cost to activate Zombie World from the deck here. God, I really wanted to see this Final Destiny resolve, honestly. Searching White Prince, White Mare, discarding, activating the White Prince, dumping 2 cards, White Prince the graveyard, that's going to banish 3 cards, summon out the King of the Skull Servants, activate the White Mare in the hand, pitch and send. Oh, summon out the lady as well. This is probably just like a game here. Alright, nothing super interesting from this one, sadly. Alright, Rarity Collection reveals in T-minus 2 minutes. Did you know Final Destiny has an animation? It's just that no one's ever used it. I don't believe you. The hell is this?
Hello,
Katobla Pass.
Chilfa. It's so nice to see you relaxed now that you moved into your new home. Smile watching you while I work Farfoo.
I hope you have a good day at work. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. I'm not lying. Why would I lie to you? Why would Dyer lie to me? Why? Dyer has never told a lie in her entire life. I'm going to fact check this right now. Master Duel animation. Super Synthesis. Final Destiny. Instant win animations. What the hell is this? Oh wow, there's an instant win animation for what's it called? The freaking what the thing? See, I told you. What do you mean you told me? You didn't tell me. Sumo dice, yeah. You didn't tell me anything. There's no Final Destiny here. When you use Destiny board, instant win condition in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, new final countdown animation. Destiny board. It's not here. Bro, click the video. This is not Final Destiny! Okay, this is Exodia. This is Destiny board. This is Mischief. This is Sumo Dice. Where's Final Destiny? You skipped over it? Are you trolling me? You're trolling me. T-minus 30 seconds, chat. Okay, you know what? I'm going to go for a quick pee. Dyer, are you saying Final Countdown? I think Dyer is missing out Final Countdown and mixing it up with, what's it called? It's my alarm! Ladies and gentlemen, time for rarity reveals. I present to you the Rarity Collection reveals Papegaphone. Alright, let's change my new video trailer and stuff here to the Rarity Collection. First look. Alright. Let us proceed. All right. Anyone want to ask me a question real quick about what's in the rarity collection now that I can tell you and share it? No? Oh, you don't want to know. Heatwave? No. Trident? No. SP? No. Fenrir? No. Thrust? No. YouTube, welcome back to another early product review. You know, the reception for a rarity collection. Bonfire, no. Okay, but some people have positive
Little D, no.
If rarity
Access
collection
code,
one was so good,
yes.
why is there a rarity collection two?
Cross
That's where
out,
these come in. Two rarity
yes.
collection 2 boxes here today to open early and show you just exactly
Snatch,
what's
no.
coming in this set. This video
Pog,
is
no.
with Konami Digital Entertainment, so make sure you hit that subscribe button and the notification
Bro,
bell.
what's in it?
Alerted to whenever there is a
Well, let's
review
watch.
on this channel for upcoming future products. You can comment down below with your most shock horror reprint in this set.
I'm
Enjoy.
watching
Get these bad boys cracked
myself
open and
watch
see
my,
what amazing
watch
reprints
the
are gonna be.
rarity
Again,
review.
our first
Okay,
ever pack
boys.
of rarity collection. There's a couple of cards I think we know are in here. I think advertised was Appaloosa. Let's have a look here. We've got a Super MST, Blue Eye Spirit, Trish.
Stealing views from
Ooh,
YouTubers.
got a
Yep,
nice,
I'm
I think
stealing
this is a
from
Black
myself.
Spirit. I forgot all the names already. There's like 10 different ones, but this is a very shiny Chaos Hunter here right off the bat.
Chaos
really
Hunter's
good
pretty
as well,
cool.
so inside that card, so
Block
it's
Dragon,
here.
no.
Crossout Designator, very nice. Okay, very important staple to this format, especially a lot of people playing
Crossout was pretty
Like
good.
that. That's really awesome. Oh my god, Charge Light Brigade finally! This was like probably the big like reprint for me personally. I bought Lightsworn. I got a bunch of Charged Light Brigades, and they reprinted it. Damn. Oh no. Okay. All right. Yeah. This was one of the cards I just picked up.
You can get
we got
QCR
Charged Light
charges.
Brigade. Let's see if Trident Dragon is in here. That's the big one. We got Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon. We got Pretty Memory, and we've got Phantasme. The gold rare all art. So this is the all art, now
Phantasme
we've got
non-gold
gold
rare
rares,
is kind of nice.
All right, not too bad. First of all, we've got a Solemn Warning. Most important thing that I think about when I get these reprint sets is Time Wizard format.
There's a lot of like Edison style cards here.
Skill Drain is pretty good.
Skill Drain is a really good reprint.
Soul and Luna. We've got a very shiny Skullmeister here. That is beautiful.
There's
As well
also a
as
bunch of hand traps, which is really
number
nice.
38 Titanic Galaxy as well in here. I can't remember if this has been reprinted recently, but I think this is definitely a staple so far this format. Lots of rank 8 capabilities, especially in Snake Eye with the new level 8 Snake Eye Die Bellstar. IP Mask Arena. All art. I think this one was advertised.
All art mask, I really like.
That's pretty cool. We've got Cypher Lord Omega, and we've got Boro End Dragon as well. And another Solemn Warning. Packs. We've got Abyss Dweller, Rafflesia, Ultimate Slayer. I think this is the ultimate rare, kind of. Yep. Oh, Collector's Rare, right? The Collector's Rare, Ultimate Slayer, and we got Book of Eclipse, Secret, Cosmic Cyclone Secret, Emergency Teleport, really good reprint, Psychic and Punisher, really good reprint, and we've even got a good Time Wizard card here. This is
a really good one for Edison, unironically. Super Nibble Mega Hamster.
2010 format, I think.
Also, the fact that they reprinted Dweller is like actually just like so cursed.
Because see, like just so many useful cards across multiple different formats.
Like, it's
here.
so
And
cursed,
very,
man.
A very pretty Twin Twister. I think this is the ultimate rare, not the Collector's Rare version. So ulti Twin Twister and another Chaos Hunter. Might get complete the set at this point. Blue Eyes Alternative. We've got Bingo Machine.
Blue Eyes like cards is like okay. Gold Star. Oh, this is a big one. Yeah, Dragoon is kind of huge, kind of, sort of. It's a little bit past the time, I guess. It feels a little bit late, but Dragoon's in here, so you know that's nice.
Dragoon's in here. Fond memories of Dragoon, let me tell you that. Next pack, Garura, really good reprint.
Oh, Garura's really good. Garura's a good one. Xe Encore is a good reprint.
And a nice flashy
DD Crow's like fine.
Rescue Cards, beautiful Time Wizard reprint there.
Some Edison cards. There's like a lot of Time Wizard cards here.
Book of Moon and a Foolish Burial.
Book of Moon and Foolish.
Strike this time. Coral Dragon's nice.
Coral Dragon's good.
Primeval Planet, Pearl Rhino, okay.
I was really surprised here, but I shouldn't be because this is advertised. All of the planets are reprinted.
Hey, we can get low rarity tier field spells in here. That's really good. And a Skill Drain. We've got Aliber in Secret Rare. Another Coral Dragon picked up. Abyss Dweller. Raikou.
Dweller's good.
Right,
Raikou's good.
Another Super Mega Hamster.
Mega
Raikou,
Hamster.
Silent Swordsman. A very pretty shiny Omega.
I think I pulled everything in the set, by the way.
Very big reprint as well. The field spells
So
for Visa's Lord cards
it's
are,
quite
really
easy
good.
because I pulled 2 boxes. I think I pulled every single possible card that you can pull.
But obviously really good to have. Regardless, Access Code Talker. Nice low rarity there as well as Brick Sword and an Underworld Goddess too. Alright.
Underworld Goddess is nice. I don't know if that one was advertised. Seals is really good as well.
Really good. Brick Sword, a Boro End Dragon, Reichphobia. Hey, we're 3 for 4. Pearl Rhino. Fusion Deployment is really nice.
I think Deployment is a good reprint as well as E-Telly.
My friend. Bingo Machine Go.
Anti-Spell's just really funny.
Drain, a Ghost Mourner, and a Raikou. The OG Saravis is in here as well as another Brick Sword, Rafflesia, Ghost Ogre, all of the Ghost Sisters maybe, Twin Twister, Abyss Dweller, Aliber, Ultimate Slayer again, and
Ultimate Slayer is a really nice reprint too. Ultimate Slayer is a good card.
That's gorgeous. Love this version. This is my favorite.
Did I pull the full Third Reich?
No,
not quite.
Droll and Lockbird, Secret Rare as well.
Droll's a good reprint.
Abomination's Prison, and Enemy Controller.
Econ's been reprinted like 20 times, but ain't no one complaining about that, I suppose.
Cosmic Cyclone, E-Telly. Boro End in every rarity today for me. All right, beautiful. That's good to see. And another Psychic and Punisher. We got Rescue Rabbit, and the 4th field spell, Punisher Planet, Ravesoft. All right, we've got Jet Dragon, Skullmeister, Raikou, Super Nebel Minga.
Could have at least reprinted wanted stuff.
Every rarity of this so far, as well.
Agov cards are going to be in the tins, though. That's usually the formula, so I doubt that.
Really nice to get
like, this isn't the kind of set that should have, like, core cards. I mean, it would be nice to have it faster and sooner, but, like, the formula is, like, core booster sets, like, go into the tins, so... It's only all art for hand traps? No, there's both.
Very pretty rarity of Book of Moon, Fusion Deployment, Ultimate Slayer, Anti-Spell, shout out to Anti-Spell, and Rescue Rabbit. Next pack here, we've got a low rarity of Reichphobia, Econ, Rescue Rabbit, Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon in Secret, we've got Rinbrum as well, that's pretty good. Rinbrum is a good one. Skill Drain, Masquerade, another Rescue Cat, and another Droll.
I think Masquerade's a good one.
Just every single card you pull is like useful in some way.
No, there's no Diviner.
That's a good one. Yeah, low rarity Magician.
Okay, so I will say there are 2 cards I didn't pull. Because I was looking at the serial number. You know, it's like EN4, EN5, and stuff like that. I didn't pull 2 cards, so I don't know what what one of those 2 cards. One of them I think is a link monster, because the set number is in the middle of links. So I think the card I missed is a link monster. And there's like one other card that I didn't pull. But I'm pretty sure I pulled absolutely everything.
Pretty damn nice. We got Skullmeister, Droll and Lockbird as well. Titanic Galaxy in my final rarity for him. Secret Raikou.
Trident Dragon. Well, I mean, there is a chance, but I didn't pull it.
Charge Light Brigades.
Appaloosa, right? Well, no, I pulled an Appaloosa.
Very pretty Holo Garura here.
Bro, I got a QCR Garura, by the way.
And a Twin Twister and Secret. Normal Twin Twister. Miamigo. And
New sub sound soon, please? Are you getting sick of it?
Solemn Judgment. Another Psychic and Punisher.
Honestly, the only reason I haven't changed it is because I'm lazy.
All important Magician Souls as well. Really love
Magician Souls is a really, really good reprint.
Dugaris. That's a cool reprint. Like Dugaris. Rescue Cat.
Although Twin Twisters is nice.
My Friend Pearly and Secret. MST. Ghost Ogre. Skullmeister. And another Dugaris. I still haven't got an All-Art Appaloosa yet, by the way. Still waiting to pull her. Polarization. As I speak it, there she is. The All-Art Appaloosa.
I got the lowest rarity Appaloosa.
Forbidden Lance. That's nice. I think the
Unchained Links? No.
Right? So getting the Forbidden cards really good for Time Wizard. Garura. Another
I think the second card may be a forbidden card. Like the one card I didn't pull might be a forbidden. I'm not 100% sure.
Cosmic Cyclone, Omega, and Polymerization. Alright, next up, Book of Clips, Pep, a Droll and Lockbird. It is the All-Art with
yeah, like maybe Chalice, but probably not.
Phobia. More All-Art Ghost Ogres, Phobia, Skill Drain, MST, Coral Dragon and Secret, Garura, another Calarium.
Who else uploaded a pack opening? Revs probably did, right? We can go watch that.
Rescue Rabbit, Judgment, and DD Crow. That is everything from my first box here. So, a lot of cool pulls, a lot of really good reprints for all kinds of different formats and players.
Pack?
That's really awesome to see. Let's jump in box number 2.
I don't think Pack opened one, did he? There's Revs.
Reprint, super rare. Okay, so 3 supers off the bat. I assume it's 4 supers. Oh, okay. Yo!
This is 30 minutes long. Holy crap.
We have Enemy. Oh my, this is definitely living up to Rarity Collection 1. Look at all these great cards.
Anti-spell. One box, like 6 QCRs. Yeah, you get like, I think there's like a really high chance to pull QCRs. Ultimate Slayer, Eclipse, Lance. I'm trying to see what the one card I didn't pull was. Prison, Dugares. Moon. Like, there's like one Exosister Exceed. No, I pulled a Trish. Wait, was it Rinbrum? No, I definitely pulled a Rinbrum. Not Duality. Surprised there's no Thrust. Thrust was a core card, no? Oh, actually, I don't think it was. And it was also reprinted, to be fair, in Maze of Millennia, right? Is there normal art IP mask? I don't think there's normal art. I think it's only all art mask and Phantasme. I didn't pull the originals anyway. Was it Dragoon? No, I pulled like 5 Dragoons.
Oh, that's so nice. Okay,
I actually pulled like 5 Dragoons or something. God, what is that one card I didn't pull? The 2 cards I didn't pull.
Super Nimble Mega Hamster. The last reprint of this, I think, was interested to see what Secret Droll looks like. The art looks really kind of...
Martha? I don't know. Is Martha in here? Because there's only one Exosister card I pulled, so maybe there's a second Exosister?
Charge of the Light Brigade. Okay, we got some Lightsworn reprints. Very nice. Go alongside the new Lightsworn.
No, I pulled Hyper Librarian. I pulled a QCR Hyper Librarian.
Here, Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon. We have Parley.
Can you make a 40 card profile where you go through 40 copies of Dragoon? Sure. Pax and Magnifica? Oh yeah, I pulled a Magnifica and a Pax, yeah. You remember the numbers? I think I wrote them down somewhere.
Which is kind of cool, I guess. Let me know if you prefer the change or if you prefer the kind of subtle from Rarity Collection 1, the subtlety, I guess.
How much does it cost? I'm not sure. I hate to be like this, but this is a bit of a letdown. I guess it was destined to be after how good RC1 was. Well, I'll be honest, like, in my... Like, when I was pulling, I wasn't as crazy hype as I was for the first one. But I don't think it's because it's, like, by any stretch of the imagination, like a bad set or something. It was just, like, once you've experienced that first, like, Rarity Collection, like, that was so hype. It was always going to just be, like, you know, how are you ever going to, like, get to that hype? Do you know what I mean? Because imagine if this was Rarity Collection 1. Everyone would probably be pogging, right? But that's because, like, Rarity Collection set, like, a new standard. And if it isn't as good as RC1, then you're just going to be like, well, why isn't it as good as RC1, you know?
There's like very
These are just
small
worse
details
reprints
on
though,
other
less
reprints, and
needed
then
and
all those little
desired.
subtle things. Okay,
But the
very
problem
nice.
is that because RC1
Into
went
the
through
Secret Rare,
basically
Ultimate
all of the
Slayer.
reprints
Illusions of Chaos,
that
Secret
you
Rare.
could have
We have
wanted
the Raiko,
mostly,
Psychic and Punisher, and
there wasn't really a lot
Light.
left to reprint other than like
Oh, it's a shiny pack, shiny pack.
core
Target
set
Brigade,
cards.
gold sarcophagus for the first time in its opening.
Which,
Great
I mean,
feature,
unless they
prismatic
completely
feet,
break
sees
their
all fours,
pattern and
so
formula,
cards in the set, and then
this was never...
gold inside it.
I think this probably could never have been as good as the core set cards, as Rarity Collection one, right? Because what else is missing here that isn't a core set card, right? Like, Diviner is a big one. I don't know what else, though, right? Fenrir could have been, like, a really good reprint, unironically. Fenrir would have been a sick reprint. So there isn't, like, a ton. Yeah, it is kind of weird that there's no Diviner. Diviner was, like, an easy include. Trident Dragon, but I feel like that's most likely going to be in the what's it called? The what's it called? The OTS packs is usually where that goes.
A prismatic collector's rare Pearly go alongside RQC. Heck yeah, look at that. There you go. There's the pattern on Pearly. Very nice. Straight into a platinum secret rare fusion deployment. Dude, I keep thinking they're like core century misprints. I'm so used to seeing this border inside. It's like core century, but it's not. Fusion deployment, platinum secret rare, very cool. Yo, Unchained Solar Rage. We've got some really nice Unchained reprints in here. Anti-spell, E-Tally, and Skill Drain. Any more core centuries? We have Solemn Judgment, Mystical Space Typhoon, Blue Eyes, Spirit Dragon is in here. Very nice. Into the prismatic ultimate rare.
Spirit Dragon, Chimera. Chimera's a really good... I didn't pull no, I did pull a Chimera. I pulled one Chimera.
Heck yes, look at that, very nice. Into the Blue Eyes,
yeah, I definitely pulled one Chimera. But that's a good reprint. Oh, he just pulled two from the same pack. Nice.
I love that. And Solemn Judgment, let's go. Pearly Pretty Memory, we have, oh, this is a very shiny pack. This looks like it's going to be a banger pack. Garura is in here, actually. Wow, okay, very nice. How many rarities are in
It's actually ridiculous. I don't know what this one card I didn't pull is. And I really want to know.
Chaos Hunter, Trishula, Galarium, and
Max.
Into the prismatic collector's rare.
Chaos Hunter.
Very nice. Into the platinum secret rare Underworld.
Soul of Rage is the one you didn't get?
Wow, dude. Anti-spell fragrance, Coral Dragon is in here, and Abyss Dweller.
Oh, maybe it was Soul of Rage. Oh, so I'm literally like spreading misinformation on the internet. Someone else asked me earlier, was there any Unchained cards? And it was probably Soul of Rage. Because that I did mention there was 2 cards out of like 100 I didn't pull. And one of them was a Link monster, so I guess that's the card I didn't pull. Sorry, I'm spreading misinformation on the internet. Soul of Rage is the is probably the one I missed.
Silent Swordsman, very nice.
Wait, is A-Bomb reprinted? Well, then I guess that's it. Then those were the 2 cards I didn't pull.
Super Nimble Mega Hamster Secret Rare, Mind Control, Underworld Goddess, and Blue
I
Eyes.
don't think I pulled an A-Bomb. Did anyone remember me pulling an A-Bomb? It must have been A-Bomb, right?
Charge of the Light Brigade, we have Solemn Warning, Psychic and Punisher, straight into a Platinum Secret Rare Polymerization.
No, there's no Yama.
Look at that. Wow, it's so shiny, man. Wow. Okay, Platinum Secret Rare, very nice. We have Secret Rare Salt and Luna, Abomination's Prison, Enemy Controller, Jet Dragon, and Hyper Librarian. Raiko in a little Super Rare, Skill Drain, Super Rare Book of Eclipse, another Platinum Secret Rare, okay. Gold Sarcophagus, we got all the Platinum Secret Rares right off the bat here. Illusion Chaos, Ceravis, Aluber, and Ultra, Mind Control.
Better refund that quickly.
Okay, what else do we have? Ultimate Slayer, Super Rare, such a nice looking card, man. Super packs, we have Underworld Goddess, immediately going into a Prismatic Ultimate Rare, Blue Eyes, Alternative White Dragon, very, very nice. Glossy as ever. Going straight from there into a Prismatic Collector's Rare, number 60, Dagaris the Timeless. Very, very nice Collector's Rare. Pressure Planet Raid Soth, we have IP Master Reina, Alternate Art Pearly, and Raid Soth. It seems like
Okay, so I think like that's basically everything. I'll let this autoplay in the background. I'm gonna go for a quick pee. I'm gonna come back. If anyone missed out on any of the cards, just ask me which cards, and I'll say yes or no. And then we'll do meme review, and then we got the podcast with Ram Ranch in 15 minutes. See you in a sec.
This is your super slots, and then your luxury slots, and then secrets, and then ultras. Now we have Garura, super rare. Into Solemn Judgment, Mind Control, we have a Prismatic Ultimate Rare, Solemn Warning, very nice. Into the Prismatic Ultimate Rare, Emergency Teleport, very nice. Into the Secret Rare, Fusion Deployment, Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon, very nice. Pretty Memory, and Abyss Dweller. Banger QCs incoming. Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, we have Super Nimble Mega Hamster, Solemn Warning. Into the Prismatic Collectors, Bingo Machine Go, very nice. That's our highest printing of that card we've seen yet. We also have another Platinum Secret Rare, Mystical Space Typhoon, baby. I keep thinking the core centuries now. Into the Secret Rare, Rin from actually looks really nice as a Secret Rare. Into Mystical Space Typhoon, Omega, and Ultimate Slayer. Polymerization. Okay, this is a shiny pack. Sol and Luna, we have a Book of Eclipse. Into the Prismatic Ultimate Rare, Skill Drain. Into Core Century Secret Rare, it's a spell. Forbidden Lance, very, very nice old style staple card there. Secret Rare, Raiko, Lightsworn Hunter, Anti-Spell, Emergency Teleport, and Rescue Rabbit. Alright, let's keep it going. We have Abyss Dweller, Ghost Over, and Snow Rabbit, Mind Control, into the Prismatic Ultimate Rare, Sol and Luna, into the Prismatic Collector's Rare, Solemn Warning, into Pearly. Secret Rare Pearly, there we go. Twin Twister, Secret Rare, Skill Drain, and another Guardian Chimera. Chimera being in here is nice. We have a Silent Magician, Guardian Chimera, speaking of, Enemy Controller, another Platinum Secret. Again, all the Platinum Secrets are out of the way super early in this box. Ultimate Slayer, yo. Look at that. Look at that. Ultimate Slayer, beautiful card, amazing card, Core Century Secret, and then we're cooking. Whew.
All right, quick fire Q&A before we do meme review. Remove this when streamer gets back. I see that. I see you. I see you. How large is your... Okay, no, let's talk about reprints. What Unchained cards were in it? Soul of Rage, Prison, and I think someone said A-Bomb.
think it was like the one card I didn't pull. Do you think the set is at least 5 out of 10? The set is above average. I don't think it's as good as Rarity Collection 1, but I think it's decent. I think it's solid, to be fair. It's just not, when something is as crazy good as Rarity Collection 1, if it's not as good as that, it's always going to be disappointing, right? Like, that's the issue. Because Rarity Collection 1 was so good, if that's like 100 and this is a 90, it's still technically worse, even though 90 is like good. Do you know what I mean? So I think that's why I can see that the reception of this is not as good as Rarity Collection 1. It's probably just because Rarity Collection 1 was just that good. This shouldn't have been twice the price. Well, I think it's double the price because you just get like double the cards, but also statistically higher chances of getting higher rarity cards. I suppose is like the logic. So I don't know if that's like a better thing or a bad thing. I'm sure someone can probably work out the numbers on it. It's not twice the price. What? Isn't it? I know it's more expensive, but I don't know if it's double. Is there a Super Poly? No. No thrust, no crossout designator hurts. There is crossout designator. There's no Super Poly, though. Super Poly, isn't Super Poly, like, really cheap? But yeah, there is crossout designator. What was in Rarity Collection 1 that was so good? I forgot. Like, I think what was not in Rarity Collection 1. Alright, boys. Let's get ready for the podcast, because I do need to get through this. I do need to get through. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Let's do a prediction, because it has been a while. Macedon, meme review, laughs. 0 to 1, 2 to 3, 4 to 5, or 6 plus. Man, you'd be crazy if you're voting for 6 plus laughs. There's no shot. There's no way we laugh anything close to 6 plus. Come on, dude. That is, like, just not happening. Alright. Coomer post incoming. Oh, great. Isn't that fantastic? Wouldn't you love to see that? Alright. Let's start it up. You are all leaning towards 2 to 3. We're not hitting 4, apparently. We're just not hitting 4. That's weird. How are we not hitting 4? Is this a shit week? Okay, 2 to 3 is a lot. Alright, give it a shot. It's really bad this week, I swear. It's really good this week. It's really bad this week. Every week is different. Let's begin. YouTube, welcome back to the worst segment in all of Yugi tubing for the week. That's right, it's meme review. Will we be getting 0 laughs altogether? Because I think we've had 1 week with 0. I'm feeling confident. Overall, it's been a plus. It's been a significant improvement by at least about 25% quality in funny and just generic quality since last year. Let's begin. Meme review number 120. This week's memes. This is what I play Yu-Gi-Oh for. How it feels to finally win a back and forth 7-turn game with your opponent where you both played out of your fucking minds. Metal Gear Revengeance reference. I mean, the only thing I know about this game is the Maxor video. So relying on a secondary form of media to make your meme good is that's not that good. That's pretty rough, actually. So yeah, that's not good. Okay, let's move on. This is the highest rated meme of the week, by the way. I'm shocked you know this game. Again, only because of the Maxor video. Tiarmid Strongest. Weak aura, strong aura. I am at peace and in charge of my own combo. Fuck it, we mill. Fuck it, we mill. Fuck it, we mill. Fuck it, we mill. Well, you know, I appreciate that we're changing up the structure. You know, we're trying to do like something slightly different with our Keck W's, I suppose. I mean, something is changing here for sure. How many of you she was part of the S-Force lore before she became an amazing Link? If you don't love me at my SP Kimaru, or S-Force Kimaru, then you don't deserve me at my SP Little Knight. Okay, yeah. That's just... This is kind of a woods, man. This is not... Highest rated this week? You're really gonna tell me that these are the highest rated? Ugh. Okay, alright. I asked a friend to make this for me. Okay. Yo, what kind of decks do you use? Synchrons. Bestial Dissipator, Bar on the floor. Nope. I'm just gonna move on from that one. I love fish. Come play water. We have normal fish, edgy fish, space fish, stunning fish, white fish, girly fish, slimy fish, old fish, jellyfish. Are we halfway through yet? Okay, we're not halfway through, but this is shaping up to be, I think, maybe the worst week. This is pretty dreadful. About ready to just quit this ridiculous game. That's a good board. That's a good board. That's a good board. What is this called? Your name is Let Me Snake versus Erebus. I haven't seen them in a while. Link and Xyz monsters, Synchro and Fusion monsters, Yu-Gi-Oh players, Ritual monsters. One laugh. One. Okay, you got one out of me. It's not terrible. Drytron was the best deck. 3 years ago. Alright. World Champ Diff. Oh, a Josh meme. Hates Circular. Runic Core fits in his pocket. Loves Ray, would die for Sky Striker Ace Ray. I think we're trying way too hard to rely on haha Josh, right? Because if you really break it down, this is so shit. Like, what's the joke? He likes Runics and hates Circular? Like, there's no punchline here. We're really trying to use the aura of the world champion to hard carry this, aren't we? This is just not a very good one. Different SP faces in her new animation. That second picture, though. Okay, and finally, I think that's our first Coomer meme. Yep, there it is. That's the first Coomer meme. 2 SP memes this week, and it isn't about how expensive she is, for once. You know? That's not a meme. Anything is a meme these days. Oh, Golden Lord meme. What year is this? 2 years ago. Never say never. The most difficult enemy in this game is reading. Thus, my most requested feature is improvement of the readability of card text. This isn't a meme. This is just a gotcha. This is like, I told you. I told you. Let me just like recap really quick why this is a meme, quote unquote. So whenever you upload to our Master Duel, if you don't give your post a flare, it auto-filters it and sets it to meme. So even if it isn't a meme and people engage with the discussion, they upvote it, they agree with you. Like, for example, the good new structure of card text. They just put it as meme, and the mods, random blocks, apparently doesn't filter by actual, like, funnies. So that's why that happens. Reading. Sorry. I was possessed. This is the ideal Xyz body. You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. Arsenalization is an example of convergent evolution in which an Xyz monster evolves into a Zeus-like form from a non-Zeus-like form. The term was introduced into evolutionary biology by L.A. Borrelod. That's okay. That's actually not too bad. That's not too bad. Who described it as one of the many attempts of Konami to evolve a Zeus. Honestly, the fact that this actually read like a Wikipedia article and we had L.A. Borrelod, that's pretty good. That's not bad. Whoa! I'm not reading that. Society, if people realize Ash Blossom and Joy Spring is already outdated as an interruption and can even backfire in the current meta. Yeah, Ash isn't like, okay, alright. Branded fusion time. Yeah, that looks good. Ship it out. Okay, this is definitely the most creative branded meme. Like, 99% of this bullshit is like Ash bad, but this is actually good. Yeah, that was good. Ship it out. Okay, this is good. This is good. This is fucking good. This is great. The 4 Horsemen of Yu-Gi-Oh! Gaze. Huh? I'm sure we can find gayer Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards than IP Masquerena?
Okay, the live twin I can understand. That's usually the fan fiction we give them. But Masquerado? Their girlfriends in lore? IPSP are enemies. That's the lore. They're enemies. Mask is hunting down SP. She changed side? Oh, whoa. Sorry, was there a plot twist? I haven't been keeping up with the One Piece episode 762 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Cyberse lore. Was that actually a thing? Oh, all right, fair enough. Okay, I'm wrong. They did swap sides. He doesn't know about enemies to love it. Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. Say no to bullying. Stop hitting yourself, idiot. That's really good. This is actually good. I didn't laugh, but this is legitimately good. It's every, like, why are you hitting yourself boss monster? Look, we got Ohime here, we got Yubel. Like, this is good. This is actually a good meme. The new zoom function lets me see things that I never noticed before. Wait, is that real? Is Bonfire in the, what's it called, artwork? Is it actually real? What does he have to do with Bonfire? New lore just dropped, apparently. I mean, it's a bonfire? Yeah, but, like, what's, like, the connection between Dynamondo and Bonfire? My guy is just a Japanese bonfire. Okay. In light of recent events in the rap community, Trap Trip Garden. Anyone keeping up with the Drake Kendrick memes? During your main phase, you can normal summon a Trap Trick small... Oh, come on. Oh, come on, dude. Come on. Low-hanging fruit. Come on. Hashtag give us the cow. What is this campaign? Like, someone explained, like, what's going on with the give us the cow propaganda. What? Okay, dude. Alright. That wasn't a laugh. Oh, gee, mucho texto, man. Mucho. Can someone read this to me like a bedtime story? Can I get one of you to hop on Discord really quick and just read this for me? Alright, guys. What are some of your worst cooking gone wrong incidents you think you're coming up with an insane... I can't. I actually can't. Mucho texto. Heavy OTK dragons. I fear no deck. But that thing, it scares me. Yeah, card beat card. True. The melons tax. This is how SR and U are determined. This is solid ultra rare. This too is an ultra rare. And this is super rare. It's funny because her boobs are small. Wow. We need to get, like, Coomers off the internet pronto. Because they don't make memes. They just say really weird things and put them into pictures and then think that's how a meme works. Because that's just... What do you... Like, what? Just... Yeah, this is just, like, public self-reporting. Updated the new 5-piece of Exodia. This is a repost, and I think I had the exact same outrage when I first saw it. Baron Savage Apollosa is not comparable to Zeus. That's not how that, like... do you know, those are very different cards. Baron Savage Apollosa, you could classify in the same category. Look closer. What? Am I looking at his dick or something? What am I looking for? What? Look closer where? Zoom on his cock? What? Maxio... Wait, what? Is that a... Wait, are you actually trolling me? What the... Is that Maxi? What? What is he? I can't tell if I'm being trolled right now. What just... Shut up, that is not Maxi. Fuck off, dude. Okay, anyway. Tier limits at full power will be like, yeah, so I chain Havness. Snow, Grapha, Rukalos, Medora. Okay, I mean, it's been a year. Literally, like, I think 14, 15 months since the release of Tier and Master Duel. I get it. Tier limit, funny, right? Really, we're still making tier memes? Please fix Konami. Master Duel. Wait, why is there a new line here? Master Duel Android players crashing every few minutes. That's me, by the way. I tried to qualify for the last DC Cup, and 50% of my games, I would just crash. My phone just crashed. It was insane. Macedo PC and Kosol enjoyers. I almost laughed at just how low effort this is. Kosol. Kosol. You couldn't even, like, just proofread your meme for 7 seconds? Really? I need Konami to print this yesterday. We ain't done yet. Is this another Coomer meme? At the start of the duel, if this card is in your hand or deck, you can activate this card during the rest of the duel. Your opponent cannot surrender unless you've achieved satisfactory progress on your daily missions and MD proficiency test. Yu-Gi-Oh! Fighter Z by Hatano Kiyoshi. I mean, that's just a really cool piece of art, I guess. But not really a meme. Lore so good, Season 2 is out even before Season 1 started. Brand new frontier. Is this actually like a Konami, what's it called? Konami Art Studio thing? What's the new studio called? Konami Animation? Is this actually real? No, it's not? Oh, fan-made? Fair. It looks cool, though. Good job. New Ice Jade lore. Actually... Yeah. Can we stop getting TCG memes? Also, this week is meh. Why do we keep getting TCG memes? I said before and I say it again, could we get someone else to share real memes than pictures that aren't memes? Yeah, like that Eldritch one was like, you know, rough week. I'd say this was below average, but there was a couple of bangers here. There was a couple of bangers. What is this even? Who selects these? That heavy storm is just zoomed in art in a circle. How is that a meme? Brother, listen, if Bar on the floor with a mustache can be a meme, a circle around heavy storm, hashtag get me the cow. Give us the cow. This can absolutely be classed as a meme. All right. The fruit is very low hanging on this website. This isn't woods. It's the rainforest. Guys, the SP faces isn't a meme and it's not funny. Oh yeah, I told you. It's just Coomer's like masquerading as jokers. Anyway, how many laughs did we get? So garbage. This was a laugh, right? One. This wasn't a laugh, but it was close. One. This was good. This was two. This was good, but it wasn't a laugh. This was almost a laugh. I think it's two. Does laughing at someone telling me to look at his cock actually count as laughing at the meme? Because I don't think it does. That's not laughing at the meme. That's laughing at the chatter, who was funny. Yeah, I don't think that one counts. 2 to 3 is a section anyway. Oh, okay, true. Well, yeah, there's no difference between 2 and 3 in the Gamba, so... Pay it out! Congratulations, everyone. There were 2/3, maybe 2.5 funny memes in here. All right. Honestly, all things considered, started off pretty terrible, but ended up being fairly average. Yay! Let's move on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a podcast. Thank you for the host, Josh. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Massive. Thank you for Slender Revolution. Thank you, Bomb Atomica. Thank you, Manny Nat. Welcome back, everyone. Let's get into the Ram Ranch podcast. I'm only 3 minutes late. I'm only 3 minutes late. All right, let's begin.
Hello, Awa.
Today's topic, MBT. Ew. Hello?
Hello?
Good afternoon. Let me get my headphones on.
You need my camera for this? What's the...
That would be ideal, yes. Unless you really don't want to, I could just throw chat on the screen.
No, it's okay. Chat's ugly.
Alright. If I could have a mod change the title, that'd be really good.
What are we discussing, by the way? I have no, like, you didn't give me any preparation. You're just like, here, be here.
Yeah, I thought we would just
I
talk
don't know
about
either.
like your relationship experience and stuff like that.
With what, Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah,
Or,
no.
like, with you.
With me? Whoa. I thought we were taking things slow.
Oh, I mean, yeah, but it's important to, discuss to make sure the relationship continues on a great path, right? Also, Josh, I don't think I've ever spoken to you, man. Hello.
No, hello, how are you?
Oh, there's a very specific
good, how's it
incident
going?
I need to ask you guys about, so make sure we don't talk about
What
that thing, but, feel free to say hi, I guess, in the meantime.
We're allowed to. Okay, we're allowed to talk to each other. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I am allowing you
So-
permission to speak to one another, at
Okay,
least.
good.
So, Josh, you play Yu-Gi-Oh, or?
Hey, you come here often.
Sometimes.
Okay, click the link in the Discord and join the camera room thing.
I'm in the control room. I don't know if that's meant to happen.
Oh wait, that's actually not meant to happen.
I'm also there too. What is this?
Wait, what's the? How do you make the link? Wait, let me just remake this. Create
Okay.
a room, enter room, and then invite a guest. Oh, I think it's this link. Ah, yes, I gave you the director link. That's why.
Hacker mans, I'm in.
All right, let me center this text here. Enter. Which one is it? Vertical, horizontal.
And do you need my audio source too, or no?
No, I'll just use Discord. That's usually what I do.
Okay.
And we have a Yosh, I think.
I
We
hope
have a
this works.
Yosh.
Stop.
You see me? Hey.
And we have a Ram Ranch. Let's go. I think. Hold, pause. Is
The energy.
it working? Okay, there we
Is
go.
it? You see me? I
They're a
think you
little
see me,
blurry,
right?
but I don't know if that's just like it'll fix itself
think-
in a moment.
Hold on, maybe I can change it.
This OBS Ninja thingy keeps doing that. I don't know.
Well, previously it's because my internet's dog shit. But I don't know if like.
Okay, so we're blaming Raran. Okay, good.
I don't know if it's my camera. It might just be.
It looks
I think
fine
now it's fine.
Yeah, it just seems to like take a minute to stabilize.
Okay.
Okay, I guess we can begin. And if you're actually wondering, like I did specifically mention, we were gonna just do like generic like card game discussions since you know a thing or two about a couple of card games, and Josh I heard is also competent at some card games.
Yeah, I know my rectangles.
He knows
Wait,
his rectangles.
What card games do you guys play besides Yu-Gi-Oh?
We'll talk about it during the podcast,
Oh, it's
Raran.
not started yet? I have no idea how this works.
I need to do
No
an
briefing.
intro.
Is there an intro?
Yes.
Is there an intro too?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize. Sorry. I'll wait.
All right, let's begin. In 3, 2. Hello and welcome everyone back to another special episode of Heart of the Cast. My name's Farfa and I'm joined by Mr. Joshua Schmidt.
Hello.
And our special guest this week, you're being spoiled with the special guests. We've got Yu-Gi-Oh! Content creator extraordinaire,
Oh my
Hearthstone
God.
side game, Raran.
Sword
Hello.
Soul's strongest soldier.
Sword Soul's strongest soldier.
Yeah, I'm kind of sick at it. Not gonna lie.
When was the last time you touched Yu-Gi-Oh? Is it actually since the last uploads?
It's been I can't. When did I do that video? February. So February.
Oh wow.
I haven't even looked at it. The last thing I did with Yu-Gi-Oh was with you in MBT, but that was like not even Yu-Gi-Oh related, right?
Okay, quick trivia. What is the best normal summon in Sword Soul?
Mogi, no problems.
Yes!
I had to dig deep here. I'm gonna be honest.
You have to wait for chat to update.
No, listen, I have played so many card games recently. I have to go through like the database, and then I gotta filter it by Yu-Gi-Oh, and then I gotta filter it by the deck. It's just too much.
Yeah, it's
He's not Kopi, by the way.
He's used to having like 7 cards in a format because there's no rotation in our game. It requires actual like skill and memory.
Okay, we're starting good right on the bat. Okay, we're fighting. Good.
Okay, so we usually yap a little bit for the first 10 minutes before we get into a structured, detailed sort of itinerary of discussion points, which I've definitely prepared mentally about 5 minutes
Yeah,
ago.
the stuff that you've been briefed on, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
yeah.
But first of all, I would love to provide some context for everyone here. Raran, or whose perspective should we get this from? Let's get it from yours first, Raran. What is your first interaction with the world champion of Yu-Gi-Oh?
Josh, was it you in my chat? Just to confirm it? Was it you?
What?
Was it you? Okay, I'm not sure who it was, but like I remember streaming Sword Soul, and then I thought it was you in chat based on what other chatters said.
And what did he
have
say to you in chat?
And you said to me, yo, like, would you like to get like trained or whatever, or would you like some coaching or something by you? I don't know if it was you. I think it was you based on what chat said. Okay, was it you?
No, that wasn't me.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
hearing that for the first time.
I thought it was you. And someone in my chat was like, did you actually just not take advice from the world champion himself? And I felt so bad because I was like, wow, I really just told this guy, no, I don't need you.
No,
Apparently
that was
it
me.
was
Maybe it was
Quantal.
Quantal.
It was
Okay.
Quantal.
Chat is saying it was Quantal.
Okay, that is
Yeah.
that's still just as funny. That the
Quick Google search on
world
who
champion
Quantal
of
is.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Master was in your Twitch chat offering to help you with Sword Soul, and you said, "I'm good."
Wait, is Quantal also a? Oh.
It was the Master Duel World Championship is a team tournament. It's a 3v3.
Oh, and he was part of your team?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I told him no, I'm good. Didn't even know who he was. To be fair, there was like 800 people telling me in chat what I should do. So some rando that I didn't
I would
know.
do the same thing if Quantal was in my chat. It's fine.
You know what the worst part is too, and I feel so bad about this. I feel like this is the first time I've actually heard Quantal's name, and I had to Google search them.
I mean, he would have told you to normal summon Moyi and right click, so it's fine.
Oh, okay, so we're chill.
That is a third lower level of hit and runs we're doing here, Josh. Okay. Yeah, so that's your introduction into Yu-Gi-Oh! That you didn't think to find out who the world champion was before making 2 or 3 videos discrediting and making fun of our game. But that's fine. That's whatever. That's whatever.
Do I need to conduct or contact a world championship to know how bad Yu-Gi-Oh is? I don't think so.
Yu-Gi-Oh players will usually give you like this gatekeeping itinerary of like a 7-point like step thing that you need to follow before you're allowed to criticize Yu-Gi-Oh. And apparently doing a full Salmon Great combo is one of them.
Yes.
Listen, we don't have to discuss. Listen, I'm a changed man. I had an epiphany.
He's one of us now.
I've established why you guys like this game. At least as far as I'm concerned, and I reached diamond, which is, you know what, good enough for me.
I honestly think if you kept playing, you could have hit master, but you didn't want to keep pushing, which understandably so. After your maxi realization,
it's just time, man. It's just time. There's too much other stuff I want to do, and there's only so much Yu-Gi-Oh a man can handle in a week before I go insane. I don't know how you guys do it.
So as a small introductory course here, do you want to tell us really quick, I suppose, on a personal level, a little bit about how you started content creation and card games in general?
Oh, God. You want me to go that far back?
Yeah, let's hear the deep lore.
All right. Okay, so the year was 2011. 2011? Maybe a little later, give or take a year. I can't remember. Do you guys know who Nanners is by chance?
No.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. He is a Minecraft. He was like the first person I saw play Minecraft. I'm sure people in your communities know who Nanners is. Anyways, goated guy, saw him play Minecraft, and I said, wow, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. So I actually really tried to be a Call of Duty YouTuber for a really long time. I've deleted all this stuff. I didn't bother try. I hope so.
Oh, baby, a triple.
Listen, you may not see it, but I was dropping nukes daily. I was popping off. And then my world shattered.
Kill streaks, bro.
My world shattered when I was introduced to League of Legends in season 2 of the game. And after that, I tried to be a League of Legends like streamer, but like that was really saturated. Also, I was dog shit at the game. Can I swear on this, by the way? Yeah, no briefing.
Yeah, that's all right.
I'll keep it friendly if I need to. Yeah, so League ruined my life for a while. Did try streaming, and then during one time, it was like second year of university, I think.
What were you studying? I'm curious. I'm trying to think. Like, let me see if I can get the area. I don't think it was a STEM subject.
What the hell is STEM? Is that like psychology?
No, it's like science, maths is like a STEM subject.
Oh, I was there.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. You that was your degree, and you don't know what the term STEM is? Is this like a UK thing?
You think I was playing League?
Did you graduate?
I did graduate.
No, that's fair enough.
Okay, what's your degree?
I have a degree in computer science and a specialization in mobile computing.
Oh shit! Isn't that literally your degree without the second part, Josh? Aren't you comp sci?
Yeah, I'm a software engineer. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Were you a software engineer before you went pro Yu-Gi-Oh, Josh, or no?
No. I just finished university like 2 years ago.
Oh shit! Okay. Oh my god.
Josh, can you say something to Raran comp sci related that I wouldn't understand, but he would?
No. It's been too many years, bro.
Dude, don't put me on the spot like that. What's the point of that?
Okay, that's
you want
fair.
me to talk about him talk to him about like C# or something? What was your favorite programming language?
I could actually have a conversation on that, but if you ask me specifics, I'd be like, fuck, man, it's been too
Okay, so
long.
what is your favorite programming language?
Well, I wanted to be an iOS developer, which is what I got like a job in after I was finished school. So my favorite language is Swift, which is like Python, but
The
like
only
I
Swift I know is
for
Taylor
iOS.
Swift, but you guys can continue.
Nice.
So you're both Swifties, but in different ways.
Yeah.
Not even.
Why? I legitimately, I've seen chat make fun of iOS, and I don't know why. I fucking loved it. It was so fun. It was the only programming language where I was like, yeah, I get it. Because the rest of, oh my god,
Isn't it
C#
because like it's like the simplest one or something?
basically, okay, the problem with coding is that you have a lot of language, you have to put like semicolons to like end your lines, and a lot of the time that could just mess you up, because if you miss like a single thing, you run the compiler and it's like, oh, you have an error. Swift is like, oh, you don't have to worry about that. Like, you just do your code, and then it's a lot easier to figure out what you did wrong. But god, older languages, like if you miss one thing, you're stuck for maybe 3 hours and you're like, what am I doing?
And as someone who has no idea about coding, like Braran basically just said, like, yeah, if you don't pay the cost, it's like really bad. That's the closest relation I could make this.
That is not okay. Well, anyways,
I assume coding doesn't have costs and effects, but yeah,
they
can.
Yeah. So where
Yes,
did the
there's no maxi encoding. That's you can't
Imagine.
put Yu-Gi-Oh on everything, Farva.
You can try. So where did the card game come from?
Oh, I used to play a game called Chaotic, which is like a really old TV show that was on Canadian broadcast. I don't know if it was like on any other.
Oh, I think
network.
you mentioned this like on like when we were dueling, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my name comes from that game. It's like there was a creature called Raren. And we used to go to like our local card shop to play it. And then I realized how expensive card games are, because like when you're young, like $10 a pack or whatever it is like ridiculous. Like it's so much money.
Yeah.
And I was like, why would I buy money on cards when I could just play League of Legends? So, you know, definitely definitely made some good decisions there. But then Hearthstone came out, and I was like, oh my god, this is what I've been waiting for my entire life. A card game where I don't have to physically have someone else to play with, and I can play wherever I want. And that like really catapulted my interest into card games. I was really bad when I first started, but look at me now, absolutely goated. So even I deleted all my older videos, but if you go look, like I was definitely not great.
Why'd
But
you delete your older videos?
I have this weird idea that like if someone comes to my channel, I want like a perfected portfolio. So if you go back and look at my older videos, they're like, what the hell is this guy doing? Because like I'm sure when both of you first started, like you go look back and you're cringing, right? Like there's no way you guys were just like, oh, I'm the best content creator that's ever done it from the very beginning. Like there's some rough moments for sure.
No, I see where you're coming from. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like you're like cringing either though. It's just like, you know, you could do better looking in hindsight now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I definitely get that, but at the same time, it's like I haven't privated or anything any of my older videos just because I feel like it's nice to have that collection of that history to be able to see that growth and stuff like that. I think it'd be strange for someone to like look at a video from 7 years ago and then be like, wow, this Farfa content creator sucks because like the mic is shit, the editing is bad.
I mean, you're always more critical of yourself than others.
That's also very true. But what were you doing, right? Were you just doing gameplay videos, or were you actually like putting like effort into it?
Like, genuinely, I have done everything in Yu-Gi-Oh! I've tried like documentary style things, informative content, funny content. Like I've tried everything, and I guess nowadays I've settled to where I'm at now, which is like a sort of kind of mix of like mostly entertainment based content rather than competitive style content. I think is kind of where I've settled these days.
Okay, I'm looking back at your older videos. Yeah, so I just want to see what you did, because my older videos were like, this is this deck during this meta game, and this is how you play it. It's just gameplay, right? It's not like exciting to go look back on. It's just like, here's this really bad content creator trying to like show you how to play a deck that no one's watching. So
yeah, I think I had like a frog gameplay in like 2014 or something, which is like, I think, you know,
Well,
that's just not a
2024. What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, at the same time though, if it's like super outdated, does it really matter if it's still there?
That was my logic.
I guess
no one was watching the older stuff, right?
I guess.
So That's why I deleted it. I don't have any regrets on it, for the record. I wish I kept like maybe my very first video, because then I could literally go back and see how far I've come. But
did you delete, or did you like unlist? I guess you deleted.
You could have just privated it, right?
I legitimately delete all of them, because here's my problem is I don't know about you, Josh. Like, I don't know how much you really focus on YouTube. But like, I'm very analytical. So when I look back at like stats and videos, I don't actually want them to be a part of it. Like, I want to have like a very good subsection of like what is doing well, what isn't doing well. So I literally deleted all of it, so I don't have to look at the stats of those videos.
Okay.
So when I look at like my oldest video, it is somewhat recent, where I could start comparing it to current videos and see how far I've come, rather than like, here's my very first video and I sucked. I mean, in hindsight, maybe I should have kept it private, like, for sure. But whatever.
I mean, yeah, I get that. Can't you just like use the analytics tool and exclude some of the stuff manually? Like, you could just be looking at the stats from like
but then you
last
gotta
year.
do that for so long, like, to find like a good range. Anyways, we're not gonna go through this.
Okay, and I get it. It's fine.
What was I talking about?
Yeah, so it's your first jump into like content creation was through Hearthstone because you really wanted to play a card game, but it was like kind of budget that was like
That's actually not true. That's actually not true. My first jump into content creation. Well, so Chaotic was my first card game.
Yeah.
But my very first content creation, like, huge moment was with a game called Mario Tennis Aces, which is for the Nintendo Switch. And I was top 5 in the world. I was really fucking good at that game. It was so fun. If you have not played Mario Tennis Aces for your Switch and you have it, go play it. It is like, it sounds cringe, but it's so competitive. It is a crazy, well-made game. I was insane at it. I loved it. And
Does it still like exist? Does it still have competition?
I think it still has an online.
It looks fairly like semi-modern as well. It doesn't look.
When did it came out? Like 2018, 2019.
Chat's asking for your main.
Oh, okay. I made I started with Waluigi, but he was like OP. I forget who I went to after. He was broken because he's so fucking tall. So like, nothing can get past him.
Is there like stats and stuff for the different characters?
Yes!
They have like.
Oh, there's a meta game, man. His reach was nuts.
I feel like that's the case for almost any game out there, dude. Like,
yeah, but like tennis.
Yeah,
dude, it was,
but like,
it was
you know,
competitive. It was crazy. It was actually insane, dude. You want to hear like a really cringe story? And my friend still reminds me of this. I was so addicted to that game that they invited me to a party, and I brought my Switch so I can min max that game. Like, I was in it.
Dude, that reminds me of 1 year. I was trying to qualify for the BlizzCon qualifier in Hearthstone, and I had to keep checking my rank at a New Year's party because it was really important that I would finish like top 10.
Oh yeah, okay.
And I grinded all the way up to like, I think it was like top 5 or something, and I had to keep checking on whether someone would overtake me. I didn't actually have to play, but so it was just me constantly in the corner checking for my rank. But yeah.
That meme, like, they don't know I'm a competitive Hearthstone player.
Just in the corner. Wait, so you can check your rank, and then I guess like similar to Master Duel, right? And when you do the qualifier, if your score drops, you have to go and like queue, I suppose. Is
essentially, I was like I don't know, 5th in Europe or whatever on the leaderboard, right? And I could go into the game on my phone and see if my rank has changed. And if it would change, I would have to go and play.
Was it live or was it like Master where it's like every?
No, it's live. In Hearthstone, it's live. You can see your own.
Oh,
rank
that's awful. You must just be sitting there like constantly, like At least in Master Duel, they give you like an hour to just like stop checking the ranking.
Yeah,
that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, tell us about this Mario Tennis video that popped off apparently.
Well, it didn't pop off. I was just like, basically, one day I just tried the beta and I streamed it. And I really liked it, so I just continued streaming it. I had like good viewership for a while, and I was gonna try to carry that.
What were you streaming on, by the way? Was it Twitch?
Yeah, it was Twitch. It was Twitch.
Was it Twitch at the time, or was it like Justin TV? I can't.
No,
I don't know
it's
how long
Twitch.
It was. Okay.
Tennis came out in like, I think 2018. It was not that long ago.
Wait, that's way after Hearthstone, though.
Yeah, like I was addicted to League of Legends, and I wasn't.
So you started playing Hearthstone, but you didn't create content.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's the problem with so I was a very late bloomer when it came to puberty, so my voice was very high for very long. And every time I tried to do something, like the first comment I would always read is like, "Why is this 5-year-old making content?"
Oh no!
So, like that hits you in a weird way because
so
it's not like,
mean.
hey, I can do anything about it, but like I also
Yeah.
understand why would you, like in hindsight, it's like why would anyone want to listen to like that? It's fine, whatever. So anyways, what happened was I always really liked Hearthstone, and I had to do my thesis the last year of university, so that I had to stop making. I had to stop streaming because Josh, I don't know if you had to do a thesis for yours or what you did for your final year, but like the thesis took so much time that I just didn't have time to do anything. After that was over, I moved out with my girlfriend, and I was like, oh, she's at school still, so I have so much time to do it on my own. So I was like, I'm gonna start playing Hearthstone and like making content on it, mainly because of the fact that A, no, none of my friends played Hearthstone anymore, but B, like I still genuinely love the game. And it was like a really good time to get back into it because Hearthstone does rotations like a proper card game should. So I was like, this is a good moment to get in.
Holy burn.
This is a good moment to get in. And then I hit the jackpot in a sense of like when COVID happened, Demon Hunter was released, which was the first Hearthstone class ever made. So like as someone who looked at stats and I was like, this is my time to really get into the moment. So I went full time in like a year and like a month because of that perfect storm in a sense. Obviously COVID sucked, but like in the case
say that
of,
part
like,
again.
growing,
You went full time in a year in a month.
yeah, a year and a month.
Oh, okay.
Like around
All right.
around that time. It didn't take me very long. Like I was very lucky, but I also did like a very basically like Hearthstone doesn't have this is my biggest envy from Yu-Gi-Oh! From a Hearthstone creator is you guys have this really good sense of community. Like all of you guys are together and you work together to make content. Hearthstone's really like siloed in the sense of like we don't really communicate with one another. It's like, yeah, this guy streams and then I stream. So when you start as a Hearthstone content creator, you really have to understand you got to do something different because most of these people are doing the exact same thing anyways. So my philosophy was, let me do 3 deck guides a day and just get into the algorithm as much as possible. And that was like my goal, which really worked out for me because like I wasn't the guy known for my personality yet. I was known for, if you want a deck to play, this is the deck you're going to play. I did that for like 2 years. And then they released one of the worst expansions. I mean, the worst expansion of all time in 2021.
Is that the odd even thing?
No, that was 2018 for that one.
Wow, that was wild.
Stormin was basically Yu-Gi-Oh, but Hearthstone. Like you would die really, really fast. Josh, I don't know when you were trying to compete for Hearthstone, but Stormin was my least favorite.
The year I got the closest to making it to BlizzCon was the Grim Patron Freeze Mage.
Oh, okay. So that was time ago. Okay.
Yeah. It was like 2015, 16 or around that time.
That was a good. I missed those years.
Yes.
Stormwind sucked ass. I hated it with all my heart. So I the last month of that year, I was like, I'd rather be a full-time iOS developer, make more money, and not worry about like financial outcome because Stormwind really affected the game.
Wow.
It was very raw. Like I also, in hindsight, right, like COVID and Demon Hunter really exploded viewership for probably everyone. Like you guys probably even felt the effect, right? Like especially if you were a creator during that time, you probably saw significant more growth, more viewership, just because everyone was at home.
Josh is a fairly recent content creator, but he's played the game for a while. But for me personally, like, yeah, some of my best streams and numbers and stuff was COVID for sure, yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of people noticed that. I obviously being like a new content creator during that time, I was like, oh, this is gonna last forever. It didn't last forever, right? And then Blizzard got hit with like their sexual allegation like stuff, and that the same year Stormwind came out, and then Mercenaries, their like gacha game mode really sucked. So it was just a lot of like negatives all at once, and I was like, this isn't worth financially like causing me so much stress. So I was like, I'd rather be an iOS developer. And then that month I was like, I had 2 sponsorships and I said to myself, I'm going to try something completely different and see how it goes. And like, that's why I ended up here, because I like legitimately tried. So then in 2022, I spent 10 hours a day minimum writing, editing, posting a video. And I did that every day for like 5 months until I was finally at a point where I didn't have to worry about like income as much. Because I was so worried I wasn't.
What kind of stuff were you posting?
Those videos are still there. Those are like documentaries, or like why like Hearthstone almost died from this expansion, or my most viewed video is why one card almost broke a card game. And that's like, that video hit 1 million views like a month ago or 2 months ago at this point.
What was
Which
the card?
card is it about?
I was Nas Dormu.
Is that the rope card?
Yeah, makes 15 seconds. Your turn's
Yeah.
15 seconds long, and then people, without spoiling the entire video, people would cheese like the animation times because Hearthstone's animations continue
Oh, I
on your
remember
opponent's
that.
turn.
Yeah.
So you
No,
could
when you
could
would
do
play
some
when you have a
really,
bunch of stuff that triggers at the end of the turn, right?
yeah, you could cheese people with it. And
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
so
yeah.
much more that continued on for Hearthstone's life. Like even like 8 years later, that card was still causing problems because of animations and stuff. So, and Blizzard, like, I don't think they ever fixed it, but the card is no longer in standard that you can't really like do anything with it anymore. But there was like really big moments where like people would win because of that card. It was pretty weird.
All right.
So it's basically Zarimi.
Is what?
It's basically Zarimi, isn't it?
The new, wait, you're talking the Hearthstone card, right? Not the,
Yeah.
okay. Not necessarily.
Well, it's the
Zarimi,
same.
like,
You just skip your opponent's turn.
well, Zarimi gives you an extra turn.
Yeah.
So you get to play it again, where Nosdorma like literally skipped your opponent's turn. Like they didn't get their chance to play the game,
I guess.
even though it was their turn. Yeah, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. That's my story.
Did people get banned for that?
No, I don't
Really?
think so.
It's this very gray area in Hearthstone, I feel like, where it's not people's fault that the game is coded that way. That like the end of turn animations takes away from your opponent's turn timer.
Yeah. Also, if it gets like
Oh.
randomly generated, like what are you gonna do? Not play towards a win condition? Like that's the biggest problem, right? Like if it randomly comes on board, you're like, okay, now I gotta actually play the game. Like, do you know Life Coach, Farfa? Do you know who that is?
That clip is hilarious, dude.
Yeah,
It's so funny.
No.
So context for people who don't know, Life Coach was a Hearthstone. Like he's obviously much bigger than he is now, but when he played competitive Hearthstone, he would take his full 90 seconds every single time because in his mind, it's like I might as well use that time to make the best possible turn every single turn.
Oh, even like turn 1 when you have literally like no play.
Literally.
There's a clip of Trump reacting to him taking his full turn, like actually like audibly sighing because he's like, what is he doing? Like, it's not like this is like complicated. So then he had a game against him where Nosdorma was played like randomly and he just didn't know what to do because he wasn't ready for it. And he lost that game because of it.
This thing.
Like, it's not like people ran
At least 50% of it was just tilting the opponent, though, I feel like.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That had to have been part of it.
It's the mind game. I'm not sure if I like missed this, but why did you decide like Hearthstone was what you're gonna make content about? Because you must have been at a crossroad between League and Hearthstone, I suppose, right? Because
yeah.
Because you mentioned it was oversaturated, but like you could have done what you did in Hearthstone, which is like different type of content for League potentially, no?
Sure. Year 3 for university, I had to stop playing League, like because it just take too much time. And League of Legends is a game that like sucks you in.
When
like,
you say
really,
take like you had to stop, was there like almost like an intervention of sorts that like
No. It's just like
cold turkey or
I was like, hey, like this is something I can't do anymore because like I need to make sure my grades are like in a good spot to make sure I can continue doing this. Like it wasn't like I was failing or anything. It was just like you have to get over that hump. So I played it a lot less. I just didn't have time. And I started seeing like my girlfriend, obviously. So like, you know, I picked like a girl over League of Legends, which was a great decision. So then by the time I got to like my final year of university, I was still playing Hearthstone. I wasn't playing League. So then I was like, okay, I'll just continue playing Hearthstone. Also, Hearthstone was like really fun. Like I really liked Hearthstone. It was a really good year for Hearthstone when it came to Rise of Shadows. So it was like the perfect storm for it. Again?
Like remind me of that format. Which one are we talking?
Rise of Shadows. Yeah, that one. Rise of Shadows was like the year after Gen and Baku were rotated. Like that rotation was like a really good moment for Hearthstone because it was just a really good year. They had an overarching storyline with like the Rise of Shadows versus the League Explorers. I don't know if you played during this time. It was just what a good.
What was his name?
League of Explorers for sure.
The Warlock. What was his name? The evil guy. Rafal. Oh, dude. Yeah, that was cool lore wise and stuff. I love
Wasn't
like the
Rafam
stories.
the guy that replaced your entire stuff with legendaries?
Yeah, they basically Hearthstone has this problem of making new characters. Like I don't think they've ever really been able to do it. So they keep bringing back League of Explorers and League of Evil, and Rafan's usually the leader of League of Evil, and then Reno's like the main guy for the League of Explorers.
Yeah,
bring that back, yeah.
League of Evil, really creative on the name there. I wonder who the bad guys are. The League of Evil. Okay, I think it stands for something. Is it like actually an acronym?
I don't know if it actually is.
I thought it was. Okay. Okay, so I want to ask Josh what your thoughts on Hearthstone were. like from a competitive standpoint when you were playing it, like mechanically and stuff? Because you
I
were very into it and obviously really good at some point.
I mean, I enjoyed it for a lot of the same reasons that he mentioned, where like you can just play it from home very comfortable, which is something that for Yu-Gi-Oh before Master Duel was not something we actually had, right? We didn't have ways to actually play from home without having physical cards and having friends over or whatever. And I spent a lot of time that I look back on very fondly of like hanging out with some people in it wasn't Discord at the time. I don't know what we used, but like some sort of call, and we were hanging out and playing Hearthstone together, and it was really really fun. From a competitive standpoint, I think it has it like any card game, it has its highs and lows. I've always looked from my perspective, it always felt like it was a more it to me it felt easier, but maybe that's also because I had been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for 15 years at the time already or whatever, right? So I don't want to stir that pot right now. But I always felt like it was at certain points it had a lot more randomness involved with all this like random creation and end of turn Ragnaros or whatever, Sylvanas Steel or whatever. It had a lot of those aspects, which I felt like Hearthstone was always the more enjoyable game if you didn't want to take it as seriously. It's like the perfect game to play and not try hard too much, because I always felt like there's been periods where I was try harding and that became frustrating after a while sometimes, because it just like sometimes just like doesn't go your way, I feel like. But I always had like whenever I was not super invested but rather just like play on and off and just try to have some fun with it, I think it's like the perfect game for that, right? The casual play at home, play with friends, and all that kind of stuff. I really like it, which I think that's why it's also so successful, unlike the in comparison to other online card games.
Yeah, that's interesting that you've sort of focused on the variance and the randomness of it. And I think that's probably a good description because it's such a fun game when I think you aren't trying to min-max it because of all the reasons you mentioned. But the high
Try
highs...
to min-max a Yoxeron, dude.
Was there anything that you see as like some of the major, like what are some of the most frustrating moments for you when trying to play Rauran? Hearthstone specifically.
But Hearthstone?
Yeah, like
That's what
historically
you're
or even
asking.
today.
Okay, well, I'll get to later. I'll get to today later. Hearthstone, I think Josh is right. Like when you start to play professional Hearthstone, I think that's when it starts becoming really annoying because the game is designed for like, in my opinion, it's designed for like 2 hours a day, right? Like you play the variance is what makes it exciting because each game plays it differently. And back in the day, the way that they did RNG was really like sometimes RNG would just roll you, and other times it would be like your best friend. They really leaned into it. There's a card called Josh, you probably remember, it's called an Implosion. It's my least
Oh,
favorite
yeah.
card of
Oh,
all
man.
time. Farfo, if you don't know what it is, it's like
Ooh, wait,
it
wait,
would
wait.
say,
Let me try and remember. Is it a Warlock card?
yeah, this is a Warlock card. Yep.
Okay, what does it do?
It said deal 2 to 4 damage, summon imps equal to the damage that you dealt. But you didn't know how much damage it was going to do before you played the card. So that variance mattered so much because it could dictate the game. Like if
Yeah.
you hit the 4 and you summon 4 imps, like you might as well just lost. But then the reverse would happen. You'd be like, why did they design a card like this? They haven't done that since. Like that was the only expansion where they did that kind of nonsense. But like there was RNG like that in the early days of Hearthstone, which wasn't great, especially for competitive Hearthstone. But as a viewer, it was very exciting to watch.
I mean, yeah, dude. If a Ragnaros hits face when the opponent is on like 8 life and has 7 minions and is gonna kill you next turn, otherwise, like that's just such a hype moment to watch.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I think what Hearthstone really did and they leaned into was like the memorable moments in a card game. I don't know if Yu-Gi-Oh has the same concept, but like you never forget the moment where like Rag hit that 1 in 7. Like that was a huge moment, like especially the first time it happened. And competitive was awesome to do. I think Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh, go for it.
It's very comparable. Sorry for interrupting. I was just it just came up to me. It's very comparable to the Exodia moment that happened like a couple months ago at some YCS, which is like a super high roll, should never happen, right? But someone assembled Exodia FTK twice on stream at a YCS, and it's just like one of the most memorable moments, right? That is not it's not a perfect image of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh or whatever, right? But it's that's the stuff that you remember, right?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Because like the problem with I would imagine with Yu-Gi-Oh currently is that it's very consistent. Like once you get the critical mass, like Snake Eyes when I was playing, from what I could tell, like they just hit the nuts, like you're just over. Game's done. Where like at least with the variants in Hearthstone, sometimes you had an out that you could play for that you would remember for a while. That's what like probably the biggest concern with Yu-Gi-Oh is for a lot of people who don't want to get into it, because you have to understand so much about the consistency of a deck, which makes it obviously very, very like daunting to get into, speaking from personal experience. The problem with Hearthstone right now is that they've really leaned into consistency and draw. One of the ways that they balanced classes before was like some classes had draw, other classes don't. Every single class in Hearthstone now has a way of consistently drawing to their very good cards, which means the variance isn't there nearly as much. And more importantly, like games end a lot faster in Hearthstone. And because cards are hitting the point where like effects are so good they can win the game on the spot, it leads this like it makes you wish the game was a little slower than what it used to be, which is like unfortunate, because if you're someone who really liked the older days of Hearthstone, it's never going to be like that ever again, because the cards are just too strong. But that's the current problem with Hearthstone, which is during Stormwind, it was at its absolute peak when you would just die on turn like 4, which you don't, a lot of people don't play Hearthstone to die on turn 4. People play Hearthstone for like the variants and the RNG and like the fun effects that you could do. But like when you're dying that fast, that really takes away what Hearthstone wants to do. And because we don't have hand traps, if your opponent just gets the cards, like you're like, okay, I just lose. So it doesn't, it's not as bad as it used to be. Like Stormwind was rough. People obviously liked it. They tried it, and I think they learned from it, but my God, it was a rough time.
I just wanted to bring up iconic moments, because one memory that super always stuck with me was Toast doing the OTK with the randomly generated, I think it was Yogg-Saron, randomly generating into Mecha Cthulhu, into Deathwing, into a win condition. That is like literally 1 in a million. So yeah, I can see that appeal for sure. But competitively, that seems like one of the most worst things that could ever happen to you.
I don't
There's
know how
another
people think about it.
There's another thing that Hearthstone has over other card games, for example, over Master Duel, is that because it's not based on a physical card game, right? They have a lot more design space to design crazy stuff, right? Like you can't add cards from outside of the game to a game of Yu-Gi-Oh because those cards can't be physically there, right? In Hearthstone, you can just say summon a card from the pool of all the 2 drops or all the 5 drops or all whatever, right? Like create a random spell in your hand. You can't do that in a game that's based on physical cards, right? Because what are you going to do? Like put the entire collection and roll a dice. But it's like that sort of stuff obviously that's what creates highlights, right? It's like, oh, he got that 1 5-drop out of all the 50 different 5-drops in that situation that actually wins him the game, right? That's something you can't do in other games.
Yeah. I think Magic Arena has like virtual cards only for a
they have a lot
format.
of specific digital only cards, which I was going to ask you, did you ever try any of the duel trials in Master Duel? They're like these sort of like tavern brawlish style side events that aren't unranked.
I'm gonna go with no.
Okay, so there was basically like a couple events recently where you would queue into a game, and for example, the rules of the game would change. So you could, one of the duel trials was you get 2 normal summons instead of 1. There was another duel trial where both players start with skill drain face up on the field. And like Josh said, I think like design space and exploring something like that could definitely give the game a lot more interest, I suppose. But yeah, I was just curious if you played it, but I guess if you haven't tried it, then it's obviously
that sounds like Hearthstone has something called Tavern Brawls, which is like they change the rules weekly. That's exactly what it sounds like.
How popular is Tavern Brawls?
Well, oh my God, dude, I'm gonna go on a rant for this one.
You're not a fan?
No, listen, I, as a content creator and as someone who's been playing Hearthstone for 10 years, the fact that they don't have custom games in the game itself blows my mind. Because Tavern Brawls showed that people truly have a desire to change the rules of Hearthstone, right? And they have in the back end like a way to make custom games because they do it for Tavern Brawls, but they haven't given the UI or a way for people to do it in their game, which blows my mind. Like, I think it'd be really cool for it to be like, Hearthstone, but you start at like 100 health and you always start with a guarantee card in your hand, just for like an example, right? Or Hearthstone, but you don't have a deck, you only have the cards in your opening hand and you see who wins from that position. Anyways, the possibilities are endless. They haven't done that. But what they're doing with Tavern Brawl now is they're just rehashing older ideas over and over and over again. So like when Tavern Brawl first came out, the popularity was insane. Josh, you could probably back me up. Like people loved it.
We were the same. Like we would try every week to come up with like interesting stuff for the different rule sets. Like we would do that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And then nowadays they just rehash it over and over again. On my YouTube channel, there is like a series where I call it like custom format videos, where I'm basically using it as like hopefully a portfolio to like show to the people at Blizzard, like give us a way for custom games because this is what people want. Because like those are like my most successful videos, like weekly. And
I've always wondered, by the way, how do you do that? Is it just like in PvE? Because I've never actually sat down and watched it, but I've always seen like titles show up on my recommend, and it's like Hearthstone, but something something, or Hearthstone, but
no, it's PvP versus someone else most of the time. Like sometimes it's like a tavern brawl that we just do the rules for. But like for instance, like I did one that Hearthstone, but the board is banned. It's just like we have like a gentleman's agreement of like you can't interact with the board. Any card that summons or anything like that, you can't use.
Okay.
And like we use that to the best of our ability because obviously I don't have the capabilities of changing it.
I'm taking notes, by the way, just FYI.
It's fine. That's fine. You could do it for Yu-Gi-Oh. It's actually really, really good. Because like I'm not sure how Yu-Gi-Oh would do with no board. I'm sure it'd be still like degenerate as hell, but it's interesting that like that one little change changes how you build decks and how you interact with your opponent. Right. So it'd be there's the possibilities with Yu-Gi-Ohs are also really interesting because there's so many different mechanics that Hearthstone doesn't have. Like I can give you one right off the rip, right? Like Yu-Gi-Oh, but you can't use your graveyard, right? Like how does that change the game? In the sense of like
you would probably have to play a bunch of different things. But the problem with Yu-Gi-Oh is like there would just be like a bunch of stupid like, oh, I can't use my graveyard, fine, I'll play Flunder, and like, you know, it would probably just degenerate into like some
I mean, it all basically just equates to a different sort of it's just a custom ban list, isn't it?
Yeah, that's basically how it would work with Yu-Gi-Oh.
At the end of the day, it's just like you ban all the cards that interact with the graveyard, and then you play.
Like, I think it was like a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. I have a video on my channel called Yu-Gi-Oh, but you're not allowed to negate. So all of the negate cards were banned, and it's like one of my like highest viewed videos. Which again, like you said, shows that there's a desire for the community to like create their own rule sets and stuff like that. But yeah, it did like really well. So I think yeah, you're onto something.
Listen, it also bothers me more because every other game besides World of Warcraft that Blizzard has released has like a custom game format. Like League of Legends wouldn't exist without Warcraft custom games, right? Overwatch 2 has custom games. Like I don't know why purposely in Hearthstone they haven't given it when like people really want it. So anyways, my hope is eventually they add it to the game. I would really appreciate it. I think it'd be cool. I'm also like, there's a lot of stuff in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel that I wish Hearthstone had. Like we can't go back and look at a replay in game, which I think is insane because that sounds really fun. We can't.
Yeah, true.
There's no hub of like seeing what people are playing. Like I really like the fact that you can go watch people's games and see what's going on because you do that with like your videos, right? Where you like go watch people's games and see what like wacky deck they're playing.
Yeah, I mean, you can host like rooms and stuff, which Hearthstone doesn't have. The closest thing is like HS Replay, where they give you like almost like a picture PowerPoint form of a replay, right? Because I think on HS Replay you can literally watch live games, but it's like in a really shitty text form.
I mean, you can spectate Hearthstone games, right? But you have to be friends with the person playing, and then you have to spectate.
And only live as well.
Yeah,
only live. Yeah, there's Hearthstone's like old, but it's interesting how they make their decisions of like what features they want to add compared to what they don't. But Master Duel being like what 2021, 2022, I think it was released.
2022.
Yeah, I think they probably definitely looked at like what they would need to do from Hearthstone and utilize because like I think like replays really matter in Yu-Gi-Oh. Like me and Farfa like did it together where we had to go through and ask ourselves, or at least he asked me like, why did you do this or what's more important about this? Like it helped a lot. Where Hearthstone's like, yeah, the replay would be really nice, but like, do most people care about it? Because we have to think about like what the audience of Hearthstone is. But I am jealous of that feature. I think it'd be cool.
To be fair, we also have our points that we would really like to be added to Master Duel, like especially when it comes to custom game modes and customizing your games and all that. We've been saying like like these things that Farfa mentioned of like we have these special events, but they only last for 3 days, and you can't use the rule set in your own private games.
And
You
you
can
only
only
get a
do it if
pack.
you join that game mode, right?
And the reward is 1 pack.
Yes, I mean that's literally I think the same for Tavern Brawl though.
It
I,
is,
I
yeah,
think
fair.
I don't know if it's about that much. Like it's more about the ability to play with something. If you think it's fun, having the ability to play that past that specific event window would be nice.
You can't do custom games for it while it's there, or like friendly matches. I should
For
say.
these 3-day trial things, you can't even set it as the rule set for
Oh.
like a dual room that you're opening. No.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's rough that way.
Not even while it's running. Like yeah, but so we have the same frustrations.
It's interesting when we share ideas like this. We could probably just create like a super game if they just like. It almost feels obvious to us, which makes me beg the question, like, you know, what are the developers doing? Because surely they have like market research into other card games and what they're doing and what's good and positive and negative about their card games, etc. And they would implement. And
I think
remove
there's
as
just
stupid
someone
things.
somewhere sitting there and saying like the cost of developing this is higher than the
For sure.
Yeah,
It's all money, right?
It's always a shareholder problem.
But I
go
can
on.
make a pitch for it right now. Ready for this?
Oh yeah. What's the cook?
If you have a custom format that is so good that requires people to buy older cards, they would spend money to buy those cards, because if the format is that fun, you'd be interested in, right?
I have been saying that
Dude,
ever
yeah.
since. Like Time Wizard, I don't know if you're aware of that, but like Yu-Gi-Oh has Time Wizard tournaments IRL with like where people go back and play some of their favorite formats from back in the day. And it's booming. Like people love that because there's a lot of people that that think modern Yu-Gi-Oh is too fast and all that. And they really want to go back and relive those nostalgic older formats, and it's popping off. Like the card prices are going through the roof for some of those older cards and all that. And I've been saying if you could make people craft, like use their ultra rare crafting points in Master Duel on cards that are literally irrelevant in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, like I feel like it must be a win. But I guess they might think that it like for people it's an either or, right? They're not going to play both. Like you're losing players on maybe playing the modern ladder if you get them to play the old stuff. I don't know.
Which is a weird thing about Hearthstone, because I wanted to like move on to other card games and stuff with the discussion, but I did really have to ask, what was the end? Because I don't think you've done basically any BG content, or at least it's not your main thing. What was that introduction of BG like for you as a content creator, and I guess just maybe as a general Hearthstone player? Because that's a very different game from constructed Hearthstone.
Do you know how Battlegrounds was made? Just for like a.
Was it just basically copying TFT?
No. So I think TFT came after Battlegrounds. I'm actually pretty sure.
Definitely not. Right? I don't think so. Right, Chan?
Aren't they all just auto chess?
Yeah, it is.
They are just auto chess.
Yeah.
Basically, so Battlegrounds came out in a Tavern Brawl, and people really liked it. They were like, wow, this is actually a lot more fun than we expected. And it's not like the guy the guy who made it didn't go into it like, this is how much money it's going to make us. He went into it like, this is a really fun game mode. And because it was so popular, they decided to make it its own format. And as a content creator, I was really small at the time. Like I was still focusing on growing. So I didn't really want to mess up anything. So I didn't really jump into it. Probably my biggest regret in Hearthstone is not jumping into it more, because like a lot of people play that. It's the most popular game mode in Hearthstone by a mile for sure.
Yeah.
So it's tough. I think that's why I jumped into like their gacha game more, because I was like, oh, Battlegrounds did so well, surely this will do just as great. It did not do nearly as great, but that was the thought process behind it. I've done Battlegrounds content before, but I almost feel like you could take Battlegrounds out of the client and it wouldn't really affect my viewership whatsoever. And it wouldn't affect Battlegrounds players either, because as long as it's under the Hearthstone umbrella, like it's fine. I wish I can make. I've made content on it. It actually does pretty well, but it's also just because like I think I'm the biggest Hearthstone YouTuber currently, so I can kind of just my audience, I think for the most part, trusts me to do whatever and make an entertaining video from it. So like I kind of get away with it. But if you were there at the beginning of Battlegrounds, like you had a huge blow up. Like you guys both know who Crip is.
Yep.
So Crip's all
He's a Yu-Gi-Oh
Battlegrounds
content creator now.
He actually is, right? He hosts his own tournaments.
Yeah, he's doing Challenger Cups.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. I don't know if does he actually play Yu-Gi-Oh though, or does he get someone else to like help him? I'm sure he does a little bit.
I don't actually know. I've never properly. Well, I heard like he actually didn't do as bad as they because people thought he would for like the commentary of it. So I mean, he must be picking up on it, yeah. Because I mean, he is a very smart guy. Do you know how I know about Crip? Like, this is really random, but like, do you know how I like first learned about him?
No.
So he used to be like, I don't know if he was a content creator specifically of World of Warcraft, but he made one of the most iconic World of Warcraft videos years ago, and it was basically like a huge TLDR. It was like about min-maxing damage. Like, he used to teach you, like, and in the video he would explain like how to like min-max your damage by just providing simple concepts that are really obvious in hindsight, where it's like, well, the more inputs and actions you make, you're just doing more damage. Therefore, you know, you have to like stutter step, you have to like just different World of Warcraft terminology that I'm not going to get into, but that's actually how I know about him. And I think he did like world first Diablo or something as well. Like, he was like a Diablo gamer as well at one point, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He plays a lot of Path of Exile too. Like, he was he was known for it. I remember I did one of the Do You Know Hearthstones I did with him. That was like the first time I got to speak to him like in a voice call. And I remember I asked him like, well, how did you get into Hearthstone? And he was like, oh, it just looked really fun. Like, but he was too busy playing World of Warcraft or Path of Exile. He wasn't even there at like the first wave either. He came for like, I think the third wave. I think he said, I can't remember. Can I tell you a funny story about Crip?
Okay.
So last year for BlizzCon, that was the first time I've gone to like a real event as a creator. And if you did not know, me and Crip live in the same city. We're both from Toronto. So I'm at the airport and I'm waiting for my seat and I didn't see him. But you know how they usually they seat the first class people first.
Mm-hmm.
So I walk on the plane, I'm going to my seat, and like obviously the people are putting their bag into the storage compartments above. And I'm stopped and I look to my left and I see Crip right there. And I've never I've never seen this guy in person. I've only seen him, or I've only talked to him over a voice call. And I'm like, do I really want my first big moment like with Crip, like meeting him in real life, being like, oh hey Crip, like this is me, like have a good flight. Like, I couldn't do that to myself.
Yeah, I'll see you in economy.
I go to my seat, I take my seat, and then I had this realization. I'm like, wait a minute, why the fuck is he first class and I'm not? Like, and I was like, I was not like rattled about it, but I was like, wait a minute, this is not fair. And I legitimately wanted to Discord him like while I had service and go like, yo, enjoy your first class seat. And then message my community manager and go, what the fuck? Am I not worthy of first class?
Oh, you were both invited. Okay, I see.
So then I saw him at BlizzCon and he explained to me why he got first class. I didn't even bring it up. I was just like, he was like, let me give you some tips as like someone who's from Canada. I've been doing this for a while. Basically what he said to me was like, rather than getting paid to go to BlizzCon, he like requested first class seats because in his mind, like he had like a whole story of like why he did that. So for the future, if Blizzard ever invites me to something, I might request first class seats over it, but that's the reason why. But I just thought it was really funny, like me sitting at economy and going like, wait a minute, what the hell?
Dude, I'm gonna do that for Yu-Gi-Oh Worlds.
Do it. You have leverage. I don't know about you guys, but when I talk to Blizzard, like I feel like I'm trying to be really nice because I'm like, oh, I'm so grateful for this opportunity, right? But at the same time, it's like, you know, we kind of have like a good agreement here. Like they need me, I need them. Like it's a nice agreement. Maybe I can get some more from it, but I don't want to push my luck. I don't know how it is with Konami, but
I'll just tell him Raran told me to say this.
Bro, Josh, I'm gonna tell you something. I think Farfar already knows this. I was gonna get a sponsorship with what's the mobile game? Duel Links.
Yeah.
I was gonna get a sponsorship with Duel Links, and then I made that first initial video talking so much shit about Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, how does anyone play this game? I didn't get that sponsorship, Josh.
Well, yeah, okay, fair enough.
It was still worth it, but I thought it was so funny because I like asked my agency, I'm like, hey, like, is there any upcoming sponsorships? So they sent me like a sheet, and I just see the Duel Links one. It said like redacted. I was like, okay, like, I don't
brand risk run, dude.
Oh
god, that's really funny. Yeah, so we spent almost an hour, I suppose. I mean, it's the topics are more and plentiful, so I wanted to try find a mutual ground here. So you've played like basically every card game, and I wanted to try bring something in that we've all tried outside of Yu-Gi-Oh! Hearthstone, which I don't know how much Magic you've played, Josh. Have you played a decent amount of Magic?
Not until a couple, like maybe 1 or 2 years ago, but I've played a decent amount by now, I would say. Like, I'm familiar.
Okay. What's your thoughts on Magic, Raran? Why is that not a game you play compared to like Hearthstone? I think like primarily probably just because content creatorship is just where you started in Hearthstone, but maybe just as a casual thing for fun if you play or don't play Magic. Like,
Oh, okay. That's two different conversations. So like content creation wise, this is just my objective opinion. It's not even subjective at this point. Like this is the case. Hearthstone is the best looking virtual card game. And if I go look at Magic, like yeah, I can make Magic content, but I don't think it would do nearly as well with my audience. But just in general, like I think it's really easy to make Hearthstone content that appeals to like more people from my audience that I'm trying to go for Hearthstone's visual speaking. Magic the Gathering, I actually think is a better game than Hearthstone. Like, I think there's so much possibilities with Magic the Gathering. It's really great. So many ways of formats. I haven't played Commander yet. I'm actually really excited to play Commander for the very first time. But strictly speaking, like, I just don't think it's worth for me at the moment to try to like dive into a Commander or like a Magic video and try to like get more of that audience if I'm not going to make more and more Magic content. Because it's weird. Like, you know how you guys are both Yu-Gi-Oh content creators. I don't know, like Farfa, you ever post like a non-Yu-Gi-Oh video on your channel for YouTube?
weirdly enough, I have one Magic video and it's got like hundreds of thousands of views, and it's like me just doing the tutorial
Really?
for Magic Arena like 3 years ago.
Okay, but was that a symptom of the game coming out for the very first time? Or was it do you think that the actual like video itself was really, really good?
I don't. Well, I think at the time it was fine, but I think like anyone who looks back at their own art per se, like 6 years ago, was going to be like, "Wow, that sucked ass," right?
Okay.
So,
but I can't remember when Magic was out. There's this weird like not a weird problem, but there's a really nice thing about YouTube where if you post something that is actively being searched, you get a big audience for it, right? We just saw this with Marvel Snap. Like Marvel Snap was popping last year. So if you made any Marvel Snap content, regardless of how good or whatever the video was, it was going to get viewership because people were actively searching for it. I'm not calling your Magic video bad for the record. I was just curious to see like,
yeah, maybe I don't remember if it coincided with the release, but maybe it was, yeah.
Okay, so the other problem with Magic, by the way, is its price. I don't know if you guys have tried Magic Arena, but like getting cards is miserable. It is so expensive. Like people tell me Hearthstone's expensive. They haven't played Magic. Like even Yu-Gi-Oh. I think Yu-Gi-Oh is completely reasonable compared to Magic the Gathering.
I'll stop you right there real quick. You've never tried to build a Yu-Gi-Oh deck in Master Duel after the initial new player like flood of gems and gifts and stuff like that.
The thing is, I mean, we also have to make the distinction. I feel like we are exclusively talking about like the games from the online perspective, and also mostly from a content creator.
Oh yeah, like Magic Arena, I'm pretty sure is in the same boat. I think it's very similar.
But I do think, I don't know how Magic Arena works, but I think Master Duel, even if you are past that initial like boost that you're getting, I still think it's reasonable.
So people who've played Arena in the chat all seem to be unanimous in that Master Duel is actually very free to play compared to. So that's fair.
Yeah, Arena's rough.
We do not talk about Duel Links though.
That is a different topic. I feel like Duel Links and Magic are similar in their structure, I feel, right?
If it's similar to Duel Links, I'm never downloading that game.
I don't know if you literally have to pull exactly the card, but I think you need to pull like the same rarity as the card, and then you can craft it like a mythic. You have to get like X number of mythics or something.
Or you can't even craft in Duel Links.
Well, yeah, I know, exactly. It's pretty bad.
There's I can't remember the word. But like you need like a specific type of card to craft a specific card in Magic Arena. Like Hearthstone and Master Duel both have like a currency for dust that you can like disenchant cards for.
Well, what you guys have, which is significantly better, is that you have a uniform dust. You just have dust. Yu-Gi-Oh has like ultra dust, super dust, etc., etc.
Yeah, wild cards. That's what it's called. Wild cards. So you need to get wild cards in Magic Arena to craft specific cards for that rarity, which is like, if you want to get wild cards, I can't remember what it is. Like you open a certain amount of rarity from packs that you get one, or you can outright buy them in the shop, and they're so expensive. It's crazy, bro. And it's weird because it's like Master Duel, I think I'm hoping this is what Konami said. they realize like, hey, we're not physically owning these cards, so we have to make it a little bit easier to get these cards for people because there's not that like tangible piece of something that you can hold on to. So yeah, as much as like in real life, like Magic cards and Yu-Gi-Oh cards are more expensive, at least you get the collectible. Where like Magic Arena said, "Fuck you guys!" Like this is the real card, just virtual. Like you're gonna have to open it in a pack and get lucky. Like it seems really really bad. As far
Well,
as
price wise aside, you know, I want to like maybe if you can elaborate a little bit more. You said like Magic is just like you think is just like a better like fundamental game than Hearthstone.
Yeah. Oh
really?
yeah.
Like what specific aspects you think are better? And a second question on top of that: how do you find lands?
Okay, so when I played Magic a year ago, my only complaint with Magic was lands. But that's also because I'm from a privileged state where I get passive mana, right? Like I think that's a really big deal. Because going into lands and then drawing lands, you're like, what the hell? But Magic, this is one of the things I've always wanted in Hearthstone too. I think the deck building aspect in Magic is infinitely better than it is in Hearthstone because you can combine whatever you want as long as you have the mana for it. Same thing with Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like you guys can literally make whatever you want in your deck. You just have to make it sure it's like synergize with one another, right? Like there's no requirement. Hearthstone is like from both of you because you guys have both played it. Like you need to only pick cards from the class and neutral pool. So they're missing like a huge aspect of what makes card games and deck building so fun, which is like combining. And I think Hearthstone, if they had dual class building, even though a lot of it would be super degenerate because if you combine two classes together that shouldn't be together, it'd be awful. But like that would be its own format. Where Magic, at least, like you could do, there's so much capabilities. And because Magic's been around for 25 years, I think they've learned a lot more from card design. Like I've done a lot of videos with CGB recently, Covert Go Blue. He's like the biggest standard guy for Magic. And he showed me cards from older Magic. And like if you ask me that question, I've only seen those cards, I'd be like, no, the Magic's horrible. But I think at least Wizards has learned a lot. And it's nice to see how far they've come, even if like that inherent power creep is there. I just feel like the way that Magic is designed is really well thought out for like competitive people and casual people. And the fact that Commander exists in that world is also like a really, really big accolade for that card game. I don't know if Yu-Gi-Oh has a 4-player mode. I don't think there is, right?
You could theoretically like make one, but no, basically no.
Wasn't Cross Duel essentially an attempt at doing that? It's not a successful one, at least.
Yeah, not even close, unfortunately. Yeah. Like tag duels, I think there are official tag duel rules. To be fair,
the thing is,
that's a miserable experience.
They don't really
do not play tag duel. But anyway,
practically that stuff doesn't really exist.
Well, so there's player A, B, C, D, 2 versus 2. You sit across from each other. You have a shared life pool of 16,000. And yeah, do you remember that plant deck you played against as your first ever game in Rookie?
No. I've repressed it for sure. If I lost, did I lose? I lost.
Do you remember like your big complaint was like, oh my god, I'm not playing the game, I'm bored, etc., right? Like you were just waiting for someone to just play for like 10 minutes?
That was the whole experience. That wasn't one game. What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about?
That was every game. Yeah, so imagine that, but like there's 3 other people.
Oh, okay. So was it like one person's taking their turn and the other 3 people have to wait? And then
I mean, you couldn't use hand traps, but I guess in theory there's double the hand traps at that point. But depending on what tag rules you use, you might play with a shared
format. How are you so informed about this?
We had a decent amount of like tag duels at locals for some bizarre reason.
What?
Yeah, our locals there was a point where we had one like every month or something back in like 2016 or something. It's been a while since we had them.
I'm just impressed that you found 4 people willing to play tag duels.
Dude, it was actually insane. Like the amount of like weird fucking cheating people would do in tag duels is insane. Like pre-siding, passing each other cards. It was the Wild West 10 years ago, man.
Passing each other cards, dude.
It was crazy.
Oh man. Anyways, to answer the question, no, we don't really have those game modes. Not really.
It's for the best. It's for the best.
Yeah,
we have nothing to the popularity of like Commander. That doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So you mentioned like maybe I just didn't understand, but you mentioned like the deck building is more interesting. But from what I last understood, like lands and Magic are basically just like essentially just blank cards that you just have to put in your deck and play. Like they don't really do much.
But so beyond that, you have the entire card pool. Essentially.
I mean, you need a mana
that really-
resource, right?
Go on.
I was gonna say only good games have mana resources, so like you need that like inherently, right? You can't play the game without your lands. So,
But is that really
you-
like a fun type of deck building where you just have these like mandatory like sort of checks on like the math?
I mean, you're not wrong, but like if it's a part of the game's mechanics and every single person has to put lands in, then like it's kind of just redundant to talk about it, right? Because like you're just gonna everyone's gonna subtract basically the same amount of cards from their deck regardless. So then you're
Okay, so first of all, mana isn't mandatory to make a good card game. Okay, let me set that straight.
Let's get that out of the way.
Let's get that out of the way. But the on a real note, I think like Magic. The way I look at Magic is definitely the OG of card games, right? It's definitely the first big one, the super big innovation, inspiration for other card games out there. I do think that other card games, at least from the fundamentals, have done a better job than Magic at implementing mana. Only because Magic was the very first one to do it, I don't think gives them the right to call themselves the best at it. Because I think there's been plenty of other card games that have handled that specific aspect better. Like for example, I think Hearthstone already is better at that specific thing, right? There's other games that did it even better than that, but I think the fact that you completely remove that factor of having to draw lands and sometimes losing games because you draw too many or too little, which basically has nothing to do with the actual, like, no skill expression in, well, I've not drawn a land for 5 turns, I just can't play the game.
Can I just like quickly say,
I think
like,
there's a
that
bunch of other
is
games that
one
have
of the
done a
main
better
issues.
job of implementing a resource system.
Yeah, and you can tell us a little bit about Runeterra, Josh, because that's
Dude,
I think definitely what you
Runeterra,
might be alluding to.
Have you ever played Runeterra, Ron?
I did. I got to basically masters for it like 2 months ago.
Ooh, nice. Okay, we can talk about that next. But real quick, I just want to like mention about the mana thing. Like that's where I feel like the harmony between, like, for example, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic was like really well met. It was because you took a good part of Magic, which is that it's slower, but you also took away like what I personally think is a really fundamentally bad mechanic, which is lands. So they just remove the lands in Hearthstone, but you just have mana. I think that's like a very good system.
It is, yeah. I think that the land system is probably Magic's biggest weakness. From my perspective, of someone who's tried a bunch of different card games, and also, I mean, besides Yu-Gi-Oh, most of them had some sort of mana or resource system. I think Magic's land system is, out of all the mana games I've played, is the worst one. That doesn't mean that Magic is the worst game out of the ones that I've tried, but that system, I think, has been done better in all the other resource-based card games.
And just to clarify, chat, before this gets really heated, because I know there's some people getting very passionate about this game. We're not trying to say like one game is better than the other. We're obviously just trying to like
that's why I specifically clarified. It doesn't mean I think Magic is bad. I think Magic is very enjoyable. I actually enjoy Magic. I still play it from time to time. I have Pauper decks and Commander decks and all that. I like the game, but I've played a bunch of other card games that have resource systems, and I think they're all better than lands.
So speaking about mana, which I think is probably like the most important fundamental aspect of basically any card game that isn't Yu-Gi-Oh! I want to hear you two talk about Runeterra because, well, you are a master, Raran, and Josh has, I believe, gone even further beyond in Runeterra. I don't know exactly what your achievements are, but I think they're pretty fucking big, right, in Runeterra?
I've played at Worlds.
You played at Worlds?
Yeah,
Oh,
for like
shit, man.
they had the Worlds was 2 stages. You had to qualify for the first stage, and then you would qualify for the top 16 or top 8. I didn't make it to the final day, but I played at Worlds. Yeah,
That's still pretty sick. I really liked Runeterra.
Runeterra, I'll say it. I think Runeterra is the best mana-based card game that I've ever played.
I think, yeah, I think you're specifically talking about like the spell mana version of it, right?
Oh yeah, no spell. Okay. So in order to understand how good this is, I want to outline the problem in some games first. So in some games like Magic or Hearthstone, it's a big problem if you not only do you need to draw in Magic, you need to draw your lands early, but you also need to draw your cheap cards first, right? That's what they refer to as a curve in all those games, right? If you have a mana on turn 1 and you're not using it, you're falling behind. You're wasting resources, right? You're not playing a 1-cost card. That mana goes to waste for the future turns. If your opponent plays a 1-cost card, they are getting ahead on tempo. And sometimes if you don't draw your playable cards early enough or in the right order, it feels like you're not actually taking part of the in the game until it's way too late, until your opponent has already outdamaged you or whatever, just gotten way ahead because they've been able to play cards every turn and you haven't, right? And so in Hearthstone, this is somewhat Hearthstone only has the issue of not drawing the cards in the right order because you don't actually have to draw the lands. So in Runeterra, they went one step further. They let you save a certain amount of mana for future turns. So if you don't do anything on turn 1 in Runeterra, that 1 mana you haven't used carries over to turn 2 as a separate. There was a separate thingy where you would collect up to 3, and they were called spell mana. You couldn't use them for every card, but you could use them for spells.
Okay,
Up
question
to
as
3.
someone who has never played Runeterra. So the idea of floating mana is really bad in Hearthstone.
Yes.
So in Runeterra, basically what you're saying is you could bank 3 mana essentially.
Yes, exactly. You can bank 3 mana, but obviously that would be really broken because then you could play like a 6 drop on turn 3. So they balanced it in a way you can't use it to cast creatures. You can only use it to cast spells. And obviously then they would. That's why also when I played Runeterra for the first time, I read a lot of the spells and I was like, dude, these spells suck, because I was comparing them to like Hearthstone spells. I was like, okay, why does this spell cost 5 mana? In like Hearthstone, I'm used to a spell like this maybe costing 1 or 2, right? But the reason was because you can save up the mana, it's so much easier to cast those spells early, right? You can cast a 6-cost spell on turn 3, and that's why they balanced it a lot around that. And so, for example, the mana still capped out at 10, but if you saved up mana, you could take it slower on some turns earlier in the game, save up mana, and then spend up to 13 mana on turn 10. But some of it had to be on spells, right? But like you could prepare for bigger turns by saving up mana, and it added this whole extra dimension of when do I save my mana because I need more mana next turn? When do I use all of it and all that? I personally think Runeterra, and there's more factors to it, but Runeterra was my favorite resource-based card game I've ever played. And it's been, I think the sad part is that it's been mismanaged into the ground for other reasons. Not because the game was actually bad, but because a whole other stuff like the marketing and all that kind of stuff. Just, I don't want to get into it by too much, but it's really sad. I really enjoyed that game. It was really, really good.
You have any thoughts on
I agree.
anything Josh has brought up, Raran?
Yeah, I think spell mana was my favorite mechanic from that game. I loved it. I really wish I always wanted Hearthstone to kind of adapt what they were doing, because like whatever Josh just said is entirely correct. I think Hearthstone tried to mitigate curves with hero powers so that at least if you didn't have a card, you could spend 2 mana.
Yep.
I think that's the logic behind it. But the way Runeterra designed their mana system and their like whole gameplay pattern was really well done. And I agree with Josh. Like I think the game was like, I played it and I was like, what the hell? Why is this game not more popular? Right?
Yeah.
It's a lot of like, I don't know why Riot didn't push it more, because they put so much effort into their animations and color. Like like visually speaking, it's beautiful as well. Like is a well-made game. It's unfortunate what happened to it, because like if you don't know, like they're stopping expansions.
Yeah, I was gonna
after,
ask, as a big like TLDR, as someone who like I don't think I've ever even played it. What was like the big TLDR? Why this game is it still physically available? Can you still like play?
Yeah, you can still play it. Do you want me to explain, Josh, or you want to do it? Okay, so Runeterra puts a lot of effort into, like, if you've played any Riot game, you'll know that they spend a lot of time with animations and art. Like they really take pride in it. So like that takes a lot of time and money, and it is becoming too expensive for Riot to actually just be like, oh, we're losing money on this, but we're still gonna make expansions for it. So they released a game mode called Path of Champions, which is basically like Slay the Spire for Runeterra, roguelike in the game. People really liked it, so that's going to be their main game mode now going forward. So they're no
Basically
longer
going to be a solo player game.
Yeah, basically going to be that. They're no longer making PvP expansions. You could still play it. And I think recently they just had one and they did like a rotation for their standard format, but like there's no more champions going to be added for PvP.
Okay, I have no idea as to what the costs and logistics are involved with regards to development and the R&D of something like PvP versus PvE, but it feels and sounds like to me, cost-wise, making PvE solo mode feels like it would just be more expensive than
just making new cards and letting people be the bots essentially.
You see what the problem is there's a couple more aspects to this, because one of the things that was also really good about Runeterra is they kind of pushed the competitive scene in a really, really great way. Like the tournaments that Runeterra had, the seasonal tournaments, I don't know if you know about those, but they basically had YCSs I think it was every 2 months at some point, that you could qualify for through in-game ladder and stuff. And it was a set like it was at some point, at the point where I played actively, it was 1,024 players that took part from home, online client. Like you just log in, the
How many,
thing does
sorry?
pairings for you, you play. It has a pick and ban phase and all that with different decks. You play 9 rounds of Swiss. You play a top cut on the next day or the next weekend. They changed that between, and it had like 10K in money for the first place.
Okay, 2 points. First of all, what was the attendance of like these kind of things? And second, that is unbelievable that they just
It was
have, like,
1,024 always. Like it was always full.
It filled up. It filled up.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
they got
you
it.
okay.
It was limited. You had to qualify for it essentially. It was
Right, I see.
at some point there was like 2 game modes you could qualify through. It was like the top 700 of ladder, and then 324 got in through the other game mode essentially, which was kind of like a weekly challenge
Gauntlet or
thingy.
something. I feel like it was called the Gauntlet, right? I can't remember.
I forgot the name of the second
Yeah,
mode. I don't. But
there was
either
like
way.
a qualifying thing where like you played until I think you had like 3 losses and then you got kicked out, and then like if you got all the way in,
exactly.
you would qualify.
Basically it was kind of like arena, but not with a draft. It was just like you played and had to try to get a certain number of wins, and if you did that, then you would qualify for the thing. Yeah. But so it just goes to show they even were willing to give something to the competitive player base that was insane. Like imagine having a tournament like that for Yu-Gi-Oh or Hearthstone or any other game where like every 2 months you can sit down in front of your client, it does the pairings for you, you just qualify for it, and you can win 10K for first place or whatever, right?
I just wanted to focus on that, by the way, because that sounds like one of the most incredible things ever. The fact that, like, regardless of the competitive aspect or not, it's just like the fact that the UI just facilitates like this like structure of a tournament. Like it's crazy to me that duel rooms, for example, like just don't let you do Swiss and stuff like that. And I assume Hearthstone as well just doesn't have like a tournament mode that you can access.
Buddy, Hearthstone doesn't have anything. We can't even make a room. We can only do 1v1s.
So this was just honestly from coming from a Yu-Gi-Oh perspective at the time, didn't even know Master Duel was gonna happen, right? That stuff was insane to me, right? It was so good. And so like from a competitive perspective, that game was just everything I had ever like wanted, right? And now is where the sad part is, because you said like, oh, wouldn't it just make more sense to make more cards and let people buy them and play against each other? The problem with that game was literally you didn't have to spend anything to play it. Never. I have spent money on this game for cosmetics, which I normally don't really do, just because I felt bad for never having to actually buy anything for this game.
I do agree with you though. Like the problem with Runeterra is the way that they monetize the game. It's like they inherently like put themselves in such an awkward situation because they wanted, like, when Runeterra came out, they were competing with Hearthstone, and Riot knew this. So how do you undercut Hearthstone? You do it like more free to play, but inherently by doing that, you can't raise the bar because then people are going to be mad about it. So then they really put themselves in an awkward situation, which is unfortunate, because I agree with you. I actually think Runeterra was like the best game that came out of nowhere, and it really sucks where it ended. I'm gonna ask you a question though. You ever played Lorcana before?
I am currently playing Lorcana a little bit.
Okay, I want to hear your opinion on this. I think Lorcana has the best mana system out of any game. I love
also, I think except for the saving up mana, I'm with you on it. I think Lorcana's system. I guess we can talk about that. I guess you have to explain it. Let's finish the Runeterra real quick, and then talk about Lorcana. But so long story short, literally Runeterra didn't even have booster packs, right? Like you straight up
can't open a pack. Yeah,
It didn't have that. You couldn't.
Yeah, as someone who like hasn't played, what, like, let's say I download and install Runeterra back in its heyday. Like, how do I build my deck, and how do I build like a second and third
money,
deck?
you can basically directly your money that you spend directly corresponds with the with the cards you're getting. So you can see if I need one card, I can spend exactly the amount of money it takes to get that one card. And to be fair though, no one has ever done that because they have the same wild card system that we talked about for MTG Arena, where you can, like, if you want a rare card, you need a rare wild card. If you want a champion card, you need a champion wild card and all that kind of stuff. And they gave you so many of these every week. Or was it a weekly vault or a monthly vault? I don't remember. But you have basically this thing where you have progress in the game, like the dual pass and master duel or whatever, right? That stuff. I think it was weekly, and literally there was so much stuff in it that you never had to worry about it.
It rewarded you for playing the game. So if you ended up playing enough of the game, you would get an insane amount of cards. Also, Runeterra has like regions, and depending on what region you were focusing on, you also got more rewards just for playing the game. Also, you got it for, I believe, the end of a season. So you got even more rewards. Like you would just get an infinite amount of stuff.
I am not kidding when I say I have never had to spend money in Runeterra to obtain a card.
Yeah, pretty much.
I've played that game for years, like years, I don't know, 2 years at least.
Yeah, I think it pretty much, as long as you're not like a brand new player that wants every card, like it won't take you that long to get everything.
It had every card.
Yeah, but you started from the beginning, right? That's what you said. Like you started...
almost, yeah. But that's yeah.
Yeah. So like currently, when I played it last year for like basically the first time, I couldn't get every card because obviously like there's a lot more now, so getting a full collection took a lot longer. But like I wasn't having problems getting cards. If I wanted to play a deck, it wasn't that big of an issue. I spent money personally because of a YouTube video, so I was like, I want to get these cards now without worrying about the grind.
I mean, if you literally have like no time to wait, or you don't want to, you're not patient to wait to grind, to play like a little bit for one day or whatever, then I guess you can like get a deck for 10 or 20 bucks just to get started. That's also super reasonable still. But unironically, like I think the biggest problem with that game was that it was literally too cheap, which is a crazy thing to say because I mean, obviously everyone always complains in Yu-Gi-Oh and Hearthstone and Magic for how expensive the stuff is, but in Runeterra the game literally died, and I think the main reason is because it was too F2P friendly. Like it literally wasn't sustainable.
Can I just interject and like, from what I understand, right, like Riot is the company that made League of Legends. League of Legends costs literally nothing. So if they're making a lot of money from League of Legends just based on the cosmetics and stuff, how come that just doesn't translate into the card game, right? Like if you're just letting people play for free, like surely you can monetize in other ways.
I mean, how many League of Legends players want to play a card game? Probably like 0.1%, maybe 1%.
Well, there's also the appeal to other audiences.
You're asking is they did have like card backs and emotes, and you could have skins for some of the champions, right? They would look differently. I think that was, from what I remember, I think that was added into the game relatively late. Like you're right. Like you would think that's a thing that you have right away. But that is something that I remember as being added relatively slowly and with like, over time. Like in the beginning, maybe they had like a couple different boards that you could play on and a couple of different sleeves, but I don't think there was even a single champion skin that existed when I started playing the game. And so maybe that is something they should have focused on more from the start. Possibly, right? I don't know exactly. That's the problem. I don't know the exact reasons why that game failed. But from my perspective, it definitely wasn't the gameplay aspect, because that game, literally, it was phenomenal.
So I'm gonna bring up the reason why I think it failed. My problem with Runeterra was not my problem personally, is that where does it fit among every other card game that's already been established? If you want a casual card game, you go to Hearthstone. If you want a more intermediate card game, you go to Magic. And then if you want the absolute nonsense that is Yu-Gi-Oh, you go there. Where does Runeterra fit? Runeterra doesn't have this weird. Runeterra's like in a really weird spot where it's like it's not casual enough for them to get League of Legends players to get into it, but it's also not like in depth enough where it feels like the really hardcore gamers will get like attached to it. Where
I think it did that, at least to me, it did that because I would classify myself as that, like a super competitive card game player. I think it was appealing to us. Maybe the problem was it was a little bit too much of that, and like they're just not enough of us, right, to carry an entire game.
Is the high level players are like 0.1% usually of a game, right? That's Hearthstone really smart with like how they cater towards casual players, which is a big shame because if Runeterra was first and Hearthstone didn't exist, I think it would have been a lot better because you would have got people maybe trying it a little bit more. But because I think Hearthstone existed, and this is a huge aspect of card games, is the sunk cost fallacy that comes with a card game. It is impossible to remove someone from a card game that they're so invested to. Like Hearthstone's interesting because I don't have a physical card, but I have put time and money into that game. So you have to bring me something that is going to make me pulled away from that, which is so difficult to do. Same thing with Magic. Like people have been invested for 20 years. Like how do you pull someone out of Magic at that point? Same thing with Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm sure you guys have tangible stuff that is worth hundreds of dollars and you guys play consistently. How do you pull someone out of Yu-Gi-Oh to go play Runeterra? Like it's impossible. Also, Riot could have done something which is put it in the client of League like they did with
I've heard that a bunch of times.
I was going to bring stuff like that up, right? Because like, so the point I was making between like the upkeep of League of Legends, you know, if it costs X to maintain League of Legends, a game that's literally free, surely they could somehow make it somewhat similar for the card game, plus the cosmetics. But also one thing that Hearthstone, or rather Blizzard, did really well was you get like in-game rewards if you log into World of Warcraft and then go into Hearthstone, and vice versa. There's like cosmetic like things that you can get for your characters. So if they just did things like that, it feels like, oh, if you log in and do the tutorial of Runeterra, you get like a new champion or something, right? Like I don't, is that not like something they did?
Here's the thing. To my knowledge, this is something that people brought up, and they never did that. They never did cross promotion of Legends of Runeterra.
It's their own game. It's
League of Legends. Exactly. It's and that's why it blew everyone's mind. Like it blew everyone's mind that you couldn't even create like a button in the League of Legends like overlay of like, hey, look, we have this other game too. Because I think Overwatch has that.
What, to go to Hearthstone or World of Warcraft? I've actually
no, Overwatch. What is Overwatch? Riot or Blizzard?
Overwatch is Blizzard. But I can tell you that 100% in World of Warcraft, you can get a mount. Like there's like 2 mounts now you can get just by logging into Hearthstone.
Yeah,
Riot doesn't have a Overwatch equivalent.
Oh, Valorant is the Riot, right?
Yeah. Which is like more. I get what you're saying though. I get what you're saying. Riot. Here's the other thing. This is like, okay, this is another theory. I'm not sure if this is confirmed, but Riot probably realized that they wanted to make like a cinematic universe for like League of Legends, and people who don't want to play League of Legends, one of the aspects they could bring people in is through a card game, right? So like even if they're losing money on Runeterra, at least they have more people introduced to the world of Runeterra. Therefore, like if Arcane comes out, right, which I don't know if you guys watched it, but I was there day one. As like a certified League of Legends like fanboy. People who didn't watch League or don't play League of Legends watched Arcane, right? So it's like maybe at the cost loss to get people more invested into the Runeterra universe is probably what Runeterra was for Riot Games.
Dude, I feel like I'm the only one that watched Arcane because I played Runeterra.
Yeah, so, right. You are the example then, right? That's crazy.
Sorry, you know the Breaking Bad Gustav meme. You know, you watch Arcane because you play Legends of Runeterra. I watch Arcane because I play Runeterra. That's Josh.
We are not the same.
We are not the same.
It's unfortunate. I'm gonna Runeterra is great, especially as someone who had so much like background with League of Legends. I'm gonna miss it.
Yeah,
especially because I think the game was really well designed.
Well, if you're interested, there's a theory and a big hope that Yu-Gi-Oh is getting something similar with the new establishment of Konami Animation and the little trailer they dropped of a bunch
Arcane? Or you're talking Arcane, or are you talking like another card game?
Like
an Arcane animations and potential show and stuff like that.
Yeah, like a potential
my
show.
God.
Have you I want you to like react to the trailer at some point. Actually, Google Yu-Gi-Oh Chronicle when you're done and check it out, see what you think. But yeah, there was a new studio established by Konami, so there's a theory that maybe we'll get a show or something on it.
Okay, so we were yapping about we wanted to start yapping about Lorcana while you were gone for a second.
Yeah, so that's I think the probably one of the last major card games that I think we should probably cover, right?
Yeah, I mean okay.
So I've never played that game. I honestly don't know anything about it. I think it's so funny that you can like play Donald Duck OTK or some shit. But go ahead and take the floor.
I'm gonna say something. I feel like Disney really missed the mark. If they made a client like Hearthstone or Blizzard did, Lorcana would have been the biggest card game in the world. I'm pretty sure. Like the game is so easy to get into. Like if you've played it casually, like your little sister could probably play it or anything like that. Like it is really well done. The mana system is what I really like about Lorcana. I'm a huge fan of it because what it is like you don't have a mana system. You use cards to sacrifice for your mana, and it builds up once per turn for every card you sacrifice. There's obviously like a little bit of like nuance to that because some cards do increase it, some cards manipulate it a little bit more. But it's cool that you have to make a decision of like, do I actually play this card or do I put it towards my mana? And I personally haven't played another game like that. I'm sure there has been inspiration that they took
Dual
it from.
Master. Dual Master
Dual
is the
Master.
inspiration.
What the hell
Can
is
you
Dual
explain
Master?
this in like maybe
Exactly.
very basic Yu-Gi-Oh terms? So it just sounds like you're constantly tribute summoning
No,
every turn.
basically, it was a kind of convoluted way to explain it. Farfar, you instead of getting a free mana every turn like you do in Hearthstone, or instead of having to play a dedicated land like you do in Magic, you put one of the cards in your hand face down, basically acting like a land from this point on.
Oh, that's
And
kinda
so
cool.
you have
So you
no
just take,
you
like,
have
your
no
garnets
real
and
way to
bricks
get
and
it
use them
back
as
into
mana.
your hand. So you have to like choose: do I want to play this card for its effect, or do I want to use it as mana for the rest of the game?
That's pretty cool. Can you get them back if you want?
Only via it would have to be a specific card effect, which I'm not sure if it exists. But theoretically, it would be possible to print a card that says add one back to your hand or whatever. But like by game mechanic, no.
Okay, so basically you could just use your bricks and garnets, or
Essentially, so it's very cool because it allows for a couple of interesting design stuff because you can obviously play more situational cards with the idea of, well, if I don't need it for a certain matchup, I can put it into my mana, right? And it also, they have another added thing on it, which is that in order for a card to work as mana, it needs to be because in the game the mana is called ink. The card needs to be inkable. Like basically, it's on the card. It has a symbol, and some cards can be used for it, and some cards can't.
Yep.
Right. And so you can make a card. If you make a really powerful card, you can balance it by saying, well, but you don't get the utility of using it as mana. You have to always keep it in your hand, right? And so you have to balance your deck between, well, I have to make sure I keep enough of these. I have enough of these cards that I can use as mana. Otherwise, I won't have any. But I also want to play these really powerful cards that can't be used as mana, right? So it's pretty cool.
All right, not fixating on the details too much, but you said that you play these face down. Do you have to? But do you not like have to show your opponent? Like
You have to show your opponent. Yes, that was the first thing I was worried about too. Like, what is stopping people from just putting cards face down that aren't meant to be used as that? But yes, you
Like,
have to show your opponent.
Infernity, like the game.
Infernity, the game. Yeah. No, you have to show. So
Okay.
there's information as well. Like you give your opponent the info of what you're playing relatively early and what kind of cards you still have and which ones you put down and all that.
Right, I see. Okay.
Pretty sick game. Big fan.
How do you know about
Who is-
this, like, Raran?
me?
Because like it's a physical game
There's-
only, isn't it? Like,
There's well, actually, the first time in years I went to a local for Lurkana because I bought the first chapter box and I bought the newest expansion as well. Well, not newest, but like the second one or the first expansion, I should say. But there's also a online client for it. It's called Pixelborn, which is like
is it
free.
official?
No, it's not. Which is why I think like if Disney made an official client for the game, I think it'd be really successful. Like not only is it Disney's IP, but the gameplay is really like it's a really easy game to understand. It's like Hearthstone, but the nuance and like the expertise of the game really go up because of just do I ink well or do I ink my card? Do I use this card? It's such a simple design that translates really well to gameplay. And I think Disney really missed the mark. I really think they did. I would have loved
This is the same criticism that people had for One Piece and Digimon, right? Because I don't know if you've played those, but I also thought both of these are pretty good card games. I've tried both of them, and they just all don't have that. I don't know if it's that the cost associated with creating a client for it is like way too much.
Probably
But
quite
I
expensive.
I would see it as a huge way to boost your physical card games popularity if there
for
was a
sure.
way to try stuff online and get a feel for the game, see if you like it before you have to spend a bunch of money on cards, right? But
Has there ever been like a Hearthstone simulator? Because I feel like that game is just not possible to simulate, right?
dude,
Like a-
Hearthstone, what?
It's the easy. What are you talking? It's probably the easiest
Hearthstone
one.
is the Hearthstone simulator.
No, I mean like unofficial. No, I mean unofficial, like for like, you know.
It's his internet.
Okay.
Oh. Sorry, I DC'd for a second.
Yeah, I mean, that was good because the take was probably not worth listening
Yeah,
to.
that was a rough take there, bud. You're
No,
right.
what I meant was unofficial. Like our games, right?
No, I get what you mean. There's no like third-party simulator, if that's what you're asking. People have built stuff in what is it called? Game Top Simulator, Tabletop Simulator. Like there's like older versions of Hearthstone, but there's never been like a third-party client. Also, Blizzard would just like DMCA you the second you did it for sure. There's no way they're gonna let that slide.
You say that, but there's plenty of simulators for other card games that have not been stopped.
I mean, but like Hearthstone is literally the Hearthstone. Like, what do you? I don't get it.
Pixelborn is allowed to exist because Disney doesn't have a competitor directly to it.
I'm pretty sure they're happy that it exists because it gets people to play Lorcana, right? It gets people to try it out. If they had their own, I'm pretty sure they would care.
Yes. Yeah. The second it starts impacting their bottom line, they would be like, hey, what are you guys doing? Get out of here.
Yeah.
So same thing with Blizzard, right? If someone made a third-party client that had every card and it was like basically the same thing.
That's what I was getting at, right? Was like I was just curious if Hearthstone ever had like, a way essentially to circumvent having to buy cards. Maybe there was like a platform people wanted to test the cards on without having to actually buy them or something, right?
So like I've actually thought about this a lot. I wish Hearthstone had like a public test realm, right? One of the problems that Hearthstone has is like they release cards. Sometimes they're absolutely broken. It's like, do they not test these cards? But there's only so many games they could play internally because their team's smaller. But if they had a public test realm, then people could try before they're fully released. But then it's like, how do they manage like you getting every card in a public test realm? Why would you actually play the real game? So I don't know how they would be able to actually make like another third-party way of just getting every single card, because then it affects their bottom line. And Blizzard, we know Blizzard. They need their money.
Sounds also boring as well, to be fair, because I feel like a lot of people would be like, solving the format and breaking decks like before it's even live, right?
I mean, we do that anyways.
Are you referring to the OCG being our public test server?
Literally, yeah. Yeah, we have a Japanese PTR client. It's called the OCG. I don't know if you've heard of it, Raron.
I've heard like the Japanese has their own like format, right?
It's because they get the cards a couple months ahead of us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I remember the conversation of, I think it was maybe with you, Farfar. I was like, why isn't Maxi banned in Master Duel? And you were like, it's still legal in the Japan format, right?
Yeah, they still have it. They're crazy.
It's just, for some reason, there's just like this weird sort of split in philosophy or perspective of how the game should work with such a defining card. And in TCG it's banned, in OCG and Master Duel it's legal. And I guess we'll never really know why they think as such. They're still testing it. Yeah, that's true. They're still testing it.
Holy man.
Have you ever played Pokemon Online?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your guys' thoughts on Pokemon?
Josh, you play Pokemon too? Yeah, okay.
I play Pokemon, yeah.
I think Pokemon, I think the client's kind of strange for it. Like the new one they did was, it's nice because you get like, it's really free to play as well. I think the gameplay of Pokemon's also really interesting. In my opinion, it's like the balanced Yu-Gi-Oh is what I'm gonna call it. Like there's really limits on like how much dumb shit you could do in your turn before your opponent actually gets to play the game, which is nice. But it comes at a cost of like very streamlined archetypes as well. Because again, there's not really like a mana system. You can only play a certain amount of certain type of cards per turn, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So it's a cool trade-off. I think it's really well done. Like it's just a fun game. And most people are like, I didn't realize Pokemon actually had like a real card game. I thought they just collected the cards. But it is fun. They're also making like I don't know if you guys saw on was it Nintendo Direct? They're making like a new app for it.
They're making Pokemon Duel Links.
Yeah, that actually looks interesting. I hope they don't fumble it.
Yeah, but come on, man. Pokemon Company, they never do anything wrong. Are you serious?
I think my biggest issue with Pokemon when I was playing, it just felt, I don't know, maybe if it's like the client, like just isn't as kind of nice and smooth and flashy as like Hearthstone or Master Duel, but it just kind of felt like, okay, well, here's my turn. I'm just gonna like play a ton of these cards. My opponent has no interaction. They're gonna do the same to me, and then like that's sort of the loop.
Okay, so part of that is just that's Pokemon, right? Pokemon is kind of like
Yeah.
the game is less interactive than most other card games because you only interact with your opponent at like to a certain degree, and rather it's more like you're trying to race to the same finish, but whoever gets to do it faster wins, right? It's like you're playing against your opponent, but you're also just trying to outrace your opponent, if that makes sense. Uh, but I think the other thing you mentioned is mostly just because I think the client was originally meant to just promote the physical card game. I don't think it was ever meant to be a standalone thing that is good and people play only that, right? Which is also why the main way you got the cards back in the day. I don't know if it's still the case.
It still
but they
is,
had these
yeah.
like codes in the physical packs that you had to get the cards, right? On the online thing.
Which feels
I don't
very
know if that's still the
outdated,
case.
doesn't it?
Hmm?
It feels very outdated, don't you think, that system?
I don't know. I think it'd be cool.
Really?
Except for the fact that they have to print a bunch of unnecessary stuff that just goes in the trash after someone has entered the code. But
I suppose because you know this how it used to work in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like you used to be able to play Tag Force and stuff. The old like PlayStation games, I think, and you could like input codes from packs.
Oh,
well, like the card code.
Yeah, like you used to be able to buy
Yeah,
Yu-Gi-Oh
it's not
packs.
like that.
I think it's pretty cool.
So in a Pokemon pack, there is a specific card that has a QR code on it, and that gives you a digital version of that pack.
Mm. Yeah, because I know that people like sell them on Card Market and stuff.
Yeah, people buy them for like a couple cents. Yeah.
I think obviously the biggest positive of that, and it's very idyllic in its design, I feel, is that it's logical in that, well, oh, okay, so you're a Pokemon player, you're going to buy some packs, you're going to try and build this. So logically, why don't you take these packs that you're buying and put them into the simulator? But I feel as though there's a bit of a Venn diagram of the crossover between online and physical, but I think there is quite a significant divide between people who play online card games and people who play physical card games. And I think we see that in Master Duel specifically, because there's a huge community of only ever played Master Duel online or only ever play Yu-Gi-Oh online, but don't play physical. So I think maybe like keeping them separate has its positives.
What's the positives?
Well, the positives is that you grow two separate audiences rather than have them in direct competition with one another, right?
I mean, it's never competition though, right? If
Yeah, it's
someone
not
is not
competition.
willing to play a physical card game and is an online gamer exclusively, like you're never going to get him for the physical, right?
Well, if you want to play only online, you're not really spending money unless you are, actively burning like
the way Pokemon has done it is they are not worried about making money on the online client because
Yeah, I
they're
mean,
already
that's-
making the
yeah.
money from the. But you can make it like easily. You can make it so that if you don't buy the physical cards, you could buy these cards for like half the price, and like you'd still make money from it online, right? Easily. It just Pokemon doesn't care because they make billions regardless of what they're doing. They would rather have the online client so people can play their cards immediately and have some more, I guess, appreciation for actually getting more cards if they're not just collectibles. But like it's arguably like the perfect system, right? Like you would I'm sure a lot of people who bought old Magic cards would love to be able to go like, oh, I could put these on Magic Arena and play with them rather than rebuying every single card. Yeah, it's more money for Wizards,
yeah.
but like the average person would be like way more excited for the option of adding a code into your game and getting those cards.
It's cool
delivered.
because it doesn't feel like they're trying to make money on multiple fronts, right? It very much feels like the main product is the trading card game, right? The physical trading card game, and the online simulator is just a bonus, right? The online simulator is what they offer you to try these cards online, maybe test them before you get the cards for yourself in paper, and it's just it comes as a package deal, right? You don't have to play two separate games or invest into two different things, two different collections at all times to maintain. If you want to be a Yu-Gi-Oh player, you have to like pay for Master Duel and pay for physical cards. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
There's actually a secret Konami agent making sure that we're spending money in multiple avenues. It's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Well, moving away from the monetization as such, we usually try to keep these things at about 1 hour 30-ish, and we're over now. But I mean, I'm down to keep talking.
Dude, you
because-
can't expect me to talk about like 10 different card games in 1.5 hours. What do you mean?